Donk again, a hero, called on time and time again for this Spirit side. And winning out that gunfight was no easy task. Nade barely does a chip of damage. But the confidence on this man to just keep on swinging. Look at him go. In fairness, Sus did think he was behind the column, but still, the reactions of Donk are lightning. And he's going to have to continue playing as electrically as he has been come this second half, because only finding 8 on your T on this map isn't quite a death sentence. But for some teams, it might as well be. QM. They win this pistol. They are in a very, very strong position to start leading the Spirit Boys on a wild goose chase. Searson, though, chases down another opening frag. P250 in tow up against Vajuli's on Donk, but Searson, such impeccable aim on these pistol rounds. Does it again with a P250. He got the first kill of this series on the same weapon. And oh my god, Searson, calm down! He's on for the ace in the pistol, no way! Nico will be the man to find the final frag, but that was ridiculous from Searson.
Oh man, sometimes a pistol and a dream, that's all you need. QM definitely proving that they want to stay in this game, especially Searson. Definitely man of the match here for that team as of right now. So, time to invest, but on the flip side, that happens too. We see pistols across the table, bunch of smokes as well. Just waiting to see what the ideas are of QM to see how they can respond immediately. Smoke into water will deny a bit of control on that part of the map.
Team Spirit looking to deny QM getting an easy lead off the back of a pistol win, but with just these upgraded pistols, doesn't fill me with too much confidence. Yes, a couple of smokes to aid with their cause as well, but I feel like that head armor investment was not worthwhile as, well, it's 3 AKs right now for the QM side. And Nico opens up with Burn from Sky very cleanly. 3 versus 5. And it's going to be a save already on B. Not a chance in hell for Team Spirit in this one, as QM, for the first time in this map, take the lead 9-8.
Maybe you want to go on a bit of a cheeky hunt to see JDC right around the corner here. Needs to be careful though. Of course, upgraded pistol spots a leg, but there's also an Frost right beside him. That's right. Ooh, the flashes are nice. Ajax spot one, gets 1 kill. But there we go. Everyone else is wiped away. Nice 9 rounds up on the table. Now it is time to, well, see what more they can do. Of course, Team Spirit. This was a bit of a... I mean, ultimately, you wanted to see a little bit more out of them, right? In this round. You know, they invested quite heavily into this. Which means, well, back to more pistols. It will have to be. And that can be the window of opportunity for QM to land themselves here up on double digits. Really in the driver's seat here in the second half of the map.
Okay, that's a nice frag from Donk, but they don't really take down anything crazy. From Sky gets dinged in the process, but the Mac 10, of course, better than a USB. Nico finds another, and that should be the end of the round. Magix maybe gets a lurk frag onto JDC if he's very lucky. But look at the team play. Susp is about to come up, and hold on a minute. As Susp comes up, JDC goes down, but Sun takes on 8 HP and a P250 and a 1v3. A long list of things that are not going in his favour should ensure that, well, QM get this round fairly easily. Probably taking more casualties than needed. But nonetheless, yes, an easy round, unless Zontix can maybe kill Susp at range with this gun. He's gone to hide on the site itself, and Burn from Sky, well, doesn't give a damn. Checks his corners, sends him packing, and that's now double digits for QM. Although now we do find ourselves on a gun round, and Team Spirit, curiously, are favoured by 0.03% on their CT side over their T.
Team Spirit have an AWP, actually a double AWP in their hands. Artfrost and Mages both have one lined up. But they go head to head against Caesar. Oh, it's not quite a kill, but it sure is a tag. We'll activate Dunk right around the corner. Oh, it's tagged as well. It is dirty from Searson. If only those were kills, then you would have had a big head start. But no. 2 low players up on B. Though, bit of a different plan. Bomb still lurking outside the skirts of a main. Maybe want to group up. That smoke will deny control into mid. So, a bit of a different decision will have to be made.
Searson is on fire with that ult, though. Unfortunately, it's effectively been a scout in this round as he's tagged 2 players down quite low through just the edge of the wall. I mean, how Magix is still alive is beyond me. But Susp now ebbing his way up towards the A bomb site. But from Sky Shadow gives him away. JDC again. An amazing trader throughout this entire map. Lobs a flash in towards middle as Artfrost comes to try and receive him. JDC, does he swing the corner? No. Artfrost instead forced on back by the util thrown by the Swede in Susp. And Chopper misses a chance to try and steal an advantage in towards middle as now B, very much the point of assault. There will be 3 CTs here to receive, but Magix and Donk, they don't look particularly healthy right now, and Susp has already found Magix, Searson, lightning fast, and that molly's going to be a pain for Donk to move with.
Spots the head of one, but of course the information transferred over, not even necessary. Susp just deals with that one nice and clean. Only Artfrost. Yeah, he has an AWP in his hands. Is a very heavy investment to just throw away. Looks like QM not going to be exiting his way though. Artfrost should be able to hang on at least to the AWP. But yeah, not a great showing, you know, Searson once again delivering in the moments it needs to be. And it's like you are already starting things off with a disadvantage. 2 of your most valuable players starting off with a very big disadvantage regarding to health. Yeah, and I mean, once the push just comes through, it's so well played. QM coming alive, 11-8 here on Anubis.
Yeah, Searson is just leading the charge right now. Incredible openers and opening attempts. Landing shots even when not finding the kills, ensuring it's a very easy ride for his teammates to just waltz on in. The nade at range misses the mark as well. Yeah, only a tiny speck of damage onto Searson there. As, funnily enough, it's more pistols for Team Spirit, Artfrost. A bold open amidst the sea of rifles on the opposite side. JDC looking to cause some more carnage. Good Molotovs dispositioning these CTs on B. Don't think they've heard any tick damage yet. They're looking to do a lot more than tick damage here. JDC spots a man above the smoke. It's Donk as well. Tickled down a little as Searson siphons a Molotov off to his teammate. And if Nico throws it down to where Magix is standing, he'll be forced right into JDC's open arms. But no, instead looks to clear out the dark corner. And that's probably for the best. As, well, Nico gets the first. Magix, great damage, but not enough for a second kill. Donk, great Deagle kill. 3 versus 2. There is still hope in this round if Donk can find another.
Oh, GDC tries to deny it. Finds another very clean kill though. 25 seconds. Zontic still close. Here's the bomb being planted and knows exactly where he is. Needs a bit of support though of his teammate Bert from Sky right around the corner. High flash. Won't be doing that much though. Still Team Spirit waiting for the right opportunity to hit. Bert from Sky swings and JDC works off of that. Very nicely done. really, Team Spirit was just cornered. They knew exactly where their opponents were, but what can you do? There's no util you have on your back. Though I have to admit, those pistol kills were very, very nice. It was a nice attempt. But unfortunately, QM run away with it again.
Yeah, that left eye peak angle, a nightmare for Overpass to clear. You show your entire barrel before you're ever spotted, which is a pretty big indication that you're going to be swinging. Chopper and Artfrost, an underwhelming performance here in comparison to the previous map. Donk, still, just, I don't get how he's so damn consistent. Above a 1 KPR in a game where they're 4 rounds behind. It's QM now really starting to bring the pain. JDC and Searson, the dynamic German duo. Massive pickup for QM, it seems. As we head into a brief tech pause, hopefully, this gives the Team Spirit players a bit of time to cool off as well. As right now, they're struggling to lose the heat.
Now, there is some money still on board here for Team Spirit. But it won't be easy. Now you have this mental bridge you need to gap. It's going to be quite a tough job. You know, this is Team Spirit. Oh, actually, no, this is QM's map pick, of course. But we do know
it is Spirits, don't worry.
Oh, really? Oh, it is. Okay.
Yes.
But Team Spirit, yeah. We are used to seeing, you know, a bit more of a cleaner performance coming out of them. QM are really showing their worth here on this particular map. It's a little bit, perhaps, of a surprise. You know, new team, how they're going to be performing. But we know that these individuals, you know, they were in big teams for a reason before this. And now all of them coming together. Seems like a great fit.
Yeah, I saw this team from a glance, and I'll be perfectly honest, I wasn't sure about the Nico edition, but I really liked everybody else. Like JDC and Searson, that's a really cool combo. Bird from Sky, as much as people like clowning on him, is actually a very good IGL. Susp as well, underrated Swedish rifler. Yeah, this team could go on to do great things. And bearing in mind they have Peter as a coach, as much as he has a little bit of a checkered past in, I suppose, more recent years. He is a very established name in the scene. And clearly, QM have been doing some work here. Team Spirit might be taking one of their heaviest losses in a while. Although, in fairness, they did lose Anubis to 0 tenacity of all teams. So it's safe to say they're still a little inconsistent on this one.
Yeah, you know, QM technically this being their first official. Yeah, you know, what can we expect of this team? We had so much literal question marks heading into this.
Hallie has just joined the server.
Oh, wait,
the Spirit coach.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
He's just replaced.
Yeah.
I mean, he's replaced Chopper, so I guess it is a 1-for-1 if Hallie's now IGLing. But what's right? Production. Have we got any news on what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah, no, you've lost me.
Yeah, it could just be that we had a disconnect of Chopper and then an auto connect somehow. But
maybe. Okay, we got no info. Always good. On that note, I think this would be an appropriate time to go to a quick break, if that's all right, production. And we'll be right back after this, as hopefully we do get Chopper back instead of Hallie.
Oh, Esports. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. This ball. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is raised to raise it at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light. When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. I'll keep you safe. I'll never let you go. When your heart is raised to raise it, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is raised to raise at the speed of light. When your heart is raised at the speed of light.
Oilers.
Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to jump back into the action. Of course, we were leaving things off with the QM, who is taking on the lead here, 12-8 on this second map of Anubis. Definitely on quite the roll. Team Spirit looking a little bit flustered here once we switch sides. Still yet to really make an impression. It was majority, it was Searson doing a lot of the work alongside JDC. Definitely a power duo coming out of QM, really proving their worth. Zontix, though, good for an opening, immediate trade, though. And that leaves middle completely compromised.
And as QM slip further into middle, problems are only going to continue to arise for Team Spirit. This is looking like a very convincing A split right now. Chopper would have to go, or excuse me, Art Frost would have to go huge. Even worse, the man's on an AWP and about to get cornered. Speaking of being cornered, look at how far into one he's backed up. JDC, though, will be the first to fall. But Searson, a lightning trade. Hold on a minute, he was about to Molotov off his own team. You might want to not do that, Searson, as the rest of his team do funnel through to try and support him. Smoke goes up towards the heavens. That will allow for the plant safely for Nico. And Chopper needs to trade that. Searson does not anticipate a swing from that angle. Nicely done by the Spirit IGL. This needs to be a one-round tier, otherwise things will only continue spiraling. But Nico picks up another. Magic's on an AWP right now, the worst weapon for the job. Both players are tagged up. This might incentivize them to fall away as time is ticking. There's no defuse kit. This is a lost round. It's going to be another on the board for QM, and Magic's realizing it now, scampers away, and it's looking more and more like we're going to need Overpass.
Yeah, far from ideal here for Team Spirit. Yes, you will have an AWP save, finally. Also another kill. Nico goes down. But yeah, it's starting to look a little bit lackluster. Once again, we have good openings. We feel they are within contesting range. But once again, Searson doing a lot of damage. JDC as well to follow it up on 20 frags as we speak. So... yeah, it's getting a little tricky. Yet again, another timeout being called here for Team Spirit, understandably so, because the money is looking a little rough. You can force around this up, but you need one hell of a game plan if you want to make it work. You can also opt to go for a bit of a half buy, then buy the next, but QM is certainly looking to get to 14 already here.
Yeah, I mean, it is written in the stars at this point. QM looking to really break down Team Spirit on... But bearing in mind, this is their debut best of 3 as a team. And they're about to take down Team Spirit on a map. They have a 75% win rate on Chopper now. Does take down his opposition, IGL, with a nice 2-tapper. Manages to connect on the second shot. Actually goes in and retrieves a rifle as JDC is caught off guard for a mere moment. Artfrost now shuffled in to try and respond further. Holds a tight angle as A is again pressured upon. Very nice opener from Nico, and he double subs on 6. One of the rifle players falls flat on his face, and Artfrost does manage to thin the numbers of the opposition, but a 3-on-3 retake with no util for this CT side might already have to be a save call, and that's exactly what appears to be happening. Not a good look for Team Spirit, as QM will now find their 14th. Donk. He's been a light in the darkness for this Team Spirit lineup on Anubis, but even he can't get anything done here. Hovering around for maybe a lucky exit frag, but yeah, he just needs to back out of this one. Giving up 14 and now a 6-round lead to the likes of QM. Yeah, nice try, Magics. No defuse, but at least we'll upgrade to an AK. It's a small win, but Team Spirit now need to start actually winning these rounds.
Yeah, this next round is going to be extremely important. QM now on 14. Not that much wiggle room anymore. And there's still a large gap here to make up for 6 rounds in total. And only 2 more for QM to win this one out. Of course, we were saying earlier, this is technically the map pick of Team Spirit, so it's not looking great at all. QM proving that this is a map that they can really be good on. They put in the practice. And now looking to try and overwhelm this off, but not quite going to be happening this time around though. Artfrost close to perhaps getting a third, but it's Bert from Sky to deny that with the Molotov. At least though, no stronger damage here early on. Look at this, it's immediately a 4v2. This is more like what we want to see from Team Spirit.
Yeah, Artfrost, a massive 3k to keep his team's prospects in this game alive. This needs to be a convincing round win here, and it might well be, as look at the forward positioning of Magics. As much as it is a bit of a predictable angle. From Sky is AWPing right now. Although, actually, Nico could be the difference maker in this one. Coming in through dark, there's nobody here to stop him. If he clears out this position as his IGL comes around the corner, no chance. Magic finds the AWP and the bomb, leaving Nico in a 1 versus 4. Now, he does have a nice position to potentially deal some more damage, and there is a very big economy on QM right now. Every follow-up kill he finds will be very impactful, but can't even kill Donk, as somehow the man recovers from what seemed to be an inevitable death.
2k there from Nico, really nicely done, but this hold was so good. You would think he was going to get overwhelmed. Almost got away with the 3rd kill as well if he didn't burn alive. So, nice work, but Team Spirit still need a couple more. QM still so much money left in their banks, no worries whatsoever. Oh wow, and Searson just catching a completely lost Artfrost in the middle of no man's land, but Donk quick to respond. At least Suspy is out, and with that, the numbers are equal once again. Well, that was of short duration. Chopper finds Searson, and with Searson out, there's a very crucial point within the team that is gone. So how will QM respond on the back of this?
Well, they're going to need to find a response fairly soon now. As a Molotov for double doors in middle. Magics is yet to be removed though. The double up setup coming through as Artfrost removed earlier in this round. It's on the back of Magics and the IGL, and JDC worked a bit of magic himself. Sends the man of the same name packing and takes a lot of presence in the process. Chopper now on a bit of an island here. And not a tropical one either. QM start to congregate back towards T-Spawn as they head perhaps for a B split here. And I love JDC's position. He can start to cut off rotations, even drop down into water after Chopper makes his way over. Now Zontix needs to get back to this site to help out his teammate in Donk as the push is about to come through from the IGL and Nico. Swing comes in, Donk goes down. A rare lack of fragging as Zontix also traded out by Nico, and the bomb will go down in the nick of time.
Chopper, what can you do? You do have an op all in your hands, but JDC, so proactive. And what a headshot to be getting. Absolutely insane. So yeah, the round starts off actually really nice for Team Spirit, but as soon as we have JDC charge into middle, what parts of the map sort of starting to get compromised, that's when things get tricky. And Team Spirit not quite in their element anymore. 9 to 15. 6th round, you need a row to take it to overtime. And it's looking very likely that we're going to be seeing that 3rd map come out.
Yeah, it's not every day that you see Donk lose a fragging battle to both from Sky. That was the reality of the previous round. The Birds still got it. Not just a target to be plucked at. As QM now take mid-control again. They've been so good at just putting so much pressure on this position. Artfrost back into a decent position here. Needs to at least land a frag and get away as Bert from Sky's up close and personal was sus, but even then he misses the opener. Zontix good for a single, but sus trades on back. And if I'm perfectly honest with you, Veronique, I think this might be it. This could well be 16 to 9. Team Spirit's worst ever loss on this map. At the hands of a newly formed team in QM, and as much as the names on this team are recognizable, for them to be gelling this well so soon is a very proud achievement for them. Spirit is no rollover team. As yeah, there is now... Ooh, okay, that's a good frag from Magic. They can still go for this round. We're playing from a back foot, now behind a smoke. Team Spirit are walking wounded at this stage.
Yeah, there's no kit, there's nothing. You just want to try and see how much you can still do. But ultimately, you know, a 16 to 9 affair. I mean, yeah, we sort of flipped things around. You know, first map was very dominant. Especially towards the latter stages for Team Spirit, but now QM have woken up and they starting to look really, really solid. Both on their opponent's map pick, which I think is very funny. But now, you know, time to prove yourself on Overpass. A map, once again, we have very little statistics on when it comes to QM because, you know, they're a new team. We don't know what they have secretly been cracking in their bedrooms, but now, you know, we're heading to Team Spirit on the back of a loss. This is quite a tough mental battle to go up against. Overpass sort of in the middle of the pool for Team Spirit. You know, not the most played map, not the least played map, somewhere in the middle. But I do wonder how they're going to be bouncing back after this map, because Anubis tends to be actually really, you know, a very good map for them. It's the 2nd most played map, so I was sort of expecting perhaps, yeah, a little bit more coming out of them.
Yeah, but they're going onto a map that they have not lost in the past 3 months now, and it's one of the ones they like picking into against their better opposition. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, they took MIBR down on it pretty convincingly recently, so hopefully this speaks more volumes to their incredibly high skill ceiling as a team. It's a map that has a lot of history with this organisation, so I am looking forward to it, and also to seeing what Question Mark can bring. We'll be right back after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Well, hello there, ladies and gents, and welcome back again to Team Spirit versus question marks. And I'll be honest, I've got a couple of question marks about Team Spirit's performance in that previous map. It was their pick, and they looked pretty damn prepared when they started things off, but then they let things slip horrendously on their T side, the favoured side of that map, and then QM just ran all over them in that second half, and there were a couple of key players missing, namely Artfrost, who's been a little bit inconsistent today, and Searson massively outshone him.
Yeah, there were a couple of times, when Spirit were on the T side, I was like, why is Artfrost the one to have the bomb on his back? He's supposed to be the ARP, he's supposed to be moving around, making the plays, and he is sort of at the, at the back of the pack. And I was a little bit, questioning the decisions that Spirit were making. We know they can deliver, Donk was still online, Zontix was still online, but the rest, I felt like a little bit more quiet, and just overall, I felt like there was a bit of cohesion missing. On the flip side, though, of QM, it was JDC especially stepping up, being super consistent across both maps, as well as Searson. I feel like Searson in map 1 was a bit more quiet, didn't always have the opportunity to have the AWP in his hands. Right now, when he did, he delivered, and he was consistent with the big rain in his hands. And I feel like them, as a duo, were doing phenomenally. It's actually quite funny, across now 2 maps, that technically Spirit have more players going positive, but, QM are making it work, and this is what you need, a beautiful bounce back. And now heading into Overpass, of course, we would have to wait and see who won that ninth round, depending, who's going to be starting which side. That could make or break a little bit, who gets the upper hand, perhaps starting things off here on this third map. But on paper, this should be a good map for Spirit, if, of course, they can mentally bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, Overpass is classically a very Spirit map. But then again, QM, we've never seen them play on it before. We know that some of these players quite like Overpass. Searson's normally pretty good on it with an AWP. And if we see the same performance out of Artfrost as we have done for the rest of today, I really struggled to place my full faith in this Spirit lineup. I mean, Chopper, I don't think he even hit 10 frags in that previous map. And Magic's definitely had a couple of rough moments. Donk as well. Okay, I don't want to call out Donk for anything, really. He has been playing fantastically all day, but a couple of times he did miss kills that were necessitated in order to pull a round over the line. On the flip side, Nico had a very, very slow start for QM, so if he can replicate that, come out the server with a bang, and try and join in with what was a very impressive fragging duo of JDC and Searson, then we could be in for a bumpy ride again here for Spirit on a map that they are yet to lose within the past 3 months.
Yeah, on paper, of course, Overpass is looking like a very solid map, even though, technically not the most amount of officials for Spirit, but yeah, 3 times played, all of them won. You were mentioning Furia, they won very convincingly 2-0 against Furia yesterday evening, and right now, ready in the server once again. Yeah, we have to wait and find out what, of course, our third map is going to be looking like. Now, a little bit of an overview of what else we have going on. Of course, this is just day 1 here at the Swiss stage. We have more best of threes coming on later today at 5 PM. We have Eternal Fire facing off against Los Cucutos, and later on in the evening, OG against Ikla. But even tomorrow, more opening matches, because of course there's in total 16 teams that we have lined up in this group stage. Night Pandas against Eyeballers, I think that's a very interesting one. Ecstatic against Ens Academy. Sampi against Espionage, and we finish the day with Orcs against Acrid. Honestly, these are all bangers. These are all teams that I would love to follow along with. I'm very curious to see, who's going to be joining the big teams, because ultimately in the playoffs, we have, I think it was Astralis, we had Bad News Eagles, and it was another team that I'm missing out on real quick. I think it was Apex.
Right.
Apex that we had
Yeah,
lined
Apex
up
as
here
well.
in the playoffs. So overall, there's the big teams you're going to be going up ahead against. But definitely we have some big contenders here in the Switch stage as well.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you some predictions here, since we have a little bit until the map starts.
Ooh.
I do think Spirit can still win this one, although QM are starting to make me question that decision. But I think Eternal Fire and OG, I reckon 9 Pandas, Ecstatic, Espionage, and Orcs. Because I don't know what Orcs are doing right now, but they are farming. They are a Polish team, if I'm not mistaken, who just qualified to Pro League, I think. Like, these guys, they're ones to watch, so keep an eye on them. But Veerless, can I get your thoughts on this bracket?
Yeah, I mean, overall, I feel like a couple of these are going to be close. I would have to agree with your predictions. I think they are just head on. I'm probably very much... I mean, great minds, they think alike.
Indeed.
I'm just very curious to get to watch OG a little bit. I am a little bit biased, have to admit. Fasher, of course, who joined the squad relatively recently. So I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes out for the game later on tonight, even though we won't be casting that one. But yeah, there's so much Counter-Strike action, I can't wait to see it all.
I mean, OG is like an interesting team right now. I mean, looking at Nexa back in the OGLing booth, Dexter benched, Regali Orping. It's an exciting team, and I'll be honest, Felix, I have no idea what production does said, so I'm going to ask you to take us to wherever we need to be.
Honestly, I couldn't quite hear it myself either, because unfortunately production
okay.
is a...
Oh, okay, we're starting the
okay.
knife round.
There we go.
Nice, thank you, production.
That was
All
great.
right.
Yeah, so soon we will be jumping into the game. Honestly, Overpass, very final thoughts. Do we think that Team Spirit has what it takes? On paper, perhaps, yes, but do you think they can overcome the mental hurdle, Sneaky?
I think they definitely can. These guys are a strong team, and as much as they haven't all been playing with each other for too long, Chopper is a very good IGL. Magix is a fantastic player as well. Like Art Frost and Donk aren't coming from nowhere either. They've been hovering around this Spirit Academy, and I think the Spirit Academy has well prepared them for instances like this. These guys were no slouches back then. They're no slouches now. Spirit looks incredibly strong. And I do think they can overcome a loss on Anubis. They should win Overpass. They should win it in a reasonable fashion. But QM are not to be ruled out, as we have both well learned.
Yeah, I think the main thing here of QM is, already on Anubis, we saw They have come into this matchup prepared. They are not just, you know, okay, we're going to be picking into the default maps and I'll probably get overrun on Anubis, but we don't care. We're going to be playing for the third map anyway. No. They are coming in this full confidence and fully, you know, prepared. So I'm excited to see what more they can do on this map of Overpass. Will we be having another 7 to 8 half, for example? Who knows? QM though, going in fast and hard, but Zontix is the one to take on first action. 2 kills already, looking for more. Will drop a smoke just to delay a little bit. But man, he is farming kills. Almost a 4th. Dunk will pick him up. But, well, yeah, job is done.
Yeah, JDC stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and... Okay, poor old Magix might well go down to this Glock here, but actually Magix is just buying time. I appreciate this. Does get his head absolutely shredded. And as JDC whips over to a USP. Right, okay. Hold on. Please don't keep peeking him one by one, guys. That's another one-on-one peek. That's unnecessary. JDC, does he clear his corner? Not quite. He sees ahead of Chopper, thinks it's a trash can. And so Team Spirit will convincingly take that pistol round. Valiant effort there from the young German. Good for his own personal confidence coming into the swing of things. But as you said, Zontix, better, faster, stronger. And most 3 of them down towards Monster.
Yeah, nicely done. Dealt with it very... I felt like very calm and collective, you know, throwing down the smoke as soon as it got a little too heated. So, with that, good confidence boost. Team Spirit off to a good start here with that first round on the table. QM, though, looking to force up. They do have Season up on the scout, but already tagged up quite heavily. So they need to be careful not to completely overextend. And what's this strategy going to be? Do you have those B players currently trying to fall back, maybe picking up the bomb and see if they could potentially split into A? But still early. Who knows where they're going to be getting a kill? Well, instead though, QM is another player that's tagged up. So is Nico. Everyone taking damage left and right. Further control is denied.
Yeah, QM, not a good start to the round here. In with a force bite, out with a band-aid it seems. As Team Spirit have Donk as their front man. Finds ahead of Susp, and he's looking to farm up a little more. Here, down goes JDC. Donk Ding still finds another. Just the constant hero, and now Burr from Sky wants a piece of him. He's on for the ace. Stop peeking this man, unless you're Searson, who does actually find a frag onto him. But it's a 1 versus 4 for him. Donk appears to have done more than enough again. And if Searson wants to win this round, then I would scream even louder. Not going to happen. Chopper sends him packing. I wish I was that good with the FAMAS Fearless.
I wish. Oh, yeah. FAMAS is always a bit of a hit or miss. Sometimes you have an insane spray, and sometimes it's like, where are my bullets going? I do not know. But, you know, skill, that's what you need when you have a FAMAS in your hand, and Dunk certainly has that. And the rest right now up on MP9s, but it should be fine. QM, they have, well, pretty much little to no money. So pistols, 2 flashes, that will have to be it. Go in with a bit of a snake here in towards connector, so there needs to be a bit careful. Frost is the first one to go down to that, and the snake goes up in towards bathrooms most likely. Dunk is here ready, has a feeling of what's about to happen. Now needs to be a bit careful. Ooh, supporter flashes come through, does get blinded, but man, the FAMAS, it's doing all the work. And as we were saying, you know, sometimes FAMAS is a bit of a hit or miss. In the case of Dunk, it's always a hit.
Yeah, man, he's been hitting some nutty shots all day long. As much as it is up against the pistols here, he was blinded. He still gets away with 2 of them whilst flashed. He should have been overwhelmed a long time ago, but good discipline and an impressive hand movement there. Well, ensure QM is sent packing into a gun round, though. It is now better weaponry for this T-side. Frost is on an AWP, but again, I'm yet to be too impressed by him today, as he takes a very aggressive stance towards long. Now this is perfect. Nicely done. Good flash as well. The Sus, I think Sus might have blinded himself into that kill. Zontix waiting now patiently on B. Could well soon be challenged. As short as a couple of players filling into it. Molotov flies on over from Bird from Sky. Not sure if that quite landed where intended. No, okay, ignore me. He has landed it exactly where it was intended for, but does not force anybody into the monster peak. So Bird from Sky, no free frags for him today as Nico now looks to pick up that mantle.
Zontix throws down a bit of fire, continues to separate the T side from one another. And Searson, you know, he jumps through. JDC stays behind, is in charge of the flank, does a good job doing so. Actually lends himself another. Now, Flash was perfect though. Magix finds the follow-up. So, in the end, they do recover. It was a nice attempt though. You can see the ideas for QM are there, but already so much damage was already dealt within the round that it was very hard to bounce back from it. But yeah, whenever you have JDC sort of still alive alongside Searson, you know it can potentially get scary.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, we've seen that already a lot today. Is he? Oh my goodness, Art Frost. It's not a wallbang you see lined up very often. But when it hits, it is a banger. Yeah, you can pluck the T's apart as they come out of spawn. Even if you don't land the headshot, it's still a good 70 odd damage to them. Yeah, I'd like to see some more of that. That's good fun. Wonder how that will compare in CS2. That's a conversation topic for another time, though, as long is now heavily contested. It is majority pistols here, but Susp has a rifle, and he will be the one leading the charge down this lane. As Nico on the bomb decides to play trade with Deagle instead. Nice. Great shot from Art Frost. As it appears he's a little bit more awake in the start.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This is what we need to see. Ooh, on the flip side, though, don't goes down Art Frost with another good showing. He is looking for more. 3 already to the list. Is the 4th coming his way? That's the question. Ooh, almost. Around the corner. But of course, on the flip side, we do know that JDC knows that there is an AWP into play. Oh my lord! The Deagle strikes! But it's Magix that will find that final kill. Oh, nice work from Art Frost, as you were mentioning, coming alive, a bit more quiet on the previous 2 maps, perhaps. But if this is the map where he's going to be showing up, that's exactly what Team Spirit need.
God damn, Art Frost, that was a saucy final shot. JDC does a hell of a lot of damage with this pistol in the meantime, but Spirit, they've done it again, 5-0. Another buy round for QM, though. And it was Team Spirit to find 5 on Anubis uncontested, and then threw 3 away in a row. Dog back into connector, looking for a nice opener, and oh my god, that second frag onto Bird from Sky! Impeccable spray control as Nico now tries to trade, but forced back by a flash and a molly. He's getting nothing done in Monster. Ridiculous stuff from the youngster. And then flash away again is poor old Nico. This is not a good start for QM at all.
No, it's a bit of a reverse of what we saw in the last map. You know, very dominant by QM, and now it has fallen flat completely. Time to see if QM can recover. Searson is lurking about connector, but I feel they have to group up if they want to make this round work. Still, there's a minute left on the clock. Plenty of options to be explored. But you can't wait for every decision needs to be made, and looks like maybe want to head into B. Nico awaiting that smoke to fade. And he leaves it up to Searson. Of course, he does have the bomb. Needs to be careful, because right now there's 3 men already waiting on this B-bomb site. One right behind the pillar. One close to Monster. Now they're going to be peeking together. They want to peek together, but Donk has been eliminated. Leaves Matus here now to back him up. Good trade, but Zontix does go down. Art Frost is the one to trade him out, though. Really nicely done, leaving Searson all by himself. 15 seconds. Can maybe try and plant, but, well, no. Will be denied, of course. Very nicely done. Exactly what you want to be seeing coming out of this round, and it was spicy to begin with. You know, we had these openings, Mages recovering. Once again, it's like QM has been bullied a little bit here. 6-0.
Yeah, as I said, this map is a Team Spirit classic. certified Team Spirit banger as the wall bang almost comes through for Frost. Although I should probably stop hyping that up now until he actually hits one, as it appears he is doing it more often than not. But nice nade onto Susp, does a little bit of tickle damage, keeps him guessing. And man, the economy's not been great for the T-side so far. They have not been getting bomb plants, they've been struggling in rounds, finding more kills on the pistols and the rifles in a couple of instances here, as now they stack up towards middle, and JDC this time given the honour of Hero Rifle. Now, one thing I do have to mention is Susp is, was the star rifler on a couple of his previous teams, but JDC has been far outshining him today, but both of them need to show up as a unit, along with Searson, if they want any chance of quelling the fire now burning in the hearts of Team Spirit. Frost darting around back and forth with that orb, a menacing prospect, as Chopper menaces Bird from Sky, and Searson looks to be next to the chopping block.
There we go. Only, once again, it's GDC always lasts alive in these rounds. Wanted to make a play, but before he can even have a chance to do so, the rest of his team is gone. And a bomb dropped in bad for him. I feel, yeah, at this moment you just want to see if he can save. There is at least some money on some of his fellow teammates, so if he saves an AK, they could try again the next round. Especially with the loss bonus, of course, that's coming into effect. But it's far from ideal. And the fact that Team Spirit is winning these rounds with maybe not even a single loss is very worrisome.
Yeah, 7-0 is a hell of a different ball game than 5-0. 5-0, not an uncommon scoreline on Overpass. But this is where things start to spiral out of control. Yes, the map is a bit CT-sided, but not as much as QM are making it look right now. They've barely been competitive. Searson does have an alt to play with now. But will that be the difference maker? As Nico back to 0 kills, almost 007 again, just like Anubis. Bird from Sky, a much worse start, 1 in 7. Donk has 11 kills. I don't get it. Every time I look at him, he's top fragging with over 100 ADR. This time he's posting 141. Damn. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's insane. It's really insane. Frost is actually quite close, 112 ADR, doing really good, getting a solid kill per round. Well, there we go. He just adds another one to the list. Why not? Frost is really feeling himself on this map. And look at this. They have answers ready for everything. The boost coming out, dealing with connector pressure. It's like as if they are in the minds of QM. And every single round they sort of start off with a 2-man loss. Yeah, how can you recover from that? Team Spirit of men everywhere. Even in these individual duels, they seem to be winning out every single one of them.
Yeah, this is about to be a certified Team Spirit banger. 1 round away from securing a first half victory at the very least. There's Donk. Oh, does he get the timing again? Really? He was being stared at by Bird from Sky, but he comes away just a moment too soon. In fact, they both keep missing each other by seconds, but Donk now... How has he missed him again? Get Britney Spears in here, because they've done it again and again and again, and Bird from Sky... the neutral down, just gives up his position. Donk secures the first frag, and anticipates this, and the pathing is so crispy. And QM... well, burnt 2-1 it seems, as they have nothing on this defense.
Oh, wow, completely outplayed. Every single time you're not expecting a player to be around the corner, well, there will be one. QM will call another timeout. There's little money, so I expect nothing more than just a couple of upgraded pistols here, perhaps. Which doesn't make the situation any better. Team Spirit might be off to a 9th, maybe even 10th round. And that with 0 currently on the board for QM. That is so worrisome. After an incredible showing on Anubis too, it's Team Spirit's map pick, and we were thinking, okay, good signs of life, but right now it has completely fallen flat, and something needs to change. QM, they're calling another timer back-to-back. Something needs to change. So,
yeah, we have
feels
to
like they are
remember
very
this is like
desperate.
it's their first outing as a team, isn't it? So there's going to be a lot of creases to iron out. And that's probably going to be one of the main reasons behind their 0-8 scoreline and consecutive timeouts called. Apologies for the interruption there. But, I mean, I'm just looking at this at face value. I don't see a world in which Team Spirit lose this map, especially with Donk playing this well and the rest of his team all fragging consistently. Nico still has 0 kills, and Searson, the hero of map 2, he's 3 and 8 despite having the AWP on a similar number of occasions.
Nico just trying to make a bit of noise. Sure, it will alert a couple of the CTs here. But still going to be an incredible tough task to do this with pistols. I like the boost, I like the ideas, but no one is giving that much up here. Team Spirit playing relatively passively. Of course, there's a couple of smokes coming into play. The Golden Eye vision. But they're not overstepping, and I really like this coming out of Team Spirit.
Yeah, nice passive style. Donk doing Donk things towards long, spots contact, falls back. Now can play off Chopper, who's sitting behind him patiently. Now Donk, don't overextend here, there's no need for it. And Chopper wasn't there to support, so okay, a nice opening kill. The self-fragger removed, perhaps a glimmer of overconfidence here, but Art Frost goes to try and deny an AK pick up here. Peeks on him perfectly, bird from sky, plucked from the heavens. And as this assault comes in from bathrooms, Art Frost ready for it. Don't know quite what JDC was aiming at there. As Susp does continue the good fight. 2 versus 2. There is still merit to this round. Zon6 gives up his position with Util. Susp holds him down. And the quick peek is not going to work. It's all down to Magix now in a 1v2. Of course, it's the pistols to have the most success.
That's always the case, but Magix, who knows what he can still do. It's not close already. Ooh, swings! That's Suspy out. But it looks like May just maybe wants to take on a bit of a different angle, just save entirely. Oh, actually.
And around the world.
Yeah, it takes quite the while to go, of course. Nico, is he going to be ready for it? Oh, yes, he is. This is the very first round for QM on the board. Very much needed. Was, of course, on the back of... Well, originally I would say the AK. AK did most of the work. Eventually it was being picked up. So, sure, pistols were into affair. But Suspy, once that AK was into his hands, he delivered extremely well. Later on, with Nico with a picked up rifle as well. But it's insane how QM were able to do this. Now we need to see that same magic up when they are rivals.
Okay, if Nico had lost that round, I would have facepalmed very, very hard. He was up against a, 15 HP opponent. He had the perfect position on the back of the bomb site. He was watching the perfect angle as well. So yeah, QM get their much-needed first T round on the board as Team Spirit get a little overzealous towards long and are unable to properly trade out Susp's perfect rifling. There's a reason there's a star caliber behind him. He just needs to be a little bit more consistent with it, especially against the higher tiers of opposition. Flashbang towards long, though, will not be catching Donk off guard. He's waiting patiently in the bathrooms this time. But that could be to his detriment if he's not careful. He's about to get sandwiched between mid and long. He's waiting very patiently, but Donk is just that much better. Magix, another towards Monster, and this is where it all falls apart for the QM side all over again.
You have one round. Conversion is so important to keep your economy going. Now 30 seconds, the pressure starts to rise for QM, wanting to make a move. GC super desperate, but it continues to be a very big pain point for them. In fact, I think saving here is the best option. So little money. on a couple of these players. And just no time. But what a rough affair. You think, alright, you know, there's a good sign. But then it all falls apart the round after.
Yeah, it's a shot in the dark, you could say, as Team Spirit certainly darkening the horizons of this new roster. I still can't believe Donk wins that after Susp holds it for just so long. Now in round number 11, an 8-round difference. It's just not looking good at all for QM here. Yes, they bring another full buyout. Searson missing util again, missing, well, opportunities more than the shots themselves. Monster might well present one in a moment's time. Magic's again holding connector. It just appears their defense has no cracks in it, especially when they don't go for a slightly overzealous play. Donk learned immediately from his mistake and sits 14-5, a well over 1 KPR. Nico, though, nice opener, nice double opener, in fact, as B very vulnerable here for the likes of Spirit.
This is what you like to see, JDC. Will take quite the hit, but wow! At a very large cost, at least here for Chopper. Hard Frost sure gets us beat. Maybe still possible. 2-1-3. Bomb now being planted, though. But it's going to be quite the long way around if they still want to go for this.
From Sky. Holding for Donk's position, though. Only a small adjustment needed, and this has gone from a retake attempt to an exit frag farm for Artfrost. The man's 10-3. An impressive display from him so far, far more so than the previous 2 maps. They do call Overpass an Orpus playground, and this is exactly why. JDC, though, also falls, and despite the round win and the bomb plot, that's still going to be a detriment to the QM economy, as they have been taking unsustainable levels of losses this early game so far.
So yeah, they are able to bounce back. But still, Team Spirit with 9 already up on the table. Actually, we'll be calling a timeout here. I think to really make sure that QM is not going to be completely bouncing back and that they keep this gap as wide as they possibly can. Because right now, you have so much wiggle room. It's great to try and capitalize on that here in the remaining of this first half. That you still have this momentum, of course. Try to eliminate what went wrong. Fix the mistakes.
Oh man, Donk only has 120 ADR now. That means Team Spirit are going to lose. Tragic turn of events, it seems. But aside from my horrendous joking, QM have a lot of catching up to do. Yes, they're starting to look a little bit more like a team than they did in the previous rounds. But the Searson still yet to put up another frag. Bird from Sky, pretty quiet. Needs to be a much better team effort here. Nico, if he can triple entry again with JDC, that would be quite something. And he is lurking back down towards B here. But no aggression from Team Spirit. They wouldn't want to risk it, especially with how well their passive stance has been. Donk, though, has left long unattended, but Artfrost looks to fill in that gap, at least temporarily. Donk instead goes for a push up towards bathrooms, and this isn't something he's employed all too much. This might well be the play. Just needs to be careful about the possibility of getting wide swung on that angle.
Seconds. Still, all of them are alive. Won't for that much longer. Nico goes down. And that bomb still outside a long bird from Sky here in bathrooms. Here's, of course, all those footsteps. Takes the opportunity. That's very much needed, but the time will continue to tick as asked. Ooh! Artfrost is just trying to deny it. 10 seconds, so maybe a window of an opportunity for more. Susp does manage to get that bomb down. Very crucial timing. QM still very much within this round.
Yeah, bomb timer ticking down as Team Spirit thrust into a retake situation. Art Frost through Banker's magic, first man out from the stairs. ADC sends him up the stairway to heaven as Zuntic's quick for a trade, but time's still ticking. Art Frost, an ambitious play for information, jumps above the truck, but as that timer ticks too low, they're going to have to call it. No chance to defuse, and Susp even gets away with an exit. That's good economic damage, as QM will pick up 3. Still not an amazing scoreline, a maximum of 9-6, but at least they're able to put a couple of numbers up on the board and not let Team Spirit get away with the murder completely.
Very nicely done. So QM, they continue where they left off. And their goal is to get 6. Then there is still a very good window to make that second half happen. Won't come easy. Team Spirit still in the bank to buy up. Maybe not the most utility, but still. M4 and up. And just a single FAMAS in the hands of Papa. Flashes go out. They're going quick. Bird from Sky with the opening. Sure, bit of a team flash action going on, but there's a bit of control. Not maybe even that much longer. Nico, once again, they want to fall in first. And now they get a bit hesitant. Slowly, utility starts to rain. These T's get isolated from one another. Magus has the opportunity to continue to strike. Bird from Sky lines them up though. But he needs to ace. Already found 3 in a round. Needs 2 more to take this to a W. And actually is looking to just completely bail out of there. Has the bomb, of course, on his back. So he very much can do so. It's always risky. Because what are these CTs going to do? Is someone going to be waiting out for you? Who knows? We have Art Frost waiting in bathroom. Full HP. And is it going to be hearing Bird from Sky? That's also the question. He is so close.
No, he's too far away. He's not going to hear him until he gets onto the site itself, perhaps. Yeah, okay. Finally swivels round. Still a very winnable 1v2 for Bird from Sky. Ooh. Now that Art Frost misses the shot, even more so. Magic's looking to come up behind as Art Frost misses another, but look at Bird from Sky's awareness. Waiting for this play, but Magic lops his head off. It gets a lot closer than it needs to be. But Team Spirit will be defusing that bomb, and 10 is the number they will be leaving this one with, even going back to, I believe, pick up the AWP that was dropped on towards short. Nicely done there. There's no Magic's apparently just hunting for util instead, as Team Spirit find their 10.
Good recovery. Got a little bit scary. Bird from Sky goes amazing in this round, but it can't just be him. And once again, I felt like in the communication department, you know, do we want to go for this? Do we want to hold off? And then, you know, we still have some util left. Try again. I felt like Bird from Sky was really desperate to make a play there. But it was so, you know, isolated from the rest of his teammates. You know, utility flying left and right. Making it very difficult. Of course, that's very big props to Team Spirit. That is exactly what you want to achieve when it comes down to these pushes. But on the side of QM, you need to adapt a little bit better. Wow, that's a freebie for Searson. Smoke, bait, and we have already, well, 2 players now being spotted, both falling in the hands of Searson. Not necessarily want to commit to this B push exactly yet, but 2 openings. QM will take those.
Donk really needs this train frag now, and Bird from Sky is sent packing, but Searson packing a further punch, gets a 3k to his name, and now the T's are playing CT from the bomb site itself. Art Frost gets away with one on onto Susp, sorry, but JDC there for a trade. Chopping out a 1 versus 3, should he even choose to go for this one, but look at the economy. There's no real money left on the CT side, and Chopper's about to moonwalk into his demise, or at least he was. They're no longer holding for him towards long. That all might change in a moment's time as they do look back towards his position, but as Searson pushes down towards the site itself, Nico can plant. And Chopper can get closer. Is he really still going for this? Apparently so. As all of the T's now looking to find safer positions to play from. Chopper, the IGL, now a 1v2. He has isolated Jules, but if they swing together, he's a bit screwed. And realizing now that there's no utility to cover his eventual defuse, he needs at least one of these kills, and he needs it snappy. And snapping onto his head is Nico, as QM pick up 4.
Yeah, Searson once again playing such a crucial part within the team, opening things up, creating space for the team, and doing so with full confidence to his name. Technically, not the best performing player on QM as of right now, but you know, he's starting to show a bit of the signs like we saw on the previous map. And if he can continue this, then QM can certainly come back into this map, especially when they switch sides. Oh, Chopper here about to be tested though. Ooh! That's really nice. Searson also tagged extremely low. Great flashbang. Is blind himself, but it doesn't matter.
Just been a mad resurgence in these past few. As Searson gets serious, Nico also in a great position as Bird from Sky. The IGL leading the charge from the front, second only now to JDC on this T side. And Nico still hunting for more. He's about to get Art Frost with a knife kill. Come on, do it to him. That's our second successful knife of the day. My goodness. Magic's now a 1v4. And I have a feeling QM will be closing the door on Team Spirit. Being able to find 11. Okay, he looked like he wanted to go for a second knife there, but realizing the severity of the situation, a potential extra round on the line. Not the appropriate time to bring one out was now sus. Will not be able to catch him on the cross. But there's so many crossfires on the site itself that Magic does not stand a chance.
Nicely done. So they at least make it here to 5 rounds up on the table. Will it be enough though? That's the question. Still a large gap here for Team Spirit to work with, and this next pistol round for QM, it's gonna be a must to really bounce back. This though was really cheap, really nice. Maybe the confidence boost that QM need. Team Spirit buying up a lot of util here. Magist, flashes, Molotov, smoke. So it tells me they have a game plan in mind. When execute perhaps up onto his side, just go straight for the bomb plant, and then hope it's gonna be enough. Straight into B, it looks like they want to go. There's a smoke right in front, but looks like they can line everything up, or just wait for the smoke to fade and then burst right on out. Now, Nico is right below him in the tunnel waiting with doolies. But as soon as the smoke will fade, backs off. Doesn't want to get overrun. Just jiggling right around the corner, and as soon as he spots a shadow, he definitely notices all the util, needs to be careful, waits for the flash. And Nico with that is out. First player is down into full effect. Searson now as well. They keep the flavor advantage. Somtic's looking for more as that bomb gets planted. Team Spirit off to a good start here. 4v2. Only 2 more to fight. Wow, Somtic's onto more. Headshot after headshot. Only JDC left. Well, and even his head is no more. 11 here for Team Spirit. Kicking off great in this second half opening.
If I'm not mistaken, that's 2 4Ks and 2 pistols for Zontix. He does it with the dual Berettas in our opener, and farms with the Glock in this one. Not a chance in hell QM were coming out on top of that with the amount of shots they were missing onto him too. Some interesting knife names here. Hopefully we get to see some more of them throughout this map, as we do love a good knife kill. We've been spoiled today actually. 2 knife kills, about 6 attempts, and a couple of Zeus frags to boast. The Searson now needs to boast some scout frags, self-boost himself onto the half wall at long. As now Team Spirit pull ahead by 6. Now recent results, despite an overtime against Movistar Riders, have been 16-5 and 16-4 against Evil Geniuses and Zero Tenacity. Now, I will shade Evil Geniuses here. They're not an amazing team. but doing it against Zero Tenacity after almost losing to them on Anubis was quite impressive. Are they about to repeat history to a team that actually managed to get that second map over the line? We'll have to wait and see. But this second round of the half is not looking amazing for the CT side. Force buying is always a risk, but fairly commonplace on maps like Overpass, especially because you can bring that scout out.
Slowly getting towards that corner. Utility flying out to support. Is it going to be enough? There's a counter smoke though. It's more difficult for those right in the bathroom. Or maybe not for Zontic. Looking for more and he will get it. That's free for him. Chopper finds another one. Once again, leaving JDC by himself. Has a Deagle in his hand. Sure, 10 frags to his list. But it's not looking great. This being a force buy, you want a little more than just a single kill. And I think even 2 might be too much to ask for. Artfrost will take him out as Team Spirit will make it to 12. It's looking good. It's looking clean. And yeah, the fact that this was a force buy, of course, understandably so. You know, QM needs some firepower. They need to bounce right back. But because that wasn't quite successful, you gotta be landing yourself in a spot where Spirit is off to potentially 13 rounds. The gap becoming bigger by the second.
Yeah, just a couple of pistols here, 2 of which are upgraded for QM. Their future in this, well, in this map and in this series, clinging on by a thread. And they'd need to thread quite a couple of ridiculous frags together to stand a chance in this round. As Team Spirit completely evade them and slowly edge down low, Magix might come up and get a surprise if he continues through connector, but it's not going to happen. He even stays grouped up as Frost. You be careful. We've seen him die with a bomb a couple of times without it getting planted. As now, yeah, Magic's in for a nasty surprise. JDC will be able to retrieve an AK, but decides instead to run back to the bomb site to try and deny the cross, and Artfrost probably regretting not buying a Mag-10 now with that Desert Eagle investment. Zontic's now outflanking the flankers. One tap sus with his low HP, and Donk chimes in for more. The recovery crew arrives in the nick of time. A shout out to JDC for actually getting 2 kills there. Wait, hold on. Nico's still alive in the back of the bomb site. He's overlooked, but not for long. Great 4K by Donk. And a bomb plant. Not quite coming through, but Spirit do at least get 13.
Damn, can you believe that Donk is currently, what, 21 and 11? Of course,
Jesus.
These frags definitely help out, but yeah, his impact is very notable. It's looking great for Team Spirit, of course. This is another test right now, as QM do have a full buy back on the board. But oh my god, the boost coming about. Artfrost waits out the timing, and Nico immediately is out.
Yeah, Nico not having a good game. Neither is sus. They both had 1 round where they had immeasurable impact, and that has been about it. Nico, big entry onto Banana. Oh, excuse me, big entry onto Monster, and Susp. A nice clean up towards Banana. But unless we see a inhuman performance from the pair of them going forward, that's not going to happen. Magix rips the head off of the latter, and as they continue towards the top of connector, I feel like Searson is next on the chopping block. 4 of the 5 players in round number 19 do not have double digits in terms of frags. JDC tries his damn best, but a lot of the kills have been him being last alive and picking up an extra. Searson does find Magix, but Donk is here to rip his head straight off. Something kills the opposition IGL with a Molotov, and JDC again last alive in an unwinnable 1v4. Team Spirit are about to bag 14 and continue their reign of dominance.
Yeah, and every single time QM is just left with barely anything. No real damage dealt, just a single player that had fallen. It's always JDC that's last alive as well. Yeah, it's like they are lacking the impact. Not quite online. JDC, oh, not sure if Chopper was spotted there. I think not. Maybe now looking to the timing though. Oh, does turn around right on time. So he stays alive. Still has an M4 in his hand. Needs to be careful now not to get hunted down completely. Oh, spray through the wood. Down to 62 HP. He's still standing for how much longer though? 28. People are hunting him down. Oh, we don't get the witnesses in fact. I think he did survive though. This was so good. The opening, the boost, and really trying to put pressure on other parts of the map as well. It's Donk and Zontix to do most of the work, but honestly, Team Spirit. This is exactly the fashion that we kind of wanted to see earlier, right on Anubis. We were expecting this on the second map already as well. But it feels like, you know, this is the fashion, the form that we are used to seeing from them.
Yeah, now this is a well-oiled Team Spirit. Donk, 22 and 11, 2 KD, because why the hell not? Magic's putting up great numbers, Zontix doing really nice on the entries, and Artfrost with the least deaths looking like a bit of a Jame right here. A passive playstyle, but delivering very, very big frags, especially around that A-bomb site. Really enjoyable to watch. Searson, well, definitely a step down from his performance in that second map. Again, it was quite a high ceiling. He was hitting some ridiculous things, but JDC might be the first to go down this time as he's already on 26 points of health. Zontix. Oh, dearie me. Great entry. That's the only amicable player for QM has been removed within the first 30 seconds of the round. Bird from Sky eagerly awaits an opportunity to try and trade as a double swing comes out towards long and Chopper sends Susp flying.
Big disadvantage now to work with. How are you going to be positioning yourself if you are QM? Are you going to be sticking together? Just hope that the individuals can make it work. Searson, of course, we know, even with a scout in his hand, he can make some magic happen. Spotter towards long though. Needs to be careful. Nico actually found himself a kill upon Zontix. That's really impactful. Donk now also tagged. Is suddenly Team Spirit? Well, maybe using your utility this time is going to be a bit more important. Try to eliminate a couple of angles. You can be peeked from. Oh, Chopper. Love to see that out of him. And that. It's just kill after kill. No pressure. 13 kills for Chopper as we speak. Sure, he's not. He's actually bottom fracking on the team. But, you know, he's doing his bit himself as well. And showing why he's part of the squad as well.
So that's actually a nuts triple kill from Chopper there on the AWP. Really clean. Searson bodied. And that last one onto Nico, I did not expect him to land at least first bullet. It's crazy that Chopper, the IGL, bottom fragging for his team, would be top fragging on the other by a sizable margin. JDC has 6 more deaths than him to his 13 kills, and nobody else is yet on double digits, as Nico just gets tagged through the door and doesn't do a single bit of damage in return. Team Spirit, this is match point. They've got 10 opportunities to close, and I don't see a world in which, well, QM can do anything to get back into this series. Oh no. Oh no. Susp brutalized by Donk's rear flank. Somehow he has survived the initial onslaught, as JDC is now forced to focus on behind. He was about to fall back, no longer gifted that opportunity. Bomb is retrieved and they head down to B. Probably not the best of calls, but with the way they've been playing, I don't think it'll matter. They are landing every shot.
50 seconds. Time for Spirit to make a move though. Contact through Monster. Searson is looking the right way. And so is Nico. Searson with the scout. Full on action. Nice headshot coming out of him. So we'll make the numbers even and the time will start to continue to tick. Can they make this happen though? They need to deny. They need so many more rounds. Bomb thrown on the side. Team Spirit want to get this plan going. Oh, a bit from Sky. Caught in the smoke. Nico looking for at least a little bit more. Maybe try to deny the bomb. That will be... Wait, actually, no, the bomb was planted. But man, it's suddenly in 1 versus 3. May just needs to clean this one right up. Certainly possible, but it is still a tough job. From behind comes JDC, so this round, it's not going to be happening. QM stay within it. Now making it 6-15.
That was actually a nutty couple of taps from Nico there. Killing the planter and the follow-up through the smoke. As Team Spirit aren't able to get it done in, well, 20 rounds. Not 21 for that matter, but coming into the 22nd, still very, very far ahead. I don't think there's anything that they need to worry about, as that is the first round, if I'm not mistaken, that QM have found on their CT side of Overpass. It took them a damn long time. Searson does look to continue down this avenue. There is a little bit of money behind the defensive squad. But regardless of money, and even if they do start waking up properly now, a deficit of 9 rounds, all needing to be so clean and so perfectly polished, I don't think it's going to happen. And Bird from Sky down to 27. JDC also on the receiving end of some heavy blows. Now all we can do is pray for QM, as Team Spirit are definitely the favourites.
Time slowly chipping away. Team Spirit still trying to make decisions of where to go yet. A bit spread out across the map with a couple of players lurking towards the bathroom. The bomb also making its way towards the bathroom, it seems. But we still have 2 players who potentially sticking around on B. Actually, Magisk makes his way back from that B-bomb site. But Searson is taking a bit of a proactive approach. I like that coming out of him. That is maybe exactly what you need in rounds like these when it matters. Sospy tries to do the same thing. Not quite the opportunity. Ooh, but he's spotted a shadow here, I think. Not sure if he realizes someone is quite close already. But certainly he's going to be hearing all these footsteps. Will that angle be checked? Ooh, Sospy gets away with it. Of course, now the eyes are upon him. But look at the time. There's only 7 seconds. You still need to get the bomb down. That's not going to happen.
Oh, this is a big problem. Artfrost does manage to keep the AWP alive. But just indecisiveness. A lack of recognition of how low that timer is. Sus doing great work. A hero in that round, to say the very least. There's now a timeout called by Team Spirit. Choking a little bit towards the end of the line. Probably could have got things done flawlessly. 2 in a row for QM. Plenty of timeouts do remain for Spirit. That's not entirely the issue here. They also have a lot of opportunity to close this one out, but as I've seen many a time on this map before in the Tier 2 sphere, it is weirdly a lot easier to put CT rounds up on Overpass when your back is against the wall. It's a mental thing. I've spoken to people about it before. But still, 8 flawless rounds in a row is a tall order. But made easier by the fact Zontix is bringing a Glock into this round.
It's not impossible. We still have, of course, ARP, double AK. Looks like contact play into connector. Maybe the same train we saw a bit earlier. Having Donk here with a supportive smoke as well. Trying to eliminate a couple of angles. Give a bit of space for the team to work with. But ultimately, what's the plan going to be? No entry as of just yet. It's all relatively quiet. Ooh, we do have Sospy who has all this information. He's the first that could easily get behind them. Oh, he just goes for a bit of a peek. Had a stop or a feeling deep down in his stomach that maybe some action was going down. But Sospy now taken out himself. Nothing he can do. Still a 4-on-4.
Yeah, now as Team Spirit stack up, Bird from Sky knocks him down. Zontics are not able to entry in this one, but Chopper spots his opposition. And will gun him down in the bathrooms as Donk comes out from long. Great headshot onto JDC. Now a 3 versus 2 and narrowly misses the timing onto Searson. Barrel spotted. Donk, excellence as always. 26 frags to his name and could add one more scalp to that tally. Nico a 1 versus 3 to keep QM's hopes and dreams alive in this opening round as he barrels his way down long. Nobody there yet to receive him, but God, they leave that timer low again. Bomb is eventually planted. Frost will seal the deal here, 16-7. An amazing performance here from Team Spirit on Overpass, not letting anything slip by them. QM, massive props to them on their opening series as a team, beat Spirit on Anubis, and that Spirit's map pick. But Ancient ended up slipping out of their favour in that second half, and Overpass was never really a talking point. So, Spirit, they've done it again. They had another win to that streak, and will also be moving up with Aurora at 1-0 bracket. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, this was a really exciting best of 3 though. You know, getting to see QM as a new roster. Yeah, and there were definitely some very nice light points. You know, we saw Anubis that looks so clean. Spirit just had no way they could adapt and were very much flustered. Also, Ancient first half extremely close. Sure, second half could have been better. Overpass, perhaps a bit of a different story. Right now, it felt like Spirit was really getting into their flow. Donk was doing extremely well with 24 frags, or 25, I believe, even towards the end. Zontix to support him around. Even Artfrost showing good signs of life after being quite quiet on the first couple of maps. So it was a great team effort here on Overpass, and I feel just across the entire day. But do have to give props to QM. They gave Spirit a very, very good fight.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the start of the first map and that second map, they look like a very well put together team. You would not expect that this is a team that have played one official together. I know the names on the server are very recognisable. I mean, JDC from Mouse, you've got Bird from Skyin, from CPH Flamed, Ecstatic, all that lot. But this is a very impressive first showing against what is an in-form Spirit, like a very, very good looking CIS squad. And with the addition of Donk, who was sensational, the most workhorse top fragger I've ever seen, doesn't need to go for the flashy kills all the time, because yes, he has a good supporting cast, but again, he gets the kills when they're needed and in the middle of the rounds where they matter the most. A shout out to him, an amazing player. I expect to be seeing him in Tier 1 very, very soon.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, shout out as well to the CS and JDC side. I felt like they were doing extremely well here today. So they deserve some recognition. But yeah, you know, they are not out of the tournament just yet. They're going to be going into the lower bracket. I have to find out, of course, if they can still pull through into those playoffs. There is still a chance for it, and I'm excited to see more of this new team. But we do have to wrap things up here, because very shortly we have another best of 3 ready and waiting for you guys. That's going to be OG facing off against Ikla. So don't go anywhere, stay with us. We will be back after the break.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
dream of working with people you watch on screen? Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello, we are here right now and right on your screen. And my name is Ifira. Next to me is B-Dog, and after the previous best of 3 concluded, well, we are not done with the day just yet. We have got another one prepped up, ready to go for you. But first of all, how are you doing today, Brandon?
Yeah, good. Like, really happy to be here. And you're right, we've got 2 best of 3s to bring you to close out the rest of today. We've got a fun one coming up instantaneously, right? We've got OG taking on Ikla UA, and that should be a really exciting match. We obviously get another little peek at the new OG lineup, where they're kind of going through this transition period, moving a lot of pieces around over the summer, and now they look to kind of get things in the right direction. Same can actually be said for Ikla UA, right? Because this is a team that has kind of come through and they've divided. They're now a separate team. Ikla have also got a main European team as well, which is really cool for this organization to have 2 teams playing under their banner. That's match 3 that you can see on the top right of the screen. And then just below, coming up a little bit later on, we've got Eternal Fire taking on Los Kagutos.
I feel like this Ikla roster, though, already was the main roster. And right now, it has been ran down a little bit. I don't think it's got the same exact quality as the previous iteration, but still, nonetheless, a roster that you can't really write off too easily. But first, let's go up into seeing what both teams we've got. We've already explained that, but we've also got a Swiss bracket somewhere laying about that we don't need to get into right now. We first got OG Esports, and this is exactly the roster that you already mentioned. So many changes coming through. 3 new players. You're going to have to take some time to adapt to the new situation again. Obviously, Nexa and Fiku staying about from the older roster and having a lot of play together already. But then you add in the fragging power of Fashion, Regali, Keto coming through as well. He's not really been worked in fully just yet, but they also just have not played enough matches together to fully conclude whether this lineup is even going to be as strong as people think it will be.
Look, I think it's actually a very interesting team looking at on paper. I think another thing to throw into the mix is that Nexa has also just come back because he was on a little bit of player absence towards the middle-in portion of the first set of the 6 months. So it's going to be interesting. The fact that you're building around Fiku as well, I think that's actually a very good decision for OG. I think this guy has actually got a lot of potential, and in the right circumstances with the right players, his ceiling can go a long way. Regali, a player that has already played for OG, he filled in for them over at Dallas, and now he's stepping into a more permanent role. I think, again, there's a lot of high potential with these players. They're all very young. You've got Fasher that used to play on Fnatic. Now he's come over and he's playing very different roles to what he used to do with Fnatic, so they're more teething issues. And Keto, he's got the experience, he knows what it's like to play at the top, and he's hoping to elevate this team alongside Nexa to bring it back into the tier 1 space. But what's really good about this lineup is that they are just playing competitions. They are getting reps in, and that is so important, especially for a team that has gone through as many changes as OG.
And we saw that with a lot of tournaments as well with a lot of miracle runs like Aurora, like Gamer Legion, who were continuously playing in tournaments in the season where the tier 1 kind of sat still. And Ikla was also one of those rosters that just had so much playtime. You constantly saw them playing in whatever tournament they could find. And Bernine, Soltovsky, the Olper, he's a spectacular player. I think this lineup, I really like it because it's one of those ones that continuously fly under the radar, and then they do get those upset victories. But if I'm honest, not too familiar with Paul Bandana and Fancy, so I'm very curious to see how they work into the roster when you have already got so much fragging power. And Kenzizor as well, 17-year-old, there is a lot of future, at least, in this team.
Yeah, I watched the core 3 of these guys play in Player Break with the Logar Cup, and Kenzizor was actually a real standout player for this team, and it's gone for a little bit of a shuffle. Paul Bandana fans do come in and they join this core. Kenzizor, Saltovsky, Bio9. Bio9 and Saltovsky have been playing together for quite a number of years, so it's good to see that they've still got that chemistry together. Kenzizor is definitely, as you mentioned, a player to watch out for. And Paul Bandana, I've seen him in a few mixes, and I think this is his first real, true opportunity within a team environment. And he looked pretty good just playing kind of the less structured Counter-Strike that you typically expect out of mixes. So now he's in a more rigid format. I think that his skills will then be put on show.
Even with a fantastic team and a lot of potency, when you look at these both names, Ikla versus OG, you know it's going to be a struggle. OG, they ban out Vertigo, which for Ikla, they've played it twice, they've lost it both times, so I don't think they're going to be too crazy about that not being able to get played. Ancient pick out of OG, sticking to what they know already and what's been in their repertoire for a while. So overall, Mirage then for Ikla, I don't know. You're going to have to show a lot of aim there.
Yeah, look, the Mirage pick makes sense. I feel like Ikla wouldn't have minded even picking Ancient, but it's a strong map pool for both of these teams. They both play similar maps. It's always going to be those permas. Inferno has decided it's going to rely a lot on fundamentals, and where you've got a team that has been formulated, sure, for OG, whilst it's going to take time for them to reascend into the tier 1, that 1.5 pocket. At the end of the day, these are teams that have just got incredible individuals on display. They know how to play solid fundamental Counter-Strike. This veto is looking as expected, but a little bit troubling for Ikla. And I feel like I don't want to write them off, but at the same time, we are going to see a golfing class on the server.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. You don't want to write any team off, but there is just a clear-cut difference. Even if you remove all the history of the players and you just simply look at team ranking, there is also a huge disparity there, especially since the higher you get up at the top, the tougher it is to try and compete. But OG, they have somewhat, I don't want to say they've been struggling, but they have been going through the runner of this new lineup. And in their past 5 matches, they basically went to the max every single time, the full best of 3 being played out, which to a certain extent is good for a roster like this, because that means extra rep time, extra demos that you can look back at, so a whole lot of positives. But the negatives are that they lost 3 out of the 5 of them and only beaten Aurora and Saw, which then they also got defeated by later against that real tier 1 like Virtus Pro, Na'Vi. That is where they're still struggling. But here we go, up against Ikla. They're gonna have to have a monstrosity of a game if this ends in a victory for Ikla.
Yeah, look, it's going to be difficult. Let's get this one underway, right? OG immediately split in. It's going to be an A split on the cards. 2 players in Donut. That feels pretty decent to kick things off by a 9 with the 2 double headshots. There we go. That's basically half of the split already nullified. And Saltovsky is even rotating in to help things out over towards A. Every shot is being hit for Ikla at the moment. Nexa trying to do his best to actually take 3 to the grave with him, which is exceptional output from OG's IGL, but ultimately just didn't have the pieces to help him out.
My goodness. Ikla, what a way to show yourself off. And even had he gotten that final kill, and there would have been a player flanking from behind, Kenzizor came through. But in general, just a round where Ikla hit their shots, completely dismantling whatever OG was trying. And since they didn't get a bomb plant, see an upgraded pistol on Nexa. with the kills that he got. And apart from that, you're just looking at trying to do as much damage if you're OG as possible.
Yeah, we'd love a bomb plant, although it's going to be really difficult. And what we're already seeing, I think, straight out the gate, look, we're in round 2. I think you could even argue round 1, where Ikla were prioritizing presence towards middle, that's where these big gunfights are going to really start to mold and take shape as we develop across this first half. Already smokes being deployed for Ikla, a redeployment over towards Cave. There is no way through for OG in round 2, which is, I'll be honest, just as expected, given the firepower, given what they're working with. They're probably just going to try and run down the clock as much as possible, force a rotation somewhere, and try and just get some extra cash.
Or maybe a change of the guard with the Deagle. OG waiting outside B, which technically they've got a way in. Soltovsky is only there with a scout. You can spray through the wooden panels, but if you manage to evade that at least, and then the smoke gets redeployed, making it barely a viable option for the T's. OG just waiting, hoping that Ikla go napping, where they're setting up for
it's a cool boost.
Yet another mulcher.
Doesn't really net anything. It's just the issue. Now you're just going to have to try and run in. Kenzie's all be called into action. And yeah, that goes about as expected. NT for OG, but no dice. However, as mentioned, that's just Glocks. Now you're going to get the AKs in round 3. So ASAP, this bonus buy has to try and come and match up against AK-47s. You have got one M4. That's your premium weapon on Kenzie's Ore, but that's about it. So OG applying pressure very early into this game.
Through and through bonus buy here for Ikla. Kenzie's Ore playing anti-flash together. Just runs through, actually gets that kill going as well. Great flashing by Fiku. Trade away. Take that, Fancy. Did barely spot him, and that's disappointing for Nexa. Not getting the kill there. And this split OG push, yet again. Ikla are doing well to match the pace and match the demands of the position. Clears out Paul Bandana with a nice shot. Brings it back into a 3-on-3.
I mean, look, there's a route open here. I like the fact that Regali's taking deep space out towards CT. He's now just holding just in case. Ikla want to try and reset, but they're actually going to scale. There's a chance to catch off this bomb here, which is a little bit worrying, and that is why the smoke's been deployed as well. Safely makes its way over. That can now be punched in by Fiku. A 3-on-3 on the cards, but it feels like it is going OG's way.
Fasher. He's basically got the entire world up against him. Falls at the first hurdle. Soltovsky, without losing a single bit of HP, he's going to be feeling confident. Fiku. Tough angle to try and play, especially with Cave completely open. Soltovsky now barging through on the site, and again, barely loses any HP. Regali is now the only one left who can try and carry the torch, but instead his lights get extinguished. My goodness, Ikla are competing here.
Yeah, I literally just said, oh, that should be around for OG. Shouldn't be too much trouble coming into that, especially with their advanced positions. But that afterplant was just played pretty poorly. I'll be honest. Like, it's unfortunate here for Fasher because the flashbang lands on him, so they know exactly where he is. Overwhelmed 3 versus 1. Can only hope for an instantaneous trade. Fiku isolated. Regali can't help him there, and he's just out completely in the open. Which means that Ikla, they come onto the bomb site at a 3-on-3, but they basically have a 3 versus 1 in every single one of their fights. This one's a lot faster. OG not satisfied with how that round went, looking for more, but Saltovsky opens up the account on towards Nexa.
Brilliant. Great way to start again for Ikla. OG. He's not finding any of that success. Regali hasn't had an AWP in his hands just yet, but fighting 4v5, and Fasher also down incredibly low. I feel like the pace that OG are trying to set is a bit too quick for their own good. Losing a player early on, not fully being prepared, and especially being a newer team. trying to push that quickly and throw yourself into the belly of the beast, you best be prepared to slice out its guts.
Interesting fight taking shape in mid. We just miss it, but by 9, it's a contact play. He does find another kill. Good trade out of Fiku, but we need a little bit more on Satoshi. We're just holding with the AWP. It's a very flat T-side approach so far for OG, and for Ikla, they are farming them up right now. Really nice reactions here. The fact that you go for this layering in towards mid here, the push on pure contact after taking the initial space from this AWP, it's really well done because it keeps a lot of pressure on OG, and they never really feel comfortable in the map control they've supposedly taken.
And that's what I love about this Ikla lineup. They're not playing afraid at all. When you go up against a team as tenured as OG, it very often happens with players slowing down, being a bit afraid to seek those challenges, but Ikla, they just aggress up mid, get another kill. The AWP is covered. Especially when you hear that AWP scope in. This is awkward though. Keto's already through the door. Meanwhile, the rest of his team are still falling behind, but actually it works out perfectly as the smoke also lands for Donut. Temple is completely smoked off. So OG, they should be getting a plant here, but very often this does get pre-fired. They are ready for it, but Nexa gets it down. Wires connected and post-plant engaged.
There's a lot of utility here, and obviously you already did it with Keto, really, who has got the rifle. Got also a decent position towards Temple, but Pole Bandana about to take first contact here. Needs to be wary of this boost. There are kits in play, there's smoke. It should be okay here for Ikla. OG just trying their best. That's a fantastic boost to eliminate one, but here we go. Here comes the M4s. Needs to actually start getting a wriggle on that bomb. We don't know with the boosted player either. Kenzie Saw will jump on it, and no way.
Oh
Ikla, they gave a lot of respect over to OG there, and that just comes back to bite them.
Everybody dies. And Kenzazor's indecisiveness didn't get him killed. He would have been dead either way, but OG, what a round to be winning. Out of nowhere. Fiku was well up close. Sure, he got cleared out, but took ample players with him. For that to be the Kickstarter round, Ikla are going to be kicking themselves in the shin, so there's nothing left anymore. They've got enough money to buy back up again, but it's just a round that you shouldn't be losing. And you give OG their foot through the door.
Yeah, you're right. Look, it's exactly that. It's the fact that you've given them a way in where it felt like there wasn't one to begin with. Fantastic plant for OG, but the main thing there for Ikla is what they had all the utility, they had all of the weaponry. They were in the prime position to just go for that retake, but as I mentioned just a couple of seconds ago, they gave a lot of respect over to those Deagles. They didn't want to fight OG just head on and just barrage their way into the bomb site, and it just comes back to cost them. They took a lot of time to delay. There wasn't an instantaneous reaction out of them when they decided that they did actually want to go for the split through. Here we go. Exactly the kind of response you need. Right? Proactive play, pushing down B ramp. Regali now smoked off. Keto isolates all alone, and this presents a 1 versus 1 for Pole Bandana to get involved.
OG. Just sit behind the smokes. It looked like we're going to have that early door engagement. With pushing cave. Pole Bandana just jiggle peeking. Should be able to get away with it rather easily. And especially now that the molly has landed. Will force them out of their position, but also give extra time for Pole Bandana to wait on the smoke. Peeks on now, and now that they've spotted, there he goes. Actually lines him up as well. Love the aggression. Peeks in the face of Thatcher and Keto. Fiku over at mid. Engaged in battle. A lot of damage taken though. And the Ikla still in a very comfortable spot, but can OG find some sort of maneuver to find themselves in an advantageous position? And by an eye, I think that just might be the finish of the round.
Yeah, that one's a little bit unnecessary of an overextension there, because if that fight goes the other way, suddenly you've presented OG with an opportunity. Fortunately enough for Bio9, he is able to lock that one in. Regali on B, I think he hears this player out towards long. He knows that there was a player that pushed him to his ramp. Oh, that's a shame. He knew where both of them were. But Pole Bandana just swings and covers his teammate perfectly. This is the sort of thing that OG are going to have to get used to as well when they are playing down in these Tier 2 tournaments, Pinnacle Cup, especially over in CCT. They kind of got blindsided a lot by teams just really forcing the issue and overextending on peaks that wouldn't commonly occur in Tier 1. The Pole Bandana swing there, I mean, that's a really nice couple of kills to find, but I doubt it's something that OG were necessarily anticipating.
Apparently not, otherwise he doesn't get 2 kills there, but I love that you mentioned it as well, because it's such a true point that the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is a lot more iron out play, but sometimes when you forget about the nitty-gritty, you just go at their throats. It's a style that works initially until your opponent figures it out, until they start adapting to it. And thus far, I think it's very clear-cut that OG, they haven't adapted to it. They are struggling in the gun rounds, even after winning the eco, and I thought that would be some kind of turning point, right? The favorite team coming through here wins a round they shouldn't be winning. Ikla are going to be disappointed. OG are going to be rejuvenated, and just like that, the ball starts rolling. Well, the ball for OG still is deflated, and they're not kicking it towards the goal at all.
Yeah, you got to talk about game plans here, and what's been set up here by Ikla has been really impressive, right? The fact that they are disrupting defaults, and they've been doing it with variation. We've seen a pushing towards cave. We've then seen the mid aggression that's been layered towards the middle portions of the round with contact. It literally just flashes up on the screen there. What you want to see out of OG, and something that has worked obviously with this eco, is that they haven't just grouped up together and gone for a hit just straight off rip, or they haven't taken map control slowly in the default and then all gathered up together and gone with smokes into a bomb site. It's been very contact heavy. It's been very dependent on waiting for reactions and re-aggressions from Ikla, and that's kind of where you fall into a little bit of a trap, because the game plan of disruption really is working for this CT side. And OG, they will feel frustrated with this first half at the moment, because on paper, they are the better team. With experience, they've got it in buckets and spades, and they are hoping that they can just get things on the same page. A tech pause. It's actually just unfortunate that we can't get the game straight back underway, but we have got a disconnect on the side of Ikla. Fance has just dropped out. Hopefully, he's back in a sec. But an extended pause, honestly, this only benefits OG.
Ikla can't keep their momentum going. OG can formulate a response here and think about a clever way to deny Ikla those aggressive plays. Honestly, OG have been even waiting on angles. You mentioned in the previous round that it was a pretty silly push by Ikla on ramp, but next they just got caught napping, so perhaps that also plays into effect that OG are coming into this first round of Swiss, because we're at the very start of this tournament and they're a bit lackadaisical still. They recognize, okay, well, we're firmly the better team here. It's a bad mentality, but a lot of teams and a lot of players will have that in general. If you're going to be coming into a matchup like this and think it's going to be easy cruising, especially since Ikla have got 2 unknown factors, unproven as well, on their own team, they are meshing so well then. It looked for a second like we were going to get the game underway again, but we're back into a tech pause, it seems like. But a lot of chats and back and forth, so I'm sure we'll resume the action as soon as possible.
Yeah, you got to match medic the round as well. And then you got to unpause it too. So it's fine. There we go. Straight in. We're here. Limited money. I think that's worth talking about for OG, right? Since planting the bomb and then getting reset off the back of it, they're going to be working with Tech 9s, and this is going to be a limited factor coming into the rest of this first half. If OG are struggling to get onto the bomb sites and plant the bombs, we're going to be a little bit of a yo-yo effect for them, where it's going to be one Tech 9 round followed up by rifles if they keep losing in the manner that they are currently doing. Faster play. Nades just chunked down Keto a little bit, but here we go. 5 players all grouping up. We're heading B.
Got a few pistols, and this is how they won the first round. Pole Bandana, brilliant shot, just taps to the right, strays it over. Can strays as well. Sotovsky coming through to save Pole Bandana some pressure, and just like that, the entire OG push, they can go in a grave together. Keto will join them shortly, and just like that, OG fall flat again.
Here we go, getting some mileage out of Pole Bandana as well. Nice shot, good discipline just to fall in, which then baits the contact in further for Saltovski's AWP. 6-1. Bomb plant. Not the result for OG. But another buyback in. Limited money as well is going to keep Regali's AWP and the amount of purchases he can have with it limited, which is going to be another instrumental factor to this OG lineup because he's playing exceptionally well. And if you can't be having this prized possession, your premium weapon, round in, round out, that's where it starts to get a struggle. Fantastic flash by Fiku to allow that trade in for Nexa.
Ramp aggression again, and this is exactly why OG could have benefited from that timeout, but they actually hold. Regali splits around the corner, sees just the one. Might not be aware of the ult from Saltovski just yet. So if he over-aggresses here up, he over-aggresses on Paul Bandana already, goes down, and then you've still got the ult for Saltovski to deal with, and Fasher thought he might have been able to catch the time, and Saltovski immediately running over. Actually does back down for a second. He would have gotten beat on the timer, but Ikla in a 2-on-2.
This is really well done from Saltovski. Getting aggressive here with the AWP is the last thing that OG are going to expect. Nexa. Oh, does clear it. That's fantastic. And as a result, OG can now get the bomb down. Vance. They know he was on A. You can hear all the smokes being dropped and the utility. Now's picked up a kit. Now tries to work an angle of approach coming in from mid.
OG right around this period, they're going to realise that maybe we shouldn't be this hard stuck, that he's approaching it from a CT side and angle. And Nexa clears out lane. Makes a nice hole in the head of Vance, and OG, they do double up, get the second round going, but they spray as well by Nexa, taking them 15 bullets to clear out one player. Those are also the tiny little things. We can mention the scrappiness that Ikla are coming through, but also OG just aren't that accurate right now.
You want to talk about what he did well in the round. He got 4 kills. He single-handedly saved that round because of his positioning. Very important trades coming out of Nexa there, which really spearheaded the majority of the offense in round 8. Keto looking for more. Hello. He's already run through. Vance fully blind. Iron9 can't trade through this smoke, and neither can Kenzie's AWP. So a lot of mid-mileage has been taken here by OG. Now they start to fall back and retreat because these smokes, so they're starting to expire.
Regali. It's a dangerous game to be playing, but he does kill Paul Bandana. Trade dings. He's went travel through a box first. Saltovski, he played that position a few times as well. But OG in the driver's seat firmly in the 5v3. I'll scratch that, but at least Nexa did a lot of damage on his way out. Still, OG are in a position where they should just win out the round, and they're going to very quickly realize that with Fasher's lurk. He's pausing it for a second, though. B is entirely open.
This is smart. Basically, what's going to happen here is OG are going to go completely silent at B. Then Fiku should probably activate in a few seconds. Discover that A is clear. That means it should be information that Ledge is going to be a possibility. But instead, Kenzie's all just holds W and finds 2 quick kills. Now the round has completely changed course of direction. Keto has to evacuate. He needs to go towards A. And Saltovski, he's even holding for this aggression. Fiku doesn't know what hit him. The positioning out of Ikla, based on all of this communication, is phenomenal.
That is honestly mental, especially that Saltovski was still holding the B or the A side of push. The big wraparound, and all that Keto can do is hold up and save. But Kenzie's or being able to catch Fasher off guard, that is an odd one. Fasher just not thinking that the aggression would be that great. And, I mean, to be fair, with how alone B got left, it makes sense that Ikla wanted to check everything for a second and clear it out. Fasher just didn't read into that. Aggression again. Keto, so much damage taken.
That's a really good example of like kind of teething issues in mid rounds for OG, because the play that was taking shape, it was half a second early those B players pushed. If they waited half a second, Fika gets that info, and then I guarantee you they clear ledge first, and that round goes a whole other way. Instead, focusing back in on the present, mid control has actually been won out a lot of these rounds by OG, and they have got deep control yet again. Bio9 somehow escapes with a sliver of HP, forces him in towards B, and right now that's looking like the final destination for OG.
He'll be able to join the welcoming committee. Haven't been all too nice over at B. VQ obliterates Paul Bandana. VQ sticking down on the angle, and with how low Bio9 is, Soltovsky clearing the corner. Keto is quick with it though, and OG sitting in their spots, waiting for Ikla to reaggress. Seems to have worked perfectly. This B-side push still needs to work, but with Kenzie's Ort done, Bio9, there's no expectations on the shoulder there. Maybe get the one and done, but he was always getting overwhelmed.
Much better from OG. Look, they've learned that in the mid-round, Ikla, if they lose control, they're going to have to push an extremity. More often than not, they've been finding a lot of success over towards B. Paul Bandana goes looking, this time completely dealt with. And that's when Keto can start to activate his contact once that's been assumed in towards mid. And notice how he holds. He doesn't overextend, he waits for the AWP just to walk into him. That is so well done.
Shooting, man. Keto also being aware of Soltovsky, that basically buried the round. Also making sure that they can't save anything over means that Ikla are in a peculiar position that is impossible to navigate, really. CZ, 2 Deagles, and MP9, and Soltovsky with an actual real weapon coming through. But OG, they are playing catch-up, so rounds like these are much needed, and especially considering that Ikla go down, they don't have a buy anymore coming into the next, so you can at that point already put OG up to 5.
Need to get there first. These rounds with pistols can really just spiral out of control. How many times have me and you seen that, especially over on the CCT circuit, Dan? So I'm holding my breath. Yeah. Especially with the double cave setup. In fact, make it a third player over towards B now. You're getting that rifle involved. That's everything.
As long as the pieces connect. OG, or at least indicating the start of the push. CZ quick to get overwhelmed. Fasher looking for more where that came from. Soltovsky still moving down a far back angle. He does get the first. And this is where your pistol kind of needs to come into play, but it doesn't matter if you've got a shot through the smoke into the dome of Regali. You found a man advantage. Keto at the edge of the smoke, playing well, and that's the A1 now lost. And this is kind of the issue with a round like this. You might make it seem incredibly close, but as soon as the big rifle goes down, the pistols, they're going to have to over-excel, and they haven't done that, meaning like just Bio9 is left.
That's pretty cool on the HUD, actually. I've just noticed that we actually get live damage done in the round. Pretty cool. Nice little feature. Shout out HUD developers, production over at Pinnacle. But yeah, you're right. This is, as soon as this M4 gets removed, it's like, okay, well, round's done. Nice heads-up play by Keto just to dance around the corner of that smoke. And for Ikla, they just had a lot of aggressive pieces over in cave, and as a result, you can't really pick up the rifle. It gets dropped over towards the end of long. It will be that buy one get one free round, as you alluded to. 7-4 should become 7-5 because the USPs you don't really expect too much from. Cute little stack. Look at this.
Far back though. I mean, with the USPs, if you peek into that, the face best be hidden. Otherwise, have a nice victim to shoot at. USP actually being able to escape there. It's not going to draw anybody in. He now joins the rest of his team. Wants to be part of the beehive approach. Regali.
He does not know what waits for him on the other side of that wall. It should be fine, though, because, look, you've got Nexa gutting out Donut with the MAC-10. Although... Oh, no, it's fine. He can just line up a smoke. Yeah, off they go. Wait. That's fine. It's 30 seconds. That's the only bit where it gets scary. Is that there's 30 seconds left, but...
Golly, here he goes. Oh, gets 2. Fair enough. He's long range. No issue at all.
It's fine.
You can never be 100% sure, though. It's always the stack up. Oh. Especially with that close, because the only way you really lose against those USPs is by having a hard head and not wanting to change off its course. So, OG, they get away very well with that.
That's a lot of damage through that mid-smoke. However, this time Regali is holding, yet again, for B aggression. Position of Pole Bandana noted, but that is a snappy adjustment on towards Fasha. He wants to fight forward onto Regali, but blind, he just hits the shot. Much needed. Respite coming in for OG now. As let's bring this game ever so close. Still the player advantage with this T side, and as rotations scamper over towards B, OG. Think about A.
Ooh, Regali spots that. That's a scope in the secondary time, but Mackenzie's tries to re-aggress with the flash, but Regali's already hiding behind the wall. Now it's just waiting for the rest of the OG members, and secondary player spotted the flash already. And OG, they could put this one together, confirm that A is entirely clear, and the only thing that's dangerous are these rotations that Keto has just cut off. He's only got 30 HP to try and hold the line, but he's basically also the information giver.
What a round out of Regali. There we go. Said, look, limited in his options, but as soon as he gets that AWP, that's where he finds impact. Immediately gets a hat-trick of kills, deals with the aggression. This time, Ikla, it's not mid-round aggression, it's just straight out the gate. However, being helped by an AWP, it's a little bit difficult. And OG even throwing a couple of players in to try and hunt their money is built up to a point where it's a success story if they go for it. However, losing everyone really isn't a good idea.
That's horrible. And they're still going to have money, of course, due to winning. And the majority is going to be around that 7k range or above it. That's still so costly. And these are the kind of moments where you have to look back and think, dude, was it really worth it, those 2 weapons? I don't think so. Not at all, but OG, you don't really know that before you go for the push. Hindsight is 2020. They still have a buy back up, and they're going to hit the ground running again.
It's a good time to call this. Why you've been so slow off rip for so many of these rounds for OG, now you just want to do something fast out the gate. S4 will hit a nice shot. Has to fall in, and he does actually manage it. There's 3 players in Donut for the rest of OG to deal with. And you got to get past that AWP. Nice flick out of Regali. And the smoke lands in time too. You've even got this lurking player of Fasha trying to get involved. His options, they're limited. Everyone's staring at him because that smoke's up on A.
My goodness. Yeah, Keto tried to get cute with it. Now it's all up to Regali. Can he hold Donut? Can he hold those lines? The smoke now fades. 2 players coming through from CT.
This is a wild flank timing out of Nexa. He's got so much trust in Regali now to hold on.
Oh my god. Regali is going to have to get lucky now. He'll be able to kill the one, but just one AWP shot. No pistol as well to swap to. And Nexa also goes down. It's a great flank. Didn't work. And now Regali might not even make it out alive. Only barely. But OG, a lot of plays that were getting very cute, and in the end, they turned out to be scary.
Yeah, I like the decision as well. Just a small thing out of Ikla is the fact that they had the MP9s just run forward through that smoke, trying to offset even more to OG's attack. And what that does as well is it stops them getting through CT via Temple, and it means the rotations aren't that limited. Nice start out of Bayer 9, knows the lineups perfectly to find that opening kills. We head into the last round of play in this first half.
Decoy. I guess you buy up everything that you can in the final round, but OG. I've been struggling. And this is not what anybody is going to expect when they tune into a game of Ikla versus OG. That OG are getting put under pressure. Yet again, the first kill falls in favor of Ikla. I don't think they know about Nexus pushed up position though. He's right around the corner. You've got Soltovsky looking over towards A. Bayer 9, he's holding the line, but with Nexa being able to go through, there's the push. And just like that, A's been opened up. It's smoked off as well. And Ikla are going to have to find other benches that might make them, you know, path through.
What are we working with here? No flashes for Ikla. And Regali can have a field day. He's got Fasher in support too. Nice clean up at the tail end. 8-7. A very good recovery from what could have been way worse for OG.
We go into the second half as well. Ikla, of course, leading. This pistol round could go a long way for them. Already being able to stand up to the task, getting the pistol round, even more pressure on the OG, but now Ikla, they're not on the defense anymore, so they're going to have to show that aggression in order to find a way through.
Well, they're doing it. I think we're going to run through this smoke. Nexus seemingly aware of this possibility, but shots just aren't quite landing. So it'll be up to Fiku, who does deliver on the first, but Nexus is currently being overwhelmed. Has to fall all the way back towards the A site, and there is plenty of players that he can call for support in. And Nexus actually just takes the fight around the corner. Pole Bandana will strike, but you might be ready for another player in Keto. But are you ready for the boost as well? Oh, yes you are!
Wow.
Pole Bandana just hits everything!
Kenzizor as well now, as having dispatched of Regali. All rests on Fiku. Nice first shot, but Paul Bandana, man, he doesn't miss. 3k in the round. And my, oh my, OG getting overwhelmed. Every step of the way, the aggression that they were showing worked out perfectly. Until Nex also started pushing. There was a pressed up position out of Fasher with the dualies. OG, they hit the pavement. They forced back up to try and allow themselves a way in, but it's such a bad buy.
All it means is you just have to use your utility to try and buy as much time as possible. The issue you've got is that you've already deployed a couple of pieces. And there's only one smoke left on Keto, and he's actually dropped that without any pressure here. So now you're putting a heavy reliance on these pistols to get involved. We know the individuals of OG are pretty good. They're going to need to rely on that potential. Coming up against this force, a lot of players in cave for Ikla as they slowly start to take map control. Bant's going to fall away, but that info has already been gathered. Okay, for sure. You just want 80s. Why not?
Yep. And in the meanwhile, at the other extremity of the map, Ikla throwing their util over for a B hit. Nexa has one peek over, and then his blinds are shut. And just like that, Ikla going to be able to find a rather easy victory for OG right now. Just save. Don't even try to go anywhere near the site. It's been proven to be way too lethal for you. Not getting a single kill for OG is going to be disappointing.
Oh, nice. Double digits. And this is Ikla as well, winning both pistols and then converting. And that goes a long way. Adds up, and for OG, they've got to do it the hard way in both halves here. Will just be a pure eco coming in, so you imagine Ikla will elevate themselves up to 11 before any resistance is really shown in the investment from OG.
Just to remind ourselves, this is also OG's map pick.
Yeah, it's true.
And Ikla are bringing the game to him. And doing one better than that, actually. They're forcing OG to try and concoct new strategies and continuously be on their feet. Obviously, we haven't seen a proper CT side around, as it doesn't look like we're going to see one right here either. Everybody's stopping dead in their tracks on the CT side. Chat ticks coming through as well. And it looks like we're bound for another technical pause, and indeed we are, since we've got a player dropped.
Yeah, where's Keto gone? What's he doing?
On lurk.
Just a crash, I think. So that's fine. We'll get him. We'll get him back in.
Yeah. I mean, if you're in OG, you probably have a decent PC, so... Or at least I hope.
It'll
Could
be
you
okay.
imagine, like, Messi with like, the worst soccer boots ever? Or football boots?
True. Maybe what's really interesting looking at this is when you take a look at Ikla and how they've been playing with this lineup on Ancient in general, they've been kind of winning against the teams that they should be beating and then losing against the teams that you kind of do expect them to lose to. But for this would be their biggest, I think, scalp taken on this map, and it would feel incredible for them. And I'm excited to see it if it does come that way. We're still a long way off, right? Like, we're an awfully long way away from closing out this first map. But that'd be cool, right? The potential, it potentially is there. Sure, I said potentially twice, but that's fine. That's what we're all here for. Nice shot. And yeah, as stated, this is literally just going to be a USP round out of OG. There shouldn't be anything here. Nexus should be cleared. If there's any further progression here in towards Cave. And it should be happy days for the T side.
And getting on to 11, but then you get into the thick of it. OG are going to be able to buy up. They get to show their proficiency, but if that first CT side goes wrong, I don't know, mate. I'm going to start having my doubts. Ikla, being able to overwhelm OG, you would have had 12, maybe even 13. So, for Ikla, this prospect is looking very promising and juicy that they're going to want to take. Paul Bandana, he doesn't stop, man. I don't think he has an S key at all.
He loves it. Played so well. His Pole Bandana. And it's a really good spotlight game for a lot of these players as well. Playing against OG, and if you perform really well, it kind of puts you on the map a little bit. 21 and 10. Sartovsky 18 and 8. This feels good, and again, a very good decision here for Ikla. You know that OG have just invested, so you're going to hit a bomb site and you do it with pace.
There goes the smokes. Got Fasher rotating through. Keto wants to get onto the site as soon as possible as well. Look at all this return utility. Even Nexo wants to join the party. Might get slowed down for a little bit, but Ikla, they're pushing right now. Keto sitting up close, and he's got to be a surprise for certain. Gets the kill. Fancy it actually spots Paul Bandana at the edge of it, but then Fire9 decides enough is enough. Spraying through the smoke. He's going to get that job completed. Everybody from OG part of this counter push, but in the meanwhile, Ikla found themselves burrowing in the hole again.
They have, but look, what's good for OG is they understand that this is now not going to be a hit in towards A. They're gaining a lot of control here and now, even pushing Regali through Donut to occupy mid in case that's a new direction Ikla wants to go in. And this frees up Fiku, and he can stay rooted on this bomb site. He's playing a passive line because he's waiting for his teammates to be called in for support, and he doesn't want to lose out this initial gunfight. Because if he dies, well, then the round is basically over. But if he lives, and now the rotations can come in, this feels like a true 3 versus 3, and this feels a lot better. All Fiku needs to do here is live.
Let's see Fire9 up first. Kenzizor does well in the smoke, goes deep. Perhaps a bit too deep since you've still got the coverage of the box. Nexa can now try and toy around with it. Soltovsky whiffs the timing. Doesn't manage to spot Regali going into the cave. And Kenzizor isn't playing in an open lane, but Nexa. The flash is just a little bit short. Kenzizor really wants to peek both ends. He does go into the face of Nexa with a few bullets as an appetizer. And he over peaks way too far. Regali's not going to be able to do anything since he has no kit, or since he has no kit rather, and does manage to get out of harm's way. The bomb is not going to catch him from that range.
Nicely done again. And what's clever here from Ikla is they actually isolate this fight on towards Fiku, and they claim and keep all of this space out towards B. It just means that Nexa is a little bit late to arrive when Regali is ready to go and swing. And just by burning these valuable extra seconds off the clock, it's enough because OG do not have a defuse kit. 12-7, and Ikla's game plan has been very astute and very good.
It's happened the brakes there on A. You basically almost got a 3v1. And then you can play post plant, but on to the new round. And Regali's AWP save is massive because that allows them to half buy up around it, get everybody armored up, a few pistols. Fasher is going to be able to upgrade to an 8k here. Kenzizor a bit too willing, and Fasher actually with the smoke as well, but the molly on the other side wasn't extinguished. Still so much damage taken. And to 39, he's not going to be happy with that, but he's got an AK at least to make up for the hurt with that. Fancy gets alerted by Fiku early doors.
There's a real way in here. Fancy very low. Got to deal with the player on the bomb site in Nexa. And Fasher has got this rifle. Even a third player rotating in as well. This looks really good for OG. But Fire9 will hit one headshot. And Akito starts to get involved, and he will. Really good find. Bomb can make its way up slowly on towards this bomb site. But just kidding, because Regali's holding from short. Will be dealt with. But now you got this boost. But there's a player in this smoke. Fire9 can unravel everything.
They didn't see the boost though. Fancy peeks out, and this is where the AK somehow doesn't do anything. Fire9.
Oh dear.
And a plate full of food and didn't manage to get anything in his mouth.
I'd love to see this from Fire9's POV and just see what happened there, because obviously it looked like with the smoke timers, like it faded and he didn't see them. That's fine, but he's against an MP9 and Fasher has no health. I'm really not sure what happened. Oh, he's looking. Okay, he's clearing the pocket on the right hand side. Yeah. That's rough. But that means a fast play in towards A.
Again, Ikla. They draw a lot of OG members over, and then they rotate. They like what they saw the previous time and the attention that it drew. But immediately, OG also drawing back towards that B site. And getting everybody postured up again. That's a tough round for Ikla. Just the ult for Regali, but he made that work, and an early door push to give it away an AK. It was a dangerous game that Ikla were playing. On to greener pastures for them.
I feel like that idea gets sold so much more if Oh, so Fanta just walks out, but instead it's S4 and Fanta just a contact play on, and Kenzizor, every single member of this T side is chiming in, just winning out these engagements. That's the round over. You've got no money here if you're OG. It has to be a save, and then suddenly it's 13-8, and we're 3 rounds away from Ikla taking away their map pick.
OG looking at their money. Have to be a pretty decent loss bonus if they want to get another full investment going. Obviously, the old pistol worked well. But Ikla, man. 13 against OG while they have 8. If this ends 13-16, Ikla can, I think, still count themselves happy. Obviously, they won't be, considering they had such a huge lead and they blew it. But when you look at the overall picture with the teams stacking up against OG on their map pick,
They need a pause.
big time.
There we go.
I had a fair few technicals, but with regard on 7K, you have to do the math real quick, but overall you can get pretty dressed up.
This is rough. This needs a reaction. Otherwise, look, you got 3,400 loss, which means that you can effectively buy into the next round, but your utility is going to be light, or you're going to be compromising all of your weaponry. So there needs to be an instantaneous answer here. I'd like to see OG just take mid control. Just prioritize having that area of the map, and you can look to go for these quick flanks. You can look to take good space. Ikla really enjoying this B bomb site, and why not? Rather than starting fast A, it might just be fast B.
Oh, it is hella fast. Paul Bandana, however, goes a bit before his turn, and the rest of try to follow. Nexa will catch them all. And all of a sudden, Ikla, now, you don't have an entry to a site where you at least trade blow for blow. You can fall back and consider your options. No, you don't have a lot of viable options. Could get provided to you, though. That's a nice kill out of Buyer 9. Brings it back just a little bit, but this next up challenger might just seem a tad bit too big. Kenzizor, do you really want a piece of this? He is low, though.
Good molly.
Oh, wow. That is insane.
Really good molly. Followed up by the spam. Because even if they didn't get that kill, it still displaces that player to get Ikla in a position where they can now split B through cave. Nexa has to be aware of this. Rotation has to come over from Keto, but it's a little bit late. Has got an AWP. Will now get on his bike. And where Ikla has slowed down this pace, and where they've been maneuvering through different bomb sites with limited time left, it makes sense that you have to keep Fasha over at Donut. That's been the conditioning being set. 15 seconds left. Need to get that bomb down. It's stuck in cave behind a molly.
It's a rough one. They're finally going to trigger that push. Soltovsky hits his shot. Actually, Nexa gets to Buyer 9. At least we'll be able to get the bomb down. Nexa's low. Maybe Buyer 9 can do something here. Nexa swapped over to the AWP, but is he going to be safeguarding? Does he get around the corner as well? He does look back, nails the shot, and Buyer 9, a 6 feet hole is waiting for him. And Ikla, another round goes down the drain, but at the same time, at least they'd get a bomb plant.
That's Nexa with the ace, by the way.
Oh my.
Exceptional round out of him, leading from the front for OG. After really good layering being put down in by Ikla. It just wasn't enough. Really nice flick there from Nexa. Doing his homework. 13-9. Plenty of money still in the tank to buy up again for this T side. Fast plays have been the answer in terms of getting off rotations, where Ikla have actually been running in to the bomb sites with players and committing bodies. That's where it's kind of been falling apart a little bit, because OG have been holding at the door.
This was always in the back of the minds of people. On CT side, that's where things are going to change. There's no way around it that Ikla, even with losing 2 rounds straight now, they still have looked insanely competitive and well within their right to also place their hands on the victory on Ancient. And this round is basically their last investment for a little bit, even if they get the bomb down. Double up setup for OG. That means this has to work. They don't have the loss bonus to accommodate another L.
I like this. Now you've got mid-commitment out of OG. Now we're delegating bodies. Fasha flashing, but actually not peeking. Which means that there is a big gap here in towards mid if Ikla want it. Looks like they do, gearing up, flashbang over the top. Fasha the only player to gain mid info at the moment, and you feel like he might be smoked off at any juncture. Instead it actually goes in towards window. They're trying to isolate the fight donut here.
I get Soltovsky going. Well, Banana's been spectacular in the opening duels too, but that's an upshot ripped off and no victim claimed on the other side. An unfortunate start for Ikla. They've got so much mid presence. They're actually able to walk all the way through red, right into CT. Keto peeks out, gets a freebie on Fanti, which is a tad bit unfortunate of a start for Ikla.
They're gonna... This is... If they go through this smoke, that's so rude. I think they're gearing up to do it just because you've got the position of Saltovsky out at shelf. Regali spotted, secures. Good find, even once more. There's the Regali that we're used to. OG playing a lot more passive, waiting for the reactions to come out of Ikla. And it really is costing them. 10 seconds left. You can't go into any bomb site. You haven't got any information. It just has to be a save. And they have to hold on to this orb.
Ikla. Not as lethal as they once were. All those entries. Regali. Fantastic shooting. Keto as well. A freebie there. But... And that's a fair bit of spray, and the bullets whizzing past the face of Regali. Gets away nicely there. And Ikla, all of a sudden you see your opponents on those double digits as well. You don't really have a comfortable position to allow yourself another buy. What's next for them? You've got to fully commit here, right? To get everybody connected in the economy.
Thing is, you're on double loss. So, if you buy here, you're already limiting the economy of 3 of these players. But oh, I don't know. It's a tough decision to make. If they get the bomb down, this will feel a lot better. You can buy armor behind a couple of these players, just so in case the rifles drop over or they're able to scavenge up a weapon. It's a very tough situation to actually be in for Ikla. OG, right now, whilst it doesn't look like it because of the scoreline, they're actually in control, potentially, of this game just due to the finances.
There we go. A lot of early pressure out of Ikla. Down towards A. Still being thrown back and forth. That's a nice spray down range. This double up setup for OG's worked fantastically, but it might just come to a hold. Keto peeks into the scope of Soltovsky. Not too much difficulty posturing up for that shot. Actually, OG called an early rotation with that. Seemed like both players from B were rotating over, but now you've got Regali staying behind the lone defender.
This is actually wild about this rotation here, because Viku, sure, you're holding middle, but you're not really. There's a massive timing window where Regali can be flanked. And Regali at some point is going to have to turn around and address this. Contact up here is the perfect response for Ikla. In actual fact, they're going to smoke things off. And they even smoke off Cave. Which is just wild to me. Now they want to reset in. Kenzizor will find one. Regarding gets dealt with through the smoke.
Fancy just runs. Nobody else in Cave. And Paul Bandana takes a duel with Fasher. And the Deagle. Ikla. Okay. Fine success that way. I guess it worked very much the same. The round will still get tallied to your count. And they breeze through. So all the economical ball holding that OG had, that's dislodged big time now. And Ikla are even going to pick up the double orb.
That's actually smart. Such a smart decision for Ikla to smoke off that cave there, rather than using it towards smoke towards short or long. Because if you think about it, if there's only one player, you know Regali is a B player, and you know that rotations would be caused off the back of losing out Keto, who's an AWP on A, normally on his own for an anchor. Where's the AWP going to play? It's either going to be out towards long, but that's kind of been inherently spotted with S4 coming through on a late lurk and Kenzizor in middle. Or he's going to be at Cave looking at both angles. So if you just smoke that off, it just limits the opportunity. Will force a reaction. 14-10 for Ikla. And this has been a superb game of Counter-Strike out of them so far. OG, this time, they've got a lot of resources in towards middle. A lot of space being taken in towards middle. And that means this frees up Fasher to go for a little bit of a peek to help out Fiku down B.
That's the issue also, that OG, they've been switching it up. It just hasn't been working out. Ikla are prepared for everything. Soltovsky. Drain on the angle. Next to tuck far into the corner. A lot of early damage done by OG.
That's going Cave again.
And they love that cave. Oh, actually.
Oh, I missed.
Oh, well. Tough entrance through the door by Bar 9. And Regali deals with Fancy. That's a B push that is already incapacitated. They're still going through with it at least a little bit, trying to spray, but with Saltovsky not aggressing up on ramp and no real opportunity to try and do so. Fiku also spots a cat puff Kenzizor, starts spraying through the smoke, and just like that, OG in the driver's seat again.
Yeah, very clean round out of OG, which is something that's been missing and something that's really been needed on this CT side. This round from Ikla was just very contact-based. It was just a round of, let's see what we can try and achieve just by kind of getting away with the bare minimum. Smokes out towards B, trying to telegraph some rotations to free up players in towards mid, but Regali's just trained on that angle. Very good kill coming in, and that nade also does a lot of damage. That's wild from Fiku.
Always amazes me. I can't see anything anywhere surrounding a smoke. I'm blind as a bat. Ikla, look at this aggression and Keto. Oh my, ran down and they're not ready for the rest of this push just yet. Regali is able to fall back and actually prep himself up. Nails them both to the wall. That's a fantastic shot out of Regali to hold the line and save OG from an overran A site. Especially with Bayer 9 and Soltovsky, the heavy squad coming through. AK and all would have just been rolling onto the site. Nothing there to really stop him.
That's so wild. Regali being the hero that OG's desperately needed, and we think back to this, it's now everyone just kind of coming online with this as well. You had Fiku in the last round with a couple of well-timed sprays on his pre-fire lineups. We had Nexa with the ace a few rounds ago, and now we've got Regali with a triple. They come into play here, OG. 14-12. Damage reduced just to 2 rounds. And no money. Limited options for Ikla. They're going to have to just try and save onto this AWP AK again. Actually, this just completely resets the situation we had a few rounds ago, where OG are going to go 14-12. If they win this next round, there's literally no money for Ikla, and suddenly we're tied up at 14-14 with it all to play for. If it goes that way, of course.
A lot of ifs in this matchup. This is insane. I mean, OG, a team that wants to compete with the best in the world, have had a completely new roster, trying to revitalize and try to push further. And the Ikla are a fantastic challenger in their run. Now with this, they can basically tie it back up as this time Ikla actually don't force into it. Now they've got a board up Vertigo on Paul Bandana, but apart from that, they're sitting silent. It's probably due to Soltovsky still having money, so basically it's only Buyer9 who's disconnected from the economy.
Lead with the Glocks, trying to get space for Buyer9. Oh, that flashbang though. Pretty essential. There are good trades here. Vasher needs to hold on. Hold the line. We'll go around the corner with the flash. Now she does nail them down. That's perfect. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Fasher. Tartovsky will find Regali. This does open a little bit of a window here. At least Fasher and Keto are playing together. The UP can only fire off the bullet once, which is why they're grouping up. As long as they don't line up, this should be a freebie. And they're not even looking the wrong way. Fasher will find him. And here we are, 14-13. And as mentioned, kind of limited money.
That was so close though. Ikla almost in a position where they could have stolen another round, and it's all down to Fasher to get the shit righted again. What a massive way. They were tagged up, sure, but you still have to get that spray transfer. You don't have a lot of wiggle room because you know the fire is going to be coming back. And Ikla, they've got one pause remaining after this. And it's desperately needed. Regali surely has an AWP laying somewhere about the ground. But Ikla, they get out an AWP. And Soltovsky has been proficient with it. This is such a massive round. For either end, really.
Really is coming down to the wire. If OG survive all of these stumbling blocks that Ikla have thrown at them, they're actually able to convert and win out Ancient. That really sets a tone and a precedent for Mirage. It'll be very difficult for Ikla for the rest of the series. Then a lot of pressure is put on their shoulders from a position of power they once were in. The game has really been taken back by OG. Mid-aggression not being felt unless Regali goes further around this corner. Altercation about to come in. But Regali misses the shot. He's still here. Look how aggressive this is out of Regali. And he will find fans. I think he even tagged down Saltovsky just a little bit.
Another collab for him. He gets the hell out of there. Full bandana up against Fiku. Fiku starts firing early and that just pokes the sleep in bear. Full bandana swings wide. D-hold. In tatters for a second, but now that Fasher joins the defenses, Nexa doesn't have to feel so alone anymore all the time. Smoke's ripped over. Counter smoke as well, but OG. It only matters with exactly this, the spray landing through the smoke. Nexa just wants to boost up Fasher. The bomb at least goes down, so Ikla economically that's massive for them. Get a bit of extra cash. Oh my goodness, this is a whole lot better though. Buyer9 shoots Keto in the head, but Paul Bandana wanted to get the aggression going. And all of a sudden, you've just got the two players who are insanely low trying to defend the bomb from the OG members.
Oh,
A
that's what it's
failed
missed.
smoke for OG, though. That is going to hurt. They're still aggressing, slowing up. Fasher checking it out. Instant bullet in the face of Soltovsky. Bomb tapped, and they're going to have time. Fasher is going to get the defuse, and OG, they get saved for another round. That HUD is insanely off.
Yeah, I was really worried.
My
It's fine. Everything's okay. By the skin of their teeth, they're able to secure that retake, despite everything kind of not really going their way. 14-14. Vasher, again, at the helm of it all, really helping out when it matters most. Another pause being called in by OG. I don't know how important that round was. I just want to take 30 seconds to shake it off and to breathe.
I think the AWP actually gave it away there as well, because I reckon when Fasher was turning around the corner, that AWP was directly in his face without Fasher being spotted just yet. Allowed him to be activated that quickly. But even though Regali being the top fragger, he's just gotten those consistent frags. Also had those aggressive plays where he's able to fall back and retain his life. But it's Nexa and Fasher who come in clutch. They've got so much impact. But very concentrated in the round. But now we're 14-14. The bomb plant means Ikla are going to go for another buy.
Fast donut. Vasher could be overwhelmed. Well, he isn't. Good opener. Actually even finds a second. That's fantastic. And Regali's here on the follow-up. Even an incendiary to slow things down. This feels so much more comfortable out of OG. It feels like they found their rhythm. 15-14, surely locked up to the CT side, unless Bayer9 and Saltovsky, the most experienced heads of the Ikla Hydra, can piece this one together. But it's going to be a fierce challenge. Although, with that being said, it effectively is a 2 versus 1 on this B-bomb site right now.
Saltovsky doesn't have the weapon that he's most comfortable with. He's very proficient with the AK as well. This push out, how clean can it be? We're not on board with it at all. Firing back and forth, but overall, Fiku, now the first bullet lands. He is aware, though, preserving his life. Fire9 gives himself up, kills Fiku in the process, though. And another one as well, all of a sudden. Oh, no. Oh, gee. The grip is slipping. And it's just right back into a 2-on-2. Just one smoke and a flash for Keto and Regali to try and retake this site. Ikla can't go anywhere. They've got to be paranoid. No real way to cover off any angle. Soltovsky and Bayer9, they line up. The smoke goes deep. Thought it was a flash for a second, but now you've got to figure out, you know where that smoke came from. Regali has given himself up. Soltovsky, he can put Ikla on 15 right here, but Regali has been able to slip the net. Soltovsky is confused, but it's Regali with the CZ to put OG up to 15 first.
But how close does that need to get, OG? That's a 2 versus 4, brought right down into a CZ 1v1. Really nice angle, delegation as well, coming out of Ikla, right? The fact you got Bayer9 and Saltovsky playing the same angle with slightly different elevations is really critical after finding these 2 openers. But my goodness me, another individual performance, bailing out OG. And a final pause comes in for Ikla. They've not got the money for full AKs across the board. Kenzies will have to... Actually, he can get one. Excuse me, he has got armor. But no AWP for Saltovsky. A final stand being made here. 5 more kills either separates us from overtime or OG winning their map pick in dramatic fashion.
Ikla, all nice and well that you show up in a big regard here. You roll out the red carpet for your entrance. But we don't hand out participation medals. OG, after a long fight, they are fully in the driver's seat. But can they convert that? Can they get it across the finish line? There's mid-aggression here by Ikla. But they trill back again. 3 smokes utilised, and Ikla, that means their options are going to be minimised.
This was 14-10 in favour of Ikla. They can do it. They've done it before. And everything is going to boil down to this BXQ and how clean it really is. That flashbang is just exceptional from Fiku. Nexa finds 3, and that will be the final nail in the coffin. As there's already been a disconnect.
Yep, that's an alt F4. I mean, you're in the final round, you've talked about it, you've had that pause, and you get back into the round, you get flashed with everybody lining up, and just like that, the A1 is spraying down range, doing exceptionally well, and again, Nexa comes through pivotally for the team, but my oh my, OG, by the skin of their teeth, they managed to get by, only barely.
Yeah, that's a wild way for OG to win out that map, and you got to give it to them, right? There was everyone stepping up for them when it mattered most. Got a lot of multi-kills out of your anchor players, which is exactly what you needed. Regali was being very dynamic on this AWP and came up clutch right when it was essential for OG to do this, but that was 14-10 into 16-14 for Ikla. I feel like they were up 13-8 even at one stage. They won both pistols. They converted both the force buys off the back of it as well. They effectively had a 6-0 head start on OG. When it came down to the gun rounds, though, that's what mattered. And now we head over to Mirage, Ikla's map pick, and it starts to look a little bit scary for them.
Yeah, this is going to be a big battering to the confidence of Ikla, but let's go on to Mirage, but that's only going to happen after a tiny little break, so make sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back.
When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere to go. No, I hold you till the sun goes in the light. I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing yeah, I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. And you feel like you got nowhere else to go. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light. When your heart is racing at the speed of light.
I'll keep you safe. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, and you feel like you got nowhere to go. When your
ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the work. Yeah. You know I be on the work. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the work. Yeah. Got me coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, keep the change. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work is over everything. It's that comeback. Calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10 GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back after OG got pushed on their own map pick of Ancient to the absolute limit that they had, 16 to 14. They are able to take it home, but when we take a look at Mirage and know that it's Ikla's map pick, is there going to be a changing path from the 2-0 trajectory that we kind of anticipated at the start here, B-Dog?
Yeah, like I've lost audio with you just for a sec, but like I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, I know this is gonna sound like a silly thing to say right now, but I actually think OG needed to go through a match like this to kick off kind of some, I guess, like really turbulent performances with this roster. I feel like this is actually a really essential map, and this could be a very good framework for how they then build upon not only the rest of the series, but maybe even the rest of the tournament, right? You're down such a low, you're being having the game taken to you by Ikla, you're down a number of rounds, and you build back into this game, and you are able to close it out in regulation. And the individuals stepping up here, building back into this game for OG, one that they probably are coming into the series expecting just to win. It's their map pick. They're able to get it over the line. That is really strong. And I feel like that actually does form a really good, solid baseline. And I think all teams need to go through something like that. We now go on to Mirage, and I feel like Ikla, they're going to pop a very good fight here, but their motivation, their confidence is going to be down on a little bit of a sinking ship, maybe a little bit of a downward trajectory, just because they felt like they should have maybe closed that out a little bit faster and even converted that map pick of OG.
The issue here as well for Ikla is that they haven't ran this Vertigo at all with the lineup that they've got playing in Ancient. They ran it against Ghouls W in the most recent time, but that still had throwing in their Clio as well. So overall, the only thing that was similar was the core. So now you go into a map where you are going to be a bit disappointed with the run out of the previous ones. Fantastic aimers, that certainly is bound to help them, but overall you're playing a team that should have now found its form and should still be able to eke out this victory. But I'm still curious to see, in the aim department, Ikla looks so strong on the Ancient. Perhaps they can exploit that here as we do get Mirage underway. And Ikla, a mid to B split is what they start with.
It's also OG just building upon the fact that they were able to make that comeback on the CT side. Now they start on the defense yet again. Top con smoke being lined up. They're going to split through short. Maybe on towards B. Or they might just eke there and squeak their way through that smoke as well. Lots of options. And Viku just gets decimated early on. Very good opening pick to find for Ikla. And now the world's their oyster. Will be that final commitment in towards B. Although Nexa does deal with the first. Aware that Pole Bandana is in the apartments. And Fasher is just waiting this entire time to then activate. Fantastic shot, and even finds a second by a 9-wall trade. There's an avenue to plant this bomb. And you've also got Kenzizor, who's not yet revealed himself close to market window.
Again, Fasher extending the fishing rod here and allow OG to have a crack at this instead of being in the playing 4v2. But Regali tries to Pico now with his instant digs back and forth. Kenzizor lands the gush, and that right after is followed with a body shot, finishing key to Wolf and Ikla. They're right back to winning ways. It seems that they pulled themselves up by the bootstraps already, but that's only the pistol.
Yeah, I like that as well from Ikla, right? It's decisiveness. You have got an idea in mind that you want to enforce. Fasher hits some lovely headshots, but you're still resolute. You found the opening kills, therefore you've already got the player advantage. They overwhelm, and Kenzizor's that unknown element that wasn't even required to get involved in all the fray to begin with. Forced by coming back over, and that is a fantastic shot from Kenzizor onto Regali. Big player in the server already dropped early for OG.
Fasher. It's a tall order for him to save OG out of this round again. Even though they're only down a man, the weaponry in favor of Ikla big time. Or, if you want to use them by their abbreviation, UA!
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. It's true. I'm looking at this stack that's actually been formed, but Nexa gets cleared out. VQ will trade, but the overwhelm and swarm of players is just going to be too much for OG to really contend with. Keto He's just going to go on a little bit of a walk, try and find any rifles he can get into his hands, and then run away and save.
Maybe he can pick up an AK somewhere. And Ikla, they invested heavily into this round. When it comes to weaponry. Knew that OG have been known to do a similar sort of thing. Especially in this best of 3. So, OG. Maybe. Keto. Does he get checked? Oh, yeah. So you can already see it with Soltovsky. He still dies, sure, but he was going to check it. Does his due diligence, and then Kenzie sort of swipes through to deny the AK save. OG, sure. Yeah, you try your luck in a round like this, then it's back to USPs, and maybe we'll see you stack somewhere.
Gotta say it, gotta talk about it. Yet again, Ikla winning the pistol, winning the 4-spy, and now surely gonna win the eco. Yet again, a trend we've been seeing all series long. It's these gun rounds in which OG will thrive in. It'll be interesting to see what the Ikla response is come the next round.
Some spare cash to make a Deagle sing. That's some stage fright as soon as he gets fired at with AKs, which I haven't been in that this situation personally, but I can imagine that if you get up on a stage and there's bullets fired at you, you're not going to be sitting there and singing about your serenade. Oh no, this is sloppy. Soltovsky will rescue them, but he can't really push too much further. The molly is going to help him a long way, but he actually doesn't aggressive on that at all. And Paul Bandana down range, and I guess two players lost is alright-ish.
Yeah, the critical number normally is 3. So Nexa just hoping for an opportunity to get another. Sartovsky gonna wait, gonna swing together with fans, and they will actually combine, line up a little bit, but it's okay. Only 2 kills being found. Nice shots out of Regali here to throw the round into a little bit more of a question mark, but Paul Bandana steadies the ship.
OG once again playing catch-up. Now this is the time where they can smack that home run. Try to deny any monetary build-up for Ikla. Regali over at mid. Obscured by smokes. Kenzie's eager to peek over. It doesn't overextend him at all. That's something I've been amazed at with Ikla, is that they just don't over-aggress, or at least not often.
Really good molly. And the combination with Kenzie's I've only seen this guy play a few times. I've seen him on Mirage, I've seen him on Inferno, and that's where he does his best work. Like, really impressive stuff, because his aim is out of this world, and such a young prospect to still undergo a lot of development. That shot all removed early. Fantastic flash to allow Fasha back into this fight. There's going to be this B commitment. Fiku slides back in away from short. And now he has to combine with Nexa just to try and hold Ikla back at bay.
Man's moving through. Whoa! Okay! Nexa! Iced out! As the breeze takes over the B site. And everything in its path, the chilly wind will take over. My goodness. That is an insane shot on Nexa to clear up the site. Fans was tagged up already as well. And just like that, OG are going to be pausing and waiting for this round to be over.
Really good. And yet again, you get a strong mid-round out of Ikla. The fact they all group up together, even after finding the first kill. The immediate trade back in on Fasha, we see it on the replay. That's your activation to go into a bomb site, because you know there's going to be probably less safeguarded because OG are fighting back for control and towards mid. So a really good mid-round decision on the timing of that execute. You see it at Fiku where he's just sliding back in towards B, kind of gets caught off guard in transition, And Nexa just, quite frankly, gets deleted. 4-0. Money, now a limiting factor for OG. And Regali dealt with again. Kenzie, so how many opening kills is he going to win?
He's beaten the North twice. They've got Keto duking it out, but as soon as he's found out, Fanta's not going to think twice about peeking into there. And Ikla taking the game to OG again, but doing one better and obliterating them in every single engagement that they've got. Oh my. It's not necessarily a round where OG were fully looking to compete to the best of their ability, purely due to the limitation that they had weapon-wise. But when you're only facet into the round, gets destroyed like that over at mid. Puh.
Now the game for OG is, can we recover this orb? And your answer currently is no. Fans has already picked it up, in fact, he's just going to escort it all the way out towards top connector. VQ doesn't want to go through the murder hole. Although, we'll prove why it lives up to its namesake, but your instantaneous trade is coming out of Saltovsky. No AK can hold on to. Vance has got the orb. And he too is out of there, even throwing an AK out the map for good measure. 5-0, what a strong start. We did see this on Ancient, and OG are able to build back in, and this does feel a lot like OG. This is what I've kind of come to expect with this team and just this organisation in general. They're very slow starts into games, and they gain some traction, and they build back in later on.
That's what we like to see, though.
Yeah, it's true.
Like a team that constantly, and especially a team that wants to compete with the top of the world, you can't have these slow starts. Not against teams like Ikla, who are aiming spectacularly well on a map like Mirage. That only feels the more like they're just going to be able to take this advantage and carry on putting the strong aim up. Destroy OG. Just go off the orb. Like there might have been an opening, and Saltovsky is at least shooting into the smoke and actually gets it on the turnaround, completely blind, and Nexa in the smoke. That's a way to be fired up.
Still a lot of info though being gathered off the back of the Fascia push through the smoke at top con. Just gets all the info that they're not actually committing here. Smoke goes in towards window. Now one floats over towards top connector. This isolates Fascia in, but he's helping out Fiku. This is an absolute guillotine on mid. And the crossfire does its job spectacularly. 2 versus 2. We're back into even steading. Difficulty you got for OG is that you have to keep one player delegated towards B, one player over towards A as well. But they are playing quite passive on the first slash of the alphabet, and that's exactly where Ikla are heading into. Keto. What's his decision making here? Is he going to chance a flirt, a rotation over towards B, or is he going to be resolute and just stand tall? 20 seconds. Ikla need to make the next move.
And it's silent. Very slowly. Onto that A site. Keto's going to hear all of this. The spray going back and forth. It's awkward. Ultimately, Keto is the one to consider himself the victor. Saltovsky had a time to look over. Brilliant shot on Keto, and now he's even got some time to reposition. Have another look at this. Make it tough for Regali to read into. And is Regali going to be sold by this? Does he think Saltovsky is on site? No, he doesn't. He's still checking it out. Seeing it as an opportunity, but Regali, how quick is he on the trigger? Quick enough. Saltovsky doesn't manage to respond in kind. And OG get the first round on the board.
Yeah, that's so difficult. That's just the right eye peak coming in for Regali. That's how he's able just to see a little bit more. Got to give a lot of credit to the mid hold coming in for OG. It's so easily done just to leave your short player out high and dry if you're Fascia connector. But no, he steps up. He makes sure that Fiku can have the contact and he can just ping pong off it. Even gives OG the chance and the respect in that round by making it that 2 versus 2. They do answer back. They are able to get a buy-in. The money still going to be pretty difficult for OG to try and manage.
Let's see how long can this success last for. It needs to go a decent stretch at least. Still came down to one player, so the economy for OG is going to be pressed upon. Player shooting Fee, even though he doesn't really know it. Fiku tagged up, and even more so now. Does the smoke not cover him there? Or is he just reading into it, Bayern9? It looks like he was just reading into the situation. Now that they've dismantled the boost, he stopped spraying.
Yeah, good little pre-fire. Normally when you smoke that off, you know that there's going to be a boost underpass. So just spammed it perfectly and actually got a lot of control in towards middle off the back of it. That's why you're getting this push out of Regali, sending Keto further forward down ramp. OG, it's information retrieval. In actual fact, you're going to post up Regali. As soon as he takes a shot, Keto, who's playing anti-flash, can just swing off the immediate contact. There's still a timer on this because they haven't got any connector control. They don't know about middle. At any moment, they can walk through Ikla, and they're not. They're going to go straight in towards Keto. Instead, a good trade. Oh, and Regali's been spotted as well on the jiggle by Kenzizor.
That's massive. Regali, every single time he's laid out on an opponent, they do have to fight him though, since the bomb was in his pocket. And they slay the dragon, and with that, they've got access to the site and the amount of gold that's underneath it. And it looks like another round for Ikla. Fiku, that's a nice shot from distance, kind of antagonizing Ikla and also convincing OG that maybe let's have a crack over, let's wander, see what we can find. What is this?
Okay.
Something that doesn't work at least. It looks cool at least. Oh my. No way, right? That's a nice shot out of Saltovsky. Kind of sews this push shut. Even though Fiku still pressing forward, gets peeked by Bayern9, and just like that, it is indeed Ikla.
Yeah, interesting decision to go for that one. If you're OG, 2 versus 4 does get brought back into a 2 versus 2, but at the end of the day, the buy is going to be a little bit more limited. If they hadn't have gone for it, if they'd just saved, it would be looking a lot healthier for some of these players. As you kind of see some ramifications, it's just going to be pistols, and Regali is back out on this AWP. Needs to get him more involved in the openings of these rounds, dictating some of the play, going for some opening opportunities. Genzizor has been incredible at finding this first kill. And needs to change for OG.
Ikla. Bayern9. Pulled off guard, but this is a completely different look out of them. On Ancient, they always were going somewhere fast and then tapping the brakes, using their heads, instead of just trying to tap them, but slow, methodical. I'm liking this Ikla. They look well prepared for Mirage against OG. Keto's pushing up. He's getting all that information. Get ready. That B. That's exactly where they're going to be pushing. And slow, and that means the MP9 has an easy time to mop that one up. They're going to try and aggress anyway, but the MP9 is not done claiming victims. The AWP gets 2 though. Factor too late on the repeat, and just like that, it's back into a 2-on-2.
Wow, that is absolutely insane out of Saltovsky. 2 decisive kills, with one of them being a no-scope, and regardless, he's going to get boosted up here towards short, have a little bit of a peek in. This is tough, but Kenzie's all caught off guard in the open. Saltovsky is repositioned towards short, but as soon as he shoots, that's when they'll know even lines up the molly, and Regali can have no more involvement in this round. There's no defuse kit, and Saltovsky's done it all. Ikla gonna go up towards 7 rounds. Now the next question is, can you hold on to the AWP? I don't think so.
Oh, Regali!
It's fine.
His back's already got the kill. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, Regali heard the scoping, got paranoid as ever, and then as soon as he turned around the corner, whiffed. Well, should have been in a very easy shot, but that's all looking at it from our all-seeing perspective. Saltovsky. Sure, you've salvaged the round. Ikla, 7-1 against OG. I don't know what is going on right now, but again, OG, slow start, and it seems that it's not just a slow start, it's a slow mid-game as well.
2 pauses used early. Another buy can come in. You've got to give a lot of props as well to the fact that that round even looked doable for OG off the back of Nexa finding the double. That was with Regali even finding the opening kill. Another one of these man deficit positions turned back on its head by Ikla. They're looking pretty damn good, I must say.
Such a weird setup by OG. 2 in jungle, aimed at Palace. Connects her player as well. And that's dismantled now. Ikla. They've taken mid again. Vasher tries to move through. Fans on the other side, no issue at all. Kito's going to be able to get away with that. That's highway robbery. So many Ikla players. Fiku tries to get fancy and instead Saltovsky blow his clothes off entirely.
Kito's got to look for something here. But he might just find pole bandana, and he does. That's a really good kill to find. Because now that throws question marks to Ikla, and it'll probably commit them more into this B play because the ramp rotate is really far away from the fight. That's why Regali withdraws. He's now on a faster rotation to help out Nexa, but Nexa has been spotted. Drops the smoke in as well, but that's further sells Regali's position, and he nearly doubles down. Nexus doesn't find anything, and the flashbang is actually by Saltovsky, who commits the plant in, but Regali denies. Really nice mid-round play with the facts of the information being given over by Kito. OG get another round in the books.
OG. It all looked bleak when Fasher got lost like that. And even after the trait was returned, Ikla were continuously firing back, but the denial of the bomb plant also massive. Saltovsky now only able to buy up at all, and a smoke. No, not a lot of extra utility. Fans has got a Tech 9, so denying the bomb plant has so many lasting implications that OG, if they win this round, and find themselves on 3, and they can start carrying it over from there.
Similar situation to what we saw on the first map, where Ikla amass such a lead and then OG are able to turn it back round and make it look competitive. Nexa up high, this time not cleared, and he will find 2 quick kills. However, normally when Nexa gets eliminated, the rest of the B players don't really find too much impact. This has to change, especially with Buyer 9 fighting Kito. And Pole Bandana even deals with Fiku. No way! This can't really turn out the same way again, OG.
Buyer 9. He's kind of the factor in the round, and Regali might need a swivel. He's got one, but he's also off the money. Buyer 9 moves through, uses that open space. Thank you very much. And Regali, if he wants to challenge this, he's going to have to let up the accuracy of the ult for a second. Jump up in the window, and this is exactly bound to happen. And OG, they do end up giving up the round. It's Ikla instead. Oh my. A 2k opener with an MP9 is not enough.
It's so wild to me how disjointed the rest of the B players look when Nexa dies. This has been several occasions now where the SMG has found a double entry, and then none of the other players from OG can get a single kill and influence the round in any way. This needs to be addressed fast. It needs to be a different sort of reaction. And maybe up mid is the perfect recipe for that. Low HP on Buyer 9, but he's managed to escape back through the smoke. And Nexa, yet again, not cleared. Regali finally finishes the meal on Buyer 9. Vance and Saltovsky need to do it all. They potentially still can with the limited weaponry that OG pose in this round. But it's the positioning, and now it's the doubt creeping in the minds of Ikla of where on earth are all these players. We've even got Nexa and T-Spawn.
And Nexa also now playing on the A, so maybe that does give something away instead of him being the first point of contact on B. But Ikla, their waiting game, fans, doesn't have enough patience there. But it might still prove out to be worthwhile. Just look at this, Saltovsky's making a few steps. He's trying to fight back with the threat that might be coming from T-Spawn. It just evades Fasher. An open line, but how much can you really aggress down there? For them, it's also darkness on the other side. Saltovsky, great open on Fiku. And with how deep Fans already is, OG, they've had a massive rotation over, but it all ends in absolutely nothing as Ikla just easily got to be able to get onto the site. Now something going wrong with the flash. Fasher getting a shearing. Ooh, smoke. And turns to fire. Fans wants to get aggressive, but he got caught with a bullet. Now it's all down to Saltovsky.
No kit. No utility. That's the difference here. Saltovsky can hear them creeping in. And he will find Nexa. Bomb now tapped, led with the flash, but Fasher wide swings anyway. And OG, they're able to pick that one back up, but yet again, it doesn't ever feel like a comfortable round. Pistols coming into play. They are able to get this one over the line. But it can't just be one round here or there. And it can't just be Nexa finding everything and spearheading his team to victory. We once again need this solid team effort, contributions from everyone out of OG, but that is a round that has been stolen away from Ikla, who've already won out this half by the virtuous scoreline, 8-3. It's just how much they can extend it by. They are in the prime position to build up as many as possible. 10 should even be a minimum for them.
I genuinely can't believe it. And Paul Bandana not getting caught in this smoke there as well means a completely different outcome in the round. Fasher not tapping the bomb and swinging as wide as he did immediately after the fact. Also very well could have done the same. OG are kind of in the mud right now. You expect better from a team of the capacity that OG have when it comes down to the individual aspect. Fasher at the edge. Kenzies, are you backing to make this shot though? Fasher moves forward and... Okay, thank you. Kenzies are a little fragging that he's been doing. That won't be one of them.
Fiku has been pretty sharp. Despite his scoreline, like he's had some insane headshots coming in. Unfortunately for OG, this round is a hell of a lot cleaner. In fact, it's looking like it could be everyone just staying alive, and it is. Keto with the cleanup. Much needed round, a much needed confidence builder for OG. And they're making it work. They're doing the thing again, Hyperia.
That's a way more interesting game coming out of both these teams than I initially gave it credit for. When I saw this on paper, I thought OG whitewash. Simple as that. Ikla, sure, maybe they get a few good rounds, making themselves look good, but thus far they've been the tone setters. And again, Regali, oh my, overwhelmed, but Paul Bandana from behind, but a brilliant flash over the top, and Keto gets 2 for free, able to reposition with the aid of Fasher, who's quickly iced out Fire 9 goes down, and that just leaves Soltovsky. Didn't spot Keto, but the flash as well. Keto! He's missed him! Soltovsky still goes down because the flash from Nexa was that insane that it was blind as a bat. In the next few rounds, and OG get another one tallied to their count.
Really good flashbang coming in to bail out Keto from not one but two scenarios, but the communication with Regali just needs to be improved. He wasn't holding ramp and they just walked out and killed Palace for free. Regali must be really upset with how that one panned out.
It's a very quick round out of Ikla, and looks like they want to run it again. But a B pop. And there's a reason why you don't ever see it. Except for Silver Elite matchmaking. Asher. Dispatch of them easily.
Yeah, he loves it. 3 kills already. Looking for a few more for Ikla. They'd love a bomb plant. That'd be the desired outcome of this round. Doesn't feel like they're going to get past Nexa though, unless it's one of these insane adjustment headshots that we've been seeing out of them recently. 1 minute left, all the information being gathered. Fiku steps in. Deals with Kenzie Zora. Now Saltovsky. Running out of teammates, running out of time. And now being presented with even more limited opportunities. 8-6. And OG have got scope to, yet again, build back a half and bring a game to within 1 round.
And it's not like the build back is smooth cruising as well for them. They still get tested, but they just manage to get by the skin of their teeth. OG. Certainly not a good look for them. As long as it suffices, you find yourself in that 1-0 Swiss round. It's all good. Soltovsky shot off into the distance. Will be stopped at the next barrier that it faces. OG. Got Keto playing up close, and he loves that. A little bit of ramp play. Try to move through a bit. If he does it this time, you've got Paul Bandana waiting for him with open arms.
This is a much more default heavy round out of Ikla, but they've been given a lot of space here. Good trade from Fiku. Got to really be careful about short. And Keto's now just started to activate, and Paul Bandana not going to be ready for him. That should incentivize a reaction through connector or through short here. It's going to be Con. Buyer 9 starts to irk his way forward, but Keto, he's already repositioned back in, not ready for stairs. Good clinical headshot, but Regali's dealt with Kenzie's in the meantime, but Buyer 9 opening up opportunities on A. We'll even get the AWP for Bogdan's Law, and Regali's next up to the chopping block. Fiku versus the world.
At least Buyer 9 is so low. They're actually going to evacuate. What the hell was that? Oh, Ikla! It's stolen away by OG, but you gave him it. Just complete carelessness trying to move into ramp, a misread of the situation of epic proportions, and Fiku mops it up to finish out the half and minimizing the damage as much as possible.
A really good reaction out of Ikla here. They know that Keto's so far pushed down ramps, they've got the space to be able to exploit it. Buyer 9 does everything possible, but yeah, that after plant is incredibly sloppy. 8-7. From a position of power for Ikla now to a moment of weakness. And OG, the momentum, it firmly is with them. And maybe they're looking to do something which they haven't been able to achieve all series long. Win a pistol round.
You set the bar high here, Brandon. OG. Going about this quickly. They've got a smoke lined up. Let's see where that's going. Seems like either stairs or jungle. Connector even. Paul Bandana, oh my, the pistol god comes through. 3 taps and he sticks it out as well. Does back down now after doing all the heavy lifting. That's where the team can come through. Try to pick up the scraps. Fiku at least answers back with the P250 that he's got. But both are so incredibly low, between or below a third of their health. When you combine them, and Nexa eats a bullet. Vertigo is very short to follow with that same exact trajectory. And Ikla again win the pistol.
I mean, look at this. Where's the flashbang? Nexa just doesn't throw it. Just doesn't blind Pole Bandana off this angle at all, so he can just stay there and find all of them. Oh my goodness me! What a good piece of skill though from Pole Bandana, because they're jumping players. Really good adjustments here. That being said though, 9-7 and only pistols for OG. Didn't get the bomb down, so you're less likely to go all in. Would like to bring out AKs in round 18 as soon as possible. Saltovsky. Hello. Keto even kills a teammate. That wasn't 2 kills, that was just 1. And a little bit of betrayal.
Hurt feelings. Oh, gee. The problem is that they don't just have a bad start. They've all... When the half resets again and you swap sides, basically a new game starts for them, apparently, and they have a slow start again. And that's also how Ikla were able to compete on Ancient. Obviously, not just that, a whole lot more to come with it, but they had a head start. Had a lead into it. Baller9 stepped into the flames, and that already indicated a push. But Pole Bandana, man, he doesn't like backing down. He'll fight until either one of them hits the ground. Fancy makes it possible, but no. Fasher will bury it for OG, and they managed to get back into the swing of it off rip.
This is a really scrappy round of Counter-Strike if I've ever seen one. Just players just in some wild positions you just don't expect at all, and that round is still kept pretty expensive by Ikla. They haven't had really the best go of it. Difference between them winning the pistol and the conversion so far is they haven't really done it in a terribly clean manner, which means that Saltovsky's on the likes of the Deagle. Kenzie's all demoted to that FAMAS. And already fast play out mid. OG. They are orange, I guess. OG have got all the control. How's that going? That's a cool smoke for Con. One at home for you guys.
Flash to come through. More ground gained by Ikla. But Nexa, he's about to have the battery for the lifetime on Kenzie's, or who, well, already shows him back to Fasher. An easy neck shot. Fans still aware of that, but fans not aware of Regali's position. And just like that, OG, it's not necessarily clean, but it will do. And that's been the entire theme on Ancient as well.
Yeah, the timing of this split is everything for OG, because they're taking fights in towards window. At the same time, you've got Keto and Viku coming out of A-ramp. The mollies go deep, they're able to isolate a kill onto Baller9, and from there, you just completely get crunched if you're Ikla. Sole USPs, that's it. Next run on Mac 10 could farm up a lot of money, and the USPs in window aren't going to see a thing with that smoke in play.
Nice cruise around for OG. Put on the tunes. Air in the wind. And open a site. You can maybe even on your trip visit something intellectual. Like a museum or something.
$10 each. They've done it again. Really good fortitude and bounce back available in this OG roster, and once they figure out how to, I guess, get the early rounds done, right, and respond quite faster, then the game and the scorelines will look a lot more convincing. But do not get me wrong, for the last half of this game, OG have been in firm control. Every gun round feels like they're going to win it. And that's your difference.
There you go. Harsh reality. Maybe needs... try something different here for Ikla. There's not been a lot of history for them on this map, first of all, and especially not history against OG. You've got these rounds that you can work with, and you best make up a good strategy. Concoct that. Look at this. OG. Like the king of the world stepping on the highest pole on the map.
Great flash.
And an even better shot as well, because I don't even know whether Flash just saw it pull down and with the smokes that were there. That's a CT smoke as well at the bottom of Con. Kenzie's Aura, however, also dishes out at Nexa.
Looks like they're going to reset towards A, with Fasher being this lurk out B. Although, as I say that, he actually retreats, scampers back towards Underpass. Going to be the mid element of this OG play. Limited utility here to get them through. There's only one smoke here on Regali.
Nice shot out of Soltovsky. Brings the advantage into the box of Ikla, and even with how strong Kenzie's Aura's been, that might just be a little bit too ambitious, even for his light. At least know that Fasher is in somewhere behind Fiku. Look at this aggression, gets himself elevated, wants to be the king, and he got damaged. Fans, last man left alive. Fiku, his reign will end, but he'll pass the torch to Regali to carry this into a victory and take the lead in the game for the first time. And Regali, where's he off to? Rotation through jungle, and he's completely sold it. Now, fans, he smokes it off, but he just thinks that this is going to be a ramp push. Regali not even shooting. Fans is aggressing, but Regali already backing down, and just like that, OG managed to get themselves in a favourable position.
Again, this is a weird round that just gets rescued by Fiku. He hits essential trade timings here. There's small pockets of space and windows of opportunity that Fiku needed to hit there, and he does it insanely well. And that's what I've been impressed with most on the T side for OG, not only on Mirage, but also on Ancient. The ability to instantly trade and not allow Ikla a way back in has really just been phenomenal.
This is the OG that we kind of were expecting. I mean, the issue still retains that this bad of a start won't fly. The higher up you go, Kenzie's Aura. I don't know whether he just didn't spot Fasher or tried to play Trigger Discipline, but with an Eagle, it seems silly to play Trigger Discipline. Just take every opportunity you can get. And this round seems unsalvageable unless Bayer9 decides to have the best goddamn Eagle performance of his lifetime. That's at least a start. But already tagged up, and all those AKs will be rattling away to catch the snake in the grass.
Bomb has been planted.
Vance creeping. Hoping for a gun. I'm going to ninja this one. Satoshi even gets cleared. They've pushed ramp. Has to be Palace. Fiku's even holding. In fact, excuse me, it's Nexa on that little angle. And it looks like Vance isn't going to get his wish of a gun. So he's just going to try and survive in Palace. 12-10. An OG 4 rounds away from beating Ikla here in this best of 3.
It's a thought that doesn't really come as a surprise at all. There's no way around it. Ikla put in a good performance. And they need to be able to find that again if they want to compete for the rest of this. And bring it into a third map. Go to Inferno. You can consider your venture successful at that point. Whatever ends up happening. And already, this has been a stellar performance out of Ikla. Can't have it end here.
Look, they're back on the bye. They've got the AWP out for Saltovsky as well, and he's been very good when it comes to finding some of these openers. Mid utility being deployed in by Nexa, but no commitment. This time it's a faster play. Down in towards Ram. That's certainly being heard by OG. Keto wise to those tricks. Regali being dinked, it actually just opens the door for Keto just to overextend. Buyer 9 has got a potential couple of snacks he can feast down on. Understands that Regali is still in Palace. And whilst this is all going on, Fiku has also lost his life. This is the best position that Ikla have been in quite a while.
It's better. Vasher, oof, he saved them out of a sticky situation oftentimes, so we'll forget about the spray for a second. It's Buyer 9 to fully get this round done and over with. With the kill on Regali, there shouldn't be anything that OG can fall back on. When Vasher's 2 health, he's at least able to walk into an AWP and somewhat have a fair playing field, but Saltovsky just nails the shot. And Ikla, they show that they've still got resistance left. It's not just the OG train that's departed and no stopping it.
Yeah, well played. The aggression being taken. We saw it on Ancient as well, the mid-round contacting in the middle of the map. That comes into full fruition too. Ikla starting to feel a little bit more confident. The light is still burning. Sarkovsky dropping that molly. He's going to put Nexa in a little bit of an awkward position, but he's good. Just surviving by these boxes. Look at this little pixel that fancies just jumping. B player on Mirage. Probably the worst position to play in the game because you get quite bored.
Just jumping up the entire time and then throwing you to hope to go away. Vasher, he's basically holding hands. There's only a wall separating Paul Bandana. Flash a bit too early since Paul Bandana just didn't have vision. Paul Bandana, he just wasn't aware, wasn't really ready for any player to be in that corner. Now OG start their push. You've still got Kenzie's or locked behind the smoke. CT is open, but that's just a trap, basically. Nice shot out of Saltovsky, and Buyer 9 in the meanwhile struck on Keto. He's back into a 3-on-3, but no bomb just yet. Regali can't fully hold the CT position. This is a scary path to go for. They managed to get away with it. Fiku immediately puts a bullet between the eyes of Kenzie's, or making it a whole lot tougher for Ikla to try and retake this one. It's all going to come down to Regali. Whether he's going to be able to hold the line, the molly at least goes deep. But Fiku is just not going to move at all when Regali actually gets the kill. Wow.
Alright, Regali. Insane shots coming in. Look at this. Really, really well done. 13-11. Another pause coming in for Ikla. Off the back of their previous one, they were able to scrape around together. Off the back of this one, they're hoping for the same fortunes, but they are running out of time. A reminder, they need to win Mirage. They need to win this map to force us to Inferno.
OG, they were able to recuperate on their own map and fight back from a losing position, but that also showed a winning Ikla. Now the chips have been turned, they've been shuffled again, and Ikla need to push them all to the middle of the felt. Basically make it work. Force OG to relent.
Well, this time, though, Paul Bandana does find one. So there's your difference. Immediately traded out. Sadtovsky does escape. And this A-lean is where OG have been favouring more often than not. It looks like that's going to be the case again. There are 2 players on the bomb site this time around. Vance has got himself under Palace. Normally the B player. This time wants to get involved more. And that position unknown, undetected by Keto.
The rest of OG, they can't really push. There's a smoke now. But Fiku, how much of an angle can he clear out? Vance has rotated over, and look at this hold by Ikla. Fully depending on the smoke actually holding the back, and even if that doesn't, you've still got Bar 9. So there's basically 3 players involved with this A defense. And the timer is now starting to tick for OG. They've got a fair bit of utility left, and more importantly, 5 flashes to get themselves out. Fiku, how quickly can he swivel? Not at all, and Vance gets another kill. That's where Bayer will peek out, but it's traded. Regali, no clue where the final player is in Kenzizor. It's not even the final player. You've still got Soltovsky. Shoots underneath the smoke, and Ikla within 1.
What a wild swing out of Vance. But he finds the kill, and honestly, that's just the most important one. On towards Fiku. Because that unravels that entire round. If he doesn't swing there, Fiku's in a position to get even closer and potentially disrupt further plans of Ikla. Yet again, pause comes in and results in a round success. Now the money is starting to dwindle and burn away from OG. 1 buy still left in them. And Regali smoked off at Palace. Can't get involved in the action early on.
OG. Their economy has faded entirely. Everything hangs in the balance of this round. Bayer. There are very few players who were willing to take that duel with Regali. Or with any other for that matter. Vasher. Killed. Buddy's going to cool down. Kenzizor. Fantastic start again for the young lad. And Paul went down a very simple shot over the top, but the smoke still has to outpace Fiku at least. But OG, they're not offering up any sort of resistance, and here they go. That's the wall for Bayer and Paul Bandana. They hit their heads on it, and Kenzizor might just go down as well. A lot of spray goes next to him. None of them landing in his body. Gets away with 35 HP.
OG are going to go A again, and that's an open bomb site. There are kits that are dropped in connector here, but you got to get past Nexa, who's been in underpass this entire time. Kenzizor, will just jump straight into his death. Such an important kill. And a fantastic Molotov as well. Saltovsky locked in to the prison of jungle. And allows OG the room to get this bomb down. Key to actually maneuvering to make it a much more safer destination. Need to lock in the digits here.
Wait,
because Vance has just stepped up on towards Nexa. 2 versus 2.
Oh, there we go. Regali, and then immediately follow with a kill from Keto. And OG, after an abhorrent start to the round, they managed to fight it back, recover it. But they still got so scared with 2 openers for Ikla. And they were offered right back with the aggression that Ikla were putting forward. And those are the rough around the edges type of play that you want to get out of this Ikla roster. If you have an advantage, retain it. Don't try and push more. Fight it back. OG still pushed to their limit. Look at this out of Ikla though. A heartbreaking scenario for them unfolds where they just don't have money.
That was a 3-on-5 they just conceded. A 3-on-5 and they're still fighting middle with 2 players. Which gives OG the opportunity just to break down those barriers. And you're right, this is a harsh reality. This is an immediate consequence being put down in Ikla's face. A CZ75, a 5.7 and a Deagle. Versus an entire barrage of weaponry and utility that OG can put down and use at their disposal. And just as all the hard work was being done, it might just quickly unravel here.
basically only got a CZ, a 5-7, and an Eagle to win a round against all that OG could want. There's still a Galil in there, so I guess an upgrade that might be looming. Iku at least falls victim to the CZ. But now that Kenzie Zoro's position is known, the AWP will spray him down through the wall. And it's 2 bullets right on the mark. Regali now posted up, and this round is dead and over with. It got scary for a second with the CZ being able to survive for a little bit, but no, OG, they do place themselves on map and match point.
Got to talk about Regali as well, being 26 and 16. Really has stepped up. Nexa was having a really rough go of it when it started putting those rounds together in that first half and has now bounced back. The kill distribution very good across OG. And that's exactly what you're going to need out of them on a consistent basis. It's good to see it's not just the Regali one-man army, even though his output has been phenomenal all series. 15-12, 3 series points here for OG. On potentially one final bite for Ikla.
It might all conclude here. One more round to go. And Ikla are going to be 0-1 in Swiss. They're not out of it entirely. And this is the problem with those first round matchups. That's where the roughest one will occur. But OG, still need to put it across the finish line. They had 1 try for it in the previous map, and they took it. Nexa spots out Paul Bandana. That's a huge factor removed of Ikla. This AWP of Soltovsky is going to come through, but only after the kill had already landed. Regali lightning fast with his big green and VQ. It's a nice smoke out of fans, but does make it more competitive. Fans jumping out and actually getting the kill as he evades the bullet, but Regali is not going to miss a second time. But then you've got Soltovsky, who's reacted incredibly quick. Now it's all down to the Dutchman to clutch it out and win it for his team right here, right now.
How's his timing looking for Soltovsky? When's he going to start to think that market could be a possibility? Could be in a second. Look at the way he's posturing. Has to check market door in just a sec. Scoped up around the corner. Holding. Oh, Fasher hits the headshot. Are you kidding me? OG steal it away yet again right at the death. This time I have a little bit of rounds left in the bank left over. But a 2-0 that Ikla, I'll be honest, could be proud of. They really took the fight to OG. Should have closed it on Ancient. Couldn't quite get it over the line on Mirage. And that is OG going 1-0 in this Swiss stage. But Ikla have put themselves on the map here at Pinnacle.
Yeah, honestly, it is still a very impressive performance out of Ikla. The odds that they were given at the start to even put up somewhat of a performance were very low. But they surprised all of us. Fantastic shooting. Paul Bandana, a player to keep your eyes on. Absolutely. A fragging powerhouse. And I can't wait to see what the rest brings for this Ikla roster in this tournament. Because this is also a completely different roster than they've been running in the previous iterations and the previous officials that they've played. So for them, it also still takes some getting used to. But for OG, they managed to get away with a scare. It's still all good. 2-0, they bagged it up. They prepped themselves up for the next round of Swiss where you're going to start facing those real opponents. But my goodness, there is still some work to be done. And it is still miraculous that you've played all these big opponents if you're OG. And still you do struggle against an Ikla, but that does conclude the best of 3. 2-0, we can't harp on that point too much since they still won out in the best way possible. Next up, we've got Turn on Fire versus Los Cagutos, also not a match that you want to miss. Turkey versus Poland. Make sure to stay tuned, we'll be back after the break.
Oh, Esports. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back, everyone, to the broadcast. One more best of 3 for your screens today. Eternal Fire taking on Los Kagutos. Should be a spicy one. Again, I think it's a similar matchup to what we had before in terms of OG and Ikla when it comes to these teams performing really well. Los Kagutos kind of on the upwards trend after losing some of their key pieces to other teams, notably, right, Krasnal going over towards Monte. That happened right at the start of the year, and they haven't really been the same team since. Eternal Fire finally, I think, have resolved all their roster issues, and they're looking insanely good.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think it's a secret that Eternal Fire have had a revolving door. I mean, it was a very public thing, of course, and of course, this Los Kagutos roster going under the banner of Ago for a little while, but I think this is going to be a tough matchup for them, especially losing Krasnal, even though they've had plenty of time to accommodate for that fact and get Hot Dog worked in. It just hasn't really had that same vibe, because before it was Los Kagutos. Okay, who the hell are they? Why are they competing with some of the top tier 2 teams right now? And then you come to figure out more and more, and it just hasn't really had that same magic in recent times.
No, you're completely right. It hasn't, and we can kind of deep dive a little bit more into some of these rosters. We've actually just got the veto right on the screen for you. Mirage, Anubis, Vertigo are maps. Mirage, I imagine, will be picked out by Los Kagutos, because Eternal Fire, they pick Anubis whenever they can. So I'm going to assume it's just the Anubis pick coming out of Eternal Fire. Vertigo's decided as well, another strong map for Eternal Fire. And Mirage, it's, again, firepower, name of the game on this map. And you've got the likes of Xantares, you've got the likes of Arcadia, Voxic. This is quite scary for Los Kagutos. Yeah, it's a very troubling one. But we can take a look at this roster. We can take a look at Eternal Fire right now, right? We can see what's going on. I mentioned 3 names coming into this. I said Xantares, I said Wicadia, and I said Voxic. Xantares and Voxic you'll be very familiar with. Xantares always the powerhouse of Turkey. Voxic, one of the best AWPers. In fact, the best AWPer in the region, and has reclaimed his throne here on this Eternal Fire side. Wicadia coming through the Academy project, and he adds a lot of consistency. And that is the one thing Eternal Fire were really struggling with. It was consistency of rosters. It was also just the consistency of their players performing. It was often the Xantares show. Now, Voxic has really stepped up, elevated his game, and Wicadia as well has been absolutely phenomenal. Major at the helm has really been dictating a lot of these mid-round calls. It's Eternal Fire roster, I'm going to say it, incredibly exciting, and they're going to push for Tier 1 towards the end of the year.
Yeah, I love this Wicadia addition, and he's been putting up the numbers as well to really make it a roster move that fully makes sense. Of course, a rookie coming through, you kind of expect them to need to get worked in a little bit, but no, he's fit right in. But then over to Los Kagutos, Hot Dog, an unknown factor in every aspect of his game, and even the profile picture, since this is also his first time on a team. He's joined Los Kagutos and now has to fill the boots of a player like Krasnal, who is incredibly experienced, and we've seen him at the top level. He's also been amazing there, but this is also not the first time that Hot Dog has played. He's been in this roster for a little while, and we went over this already, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, but look, it's good to see the actual picks, right? And it's a nice little ego boost that I was right, so we'll take that. Eternal Fire, of course, starting on the CT side of Mirage. And then Los Kagutos actually elect to start CT on the side of Anubis, which gives the favoured pick of the T side to Eternal Fire, which I think is a little bit scary. And if we get to that decider of Vertigo, that could be quite an exciting one. I know how good the core of Los Kagutos are on both Mirage and Vertigo, so I am excited to see it. But what I will say is the firepower, Eternal Fire have got an awful lot of it.
yeah, they've always been known to have that firing power, especially in the player called Xantares. But I think this is a point that Hayes brought up recently to me, together with Pulp, that right now it feels like Xantares, he's not really as lethal as he once was. Don't get me wrong, he's still absolutely insane and he'll kill you within half a second. But usually, before, you wouldn't even have that half a second. Now, we've already known with a lot of past sports players that you don't even need to be the absolute solo carry on a team to be the best one by far. Sometimes, and oftentimes, it's better for your team if you take a step back and allow the rest to prosper as well. And I think Eternal Fire are now in a position where they can actually take that approach and kind of relieve Xantares of his duties, who in the past 3 months has been putting up insane numbers and getting a rating of averagely 1.44.
Yeah, look, I don't think he's kind of put his foot off the gas.
No.
And that's reflected in the stats. But what I think you've got is a very good support network around him now. You've got a consistent AWPer that always was an AWPer. Think about the AWP changes we've had in Eternal Fire. It was Toxic, and Emor was AWPing for a little bit. Emor was in the IGL for a little while. Like, the role swaps were insane on this team. And now we've got kind of a very solid base. You've got the experience of Major, who's making some incredibly good mid-round decision-making. You've got Wakadia that can slot into this system and is dropping nearly 20 kills every single game. It's a very good profiling to have alongside Xantares. And this Eternal Fire, in my opinion, is one of the deadliest iterations of Eternal Fire we have had. I hope, just for their sake, that they're able to just keep this lineup for a few months and let it develop.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. Get that going. Have it be a consistent roster. Started off with that. You've got the fragging power. They've already shown that. They've already proven that. So overall, Eternal Fire, keep those doors closed for a bit. And the reason why it also looks so odd is because it was the same player getting rotated out. Then, oh no, we actually do want that player. Oh no, we don't want them anymore. It's like the old toy that you throw away, but it still has a lot of sentimental value. But that's mainly due to the Turkish talent pool not being as deep as when you go internationally, and that's always been the struggle of Eternal Fire. But I genuinely believe that this lineup might just be able to top the likes of a Space Soldiers, the top Turkish lineup, and I think the top ranking that a Turkish lineup has ever got as well, standing at 12th in the world. It's a higher ask and a tall order, but perhaps with CS2 coming around, it will dislodge things enough that Eternal Fire can take that fragging power, bring it over. But Mirage, I'm curious. As soon as we get into it, we'll be able to get a first look of this Eternal Fire roster, since the previous time I saw them on Vertigo, and they look spectacular.
Let's get into things. The fuse kit on Major, no utility for what the rest of the fire. Let's see how it all turns out. We're just going to go for a fast play here out towards A. A lot of utility on Mary and Darcherville.
Mechanics tucked in the corner, smoke to go over. Upstairs in jungle. Eternal Fire are already ahead of that, but Mechanics, well, that was ahead of it, now removed, and just like that, everybody is getting sent off to the afterlife. As Wakadia wants to play around with the vent. I don't think this is going to matter at all. It's a 2v5 in the pistol round, and Darchville is already running him down, or at least wants to. That's a brilliant shot out of Wakadia, but Darchville is a step up too high.
What a really good round coming out of Los Cagutos. It was fast, it was punchy, we always said it was going to be, but look at these entries from Enzo on the replay. Just didn't give them any opportunities at all to get back in. Force Spy immediately out for Eternal Fire. Couple of scouts, Woxic now will wield his weapon of choice. Not quite the AWP, but it will do. And 4 players immediately lean A for Eternal Fire. They don't want it to happen again. Very slow start, but the T side have got control towards middle. Flashbang being provided for Calyx to peek down ramp.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. Major thought he had a free path. No, he did not. And to be fair, it is very ambitious to think that nobody's going to hear you there. Whether they're sitting at the entrance of apps, rotating over towards top mid. That puts all the pressure on Xantares. Good luck trying to hold the line here, though. That is a fantastic shot out of a hot dog to cap it off. And no chance.
Yeah, this one kind of goes as expected as soon as that kill gets locked in on both Major and Xantares. That's pretty much it. Eternal Fire just holding on, just trying to save, because this is going to be an eco anyway into the next round. Los Kagutos looking strong. What is it with these teams that are the underdogs taking the pistol and then converting the following? Perhaps we'll see a difference in class in the gun rounds coming up, but Los Kagutos currently looking really good.
Fair to Los Kagutos, they are actually not that far when it purely comes down to what's on paper. They're not that far behind Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire are sitting at 32nd in the world, where Los Kagutos are 60th. So Eternal Fire are kind of not necessarily in those ranges just yet, where the ranking gets incredibly close to each other and it's so tough to even gain one rank over your opponents. They're certainly in that 1.5 area right now. But Los Kagutos, the chance for an upset is certainly there. And I think it's also just because Eternal Fire is such a household name, they need to fight their way back up to the top again.
I mean, Los Kagutos really exploded onto the scene when they were the team that took down Astralis in the open qualifiers for the major, beat them on Ancient. That was on the road to Rio, so that was quite a while ago. But that's kind of when this team started getting eyeballs on them, and they were going from strength to strength. So it didn't work out quite with AGO, but now back under the banner, looking for a point to prove at Los Kagutos. It's a very clean round coming out from them as well. Everyone's staying alive. Eternal Fire need to arrive here on Mirage. Need to do so with this gun round. Woxic on the AWP, uncontested as well. No one for Los Kagutos can wield that weapon yet.
Uncontested. Woxic. He's still going to have to activate with it. I'm currently veering over in jungle and looking at Palace. He's not going to be coming into effective, only if it's a retake, but Major already deals with the first. That's a very nice start. The second one has escaped him, though. Woxic tries to come through with the aid as soon as he can, and he's going to have Hot Dog up for grabs. Major and Xantares both went down, though, and Woxic also gunned to the oblivion. Calyx at least responds finally. And this is still 2-on-2 right on the site. Dartville with Tomiko, who's coming through short. Wycadia peeking out and actually double peek him. The spray through is not going to work, and it's Calyx to get 2 bullets popped in the dome of Dartville. And Eternal Fire, at the first occasion, they respond.
Yeah, really good reaction there, just coming out of Eternal Fire. The fact that Major just stays alive for those extra couple of seconds is so valuable for the rest of the team rotating through. And they will post. It is a little bit scrappy, but they even deny the bomb plant at the very end. Yeah, again, Los Kagutos choosing not to go for this AWP. They're a very interesting team because Enzo can sometimes wield it, and it's very 50-50 and map dependent when he brings out this AWP. But for the majority, what's unique about this Los Kagutos side is they are more than happy to go AK-47s, M4s for the entire game without ever picking up a sniper.
I kind of love that. That's not a dead set requirement, and you're able to call to the duties that you need to assume. A lot of damage taken by Dodgefield. Nice nade in his pocket. And Skaguto is rotating over towards that A site where they found success in a pistol. Smoke and connector already there. That's thrown from T-spawn. This and goes to the stairs, surely. No, actually goes further. They smoke off jungle. Stairs completely a factor still, but Toxic whiffs his one shot. That's huge for Los Cadutos as they're pushing onto the side. Tomiko goes down with one. And Xantares able to get his name through in the round again, but now it's going to have to be Wycadia and Major. They need to be the ones to convert this into a round victory. Eternal Fire, they've laid out the brickwork. A molly at Mary's position as well. That's not going to spread to his new location. Slowly but surely, Eternal Fire are creeping. That's a brilliant shot. Now it's all up to Wycadia, the new one in the roster. Mary tagged down to 1 HP. He does go down, but he made it a scrap and a half.
Yeah, he did. That was really well played from Mary. You could see the angle selection, made sure he was never really isolated. As soon as he got the kill on towards Major, he knew that there was going to be the player creeping up by the benches. But he was just being peppered down through the wall. The utility displacement as well made him more susceptible to these spams. And Wycadia able to lock it in. But it's only just about. A bomb site looking a little bit weak with Woxic missing that opportunity. But again, it's the wombo combo punch. 2 kills out of Xantares, 2 out of Wycadia, and Eternal Fire stabilize. They could even make this an equilibrium coming into round 6.
That's a very easy decapitation on Wycadia. Completely unaware. Oh, Woxic! With a quick scoping, going back to the old days. And an entirely different game.
Oh,
Nice swivel out of Major as well. At Eternal Fire, they show their quality. They show why this roster is currently working out. Purely because of the individual capacity that they've got. The way they work together as a team. But Enzo, he's been able to sneak through. Major, very much the same though. And he steps up. Big time. Hot Dog finally will make his family bring flowers to the occasion. Calyx wielding the AWP for the 1v1 clutch.
he knows. You've got to know at that point. Just no plant instantaneously. You can assume a rotate's coming in. Guaranteed by that molly. Hot Dog makes it round the corner in towards Palace, which makes this clutch ever so more interesting. You've got to remember, Calyx is on the AWP. He does not have a defuse kit, and there's no smoke as well to obscure any vision. Has to clear every single one of these angles, and time is a really limiting factor. Hot Dog, it feels like he's got this round the palm of his hand. Calyx considering the Palace push now. Needs to stick it. But Hot Dog not swing it. It's really well done out of the newest member of Los Cagutos.
Yeah, Hot Dog all the way around the world. This was such a back and forth war in the round. And the kill from Hot Dog on Woxic is actually what triggered Xantares to look over. And in the process, get caught blindsided. Eternal Fire. Gonna reset back to the pistols. I have to tone it down for a second.
Hello? These pistols are actually doing some damage here. Wycadia, Xantares all join forces, but the spray is just too much for them to deal with. Xantares hit another kill, so 3 on the eco is more than welcome here. Especially just because, you know, the economy's been running weak anyway. Los Cagutos have been throwing these rounds into 1 versus 1s. Very low finances. Pause being called to kind of assess the damages. Try and see if they can repair early and bandage over some of these issues. But the cracks are beginning to show. And Eternal Fire, they've got an opportunity to bounce back here with another investment. Woxic back on the AWP. Has been a little bit slow off the mark in some of these engagements. We'll be looking for a much cleaner way to kick off round 8.
He's had that one amazing shot. But apart from that, it's been dealt with pretty acutely. And of Los Kagutos. Arcadia as well thinks one scope weapon isn't enough. Bringing out the AUG. Fan favourite. I'm not a favourite of Tomiko right now. Los Kagutos, their mid presence is far away. But, yeah, a lot of A site to make up for in Calix. Having to hold the line, trying to reposition. He's so nervous. That's a hit heard by Calix. Gives him some information.
Zantares is in spawn.
Everywhere. Oh my god, Zantares. He's so awkward though, because you're basically fighting in open ground. He has been able to get up closer a little bit, but Los Kagutas, they still just swivel.
This makes it difficult as well for Wicadia, because he was going to come over towards Connector. But because Zantares lost that ground, he has to hold in towards middle. That means that Calix is going to activate instead, and that's a lot more of a bite-sized problem to manage from this T side. 3 versus 4. Reset through B. Although that is a fantastic timing shot out of Woxic, but that should keep rotations at least for a moment. Hello, Wicadia! You're looking the wrong way! Another timing goes against Eternal Fire.
And they want to fake it out. They're running back A, but Eternal Fire are not biting at all. Now they are, though. Major and Woxic also called over. And it seems like such a late call. You are right on the money. With the amount of utility still lost to Gutos. Woxic is also going to be killed, apparently. I was going to say locked out of the round by the Morbies, but no. Los Kagutas have got other plans for him. No, it's just the road to save for Major.
What a round. And it all kind of unravels when Zantares gets punished. A little bit of misinformation perhaps for Eternal Fire as Calix spots a player deep out ramp, but they reset completely. And Zantares is not ready for the retreat of 3 players coming back round the corner. And Wicadia is caught in 2 minds, so worried about underpass. Why if they reset back towards B? Surely they could come through middle. But he looks the wrong direction at, honestly, the worst moment. And that kill, that opening that he found, happened so long ago, you forget it's even in round 8.
A tough round for Eternal Fire again. Just not being able to get any sort of prolonged success. And Los Kagutos are the ones running the show here. They're map picks, so sure, but when you look at this one on paper, you expect way better out of Eternal Fire, and something was up today, I guess. In the recipe, it was said that the teams that are favourite, they can't compete from the start. They always have to fight back from a position where they're pretty heavily down in. Los Kagutas forward to the good as we resume action. Zantares is going to have to do it all with the A1S.
Los Kagutas are one of those sides that I think are very good and really fly under the radar, especially in Tier 2, Tier 3. And although their results dropped off when Krasnal moved to Monte, they're still a force to be reckoned with, right? Still got 4 of those players that were right there with him when they were scaling the ranks. You can see their aim is really effective, even winning out a lot of these engagements against the deadly trio, I guess the trident of Eternal Fire that we were describing in the pre-game.
seems like right now the spears on the trident are pretty blunt. Not able to hit with enough force. And there shouldn't be a way that Los Cagutos loses now as well. Oh, actually, no, Centaurus comes through. That changes everything up, and he only gets the one. Now, you still have a lot to place on those pistols, but at least you've got some disarray with Cadia. Concussion for Hot Dog. AK picked up as well with Cadia. Playing around with it, peeking on Mary at the perfect time. Now you've just got one player left alive, and the 5-7 long distance is going to be good enough to finish that one off. And just like that, Centaurus just gets the one, but it's enough to be clutch.
Oh yeah, again, Mary with that shot. I mean, here you've got some really nice play out of Eternal Fire, because notice how you're actually just letting your individuals work the angles they're dealt with, and then it's the reactions of Eternal Fire afterwards that are that's what's driving all of these kills coming in. Really perfect trading when you've only got pistols to work with. Boost up and hello, Dutchfield trying to get down connector. Even find Santares. That is criminal and shouldn't be happening. Woxic potentially overwhelmed here over towards A. Has got the support of his rifleman though to bail him out of a tight jam. Wicadia and Calyx combine. And now Mary's the only player left.
At least Woxic had all the aid that he needed. Someone to give him a comfortable massage after all those bullets flying past in the war zone that he was in. Harry, if he just goes for the plant, so screw it. I'm committing to this. He would have gotten one. Now instead, oh, well, you hear a Lapua Magnum whiz past, and you know that you've gotten away with one. And all the utility that Eternal Fire still has left. Oh. Mary doesn't get the bomb plant. That's crucial for Eternal Fire.
Damn, I honestly thought he was going to get that bomb down there. And
same, man.
What a wild turn of events in towards middle. And what do you got to praise here for Eternal Fire is their reactions. As soon as Woxic screams, I need help, he gets two players immediately coming to back him up. And they bail him out of a tough situation. A cleaner one for Eternal Fire results in not only resounding success, but instant gratification, because it's just this eco coming out of Los Cagutos, hoping for a bomb plant here.
Pushing through the smoke. No, not anymore. It's one of those things that kind of like caviar almost. You either like it or you just don't, and there's no learning to love it or hate it. Woxic. That's connection with Tomiko. This should be a relatively flat push. Darkfield, somehow he's still alive, even with all the weapons shooting at him, and he's been able to make it out while Kenya's still sprayed away. And Darchfield, he's been able to creep up. He might just be able to get a kill here.
What?
Major. How is Darchfield still alive? Finally, he gets dealt with, but that also forced Wicadia out into the open. And allows Mary to at least get a kill for themselves in this round. But after that, all the shenanigans are over.
And it's so wild that he gets out there. He's just on the back of the bomb site. On literally 1 HP. I mean, fair enough. Unfortunately, doesn't really accomplish too much. And 1 kill is perfectly fine for Eternal Fire as they now look to grow back into this game. Los Cagutos put up a stellar lead to kick things off, but now once Eternal Fire have warmed up and found their groove, they're looking pretty strong.
It's always a slow start. That seems to be the theme of the day, but Los Cagutos. Let's see how they fire back at an all guns blazing Eternal Fire. This was such a nasty setup to try and dismantle. Wicadia goes aggressive, and that's bound to drag somebody in, and indeed it does. And then Zentara shows himself. Just a picturesque round for Eternal Fire. Still have to show up in the aim department, but So well worked.
Yeah, and what you notice over the past couple of rounds is just tempo setting out of Eternal Fire. Here in this round especially, you've got 3 players in towards mid, and they're dictating the flow of this game based on all of their positioning. That was really well done, and you notice how in some of the early rounds, Los Cagoos were picking it up because they were taking the initiative. They were the ones running in. You got Dutchville running up through connector, being aggressive with MAC-10s, AKs. Mid control was always something that Eternal Fire was struggling with, but they've wrestled for it back into that round. Again, a faster play for Los Cagutos potentially could work out as Calix is full blind at the back of the site, needs to try and evacuate, and he does just that. 3 HP, certainly a dream, and this time Xantares, his flank, it can come into full effect.
Yeah, Los Cagutos, they're going to be able to get that bomb down. That was their idea for the round. But after that, it should be a very quick barbecue here for Eternal Fire. And there you go, hot dog thrown on there. It's always a great start of it. Darchville, again, man, in a position where you don't expect anything out of him. He provides you with a kill. Eternal Fire in charge of the lead, though.
Got to talk about Wicadia. Coming up to the closing moments of our first half here, and he's going 16-7. So valuable. Why did he get that kill? I don't even know. Like, just wild spam.
So crucial as well that Wicadia is a academy player.
Yeah.
So still incredibly young. You know that there's going to be longevity, and especially with a roster that is during its older phases. Spectacular to have arm showing. The trade only goes back and forth.
Even has the responsibility of picking up the secondary AWP and even finds a kill before all in. Barrel spotted. Enzo says thank you very much. Eternal Fire go looking for clues on the extremities after losing mid control. They only come up with bullets in their face. They know it's going to be this A play because you got this push through from Xantares, but equally Hot Dog's made a play of his own. And Major's not going to be ready for him. Headshot secured. And now you've got to get past Woxic on the bomb site because Xantares is a world away.
Xantares is also not upping the thrusters. He doesn't fully trust the situation in T-spawn. Thinks there might still be a rotation back, and especially with a kill coming through, it does make sense. But now that Woxic has killed somebody in Palace, he does kick it into another gear. Starts running over. Of course, Darchville is going to be aware and checking it. Mari almost stepped out too wide. Now it should be a very, Woxic steps down. Mari. It's a dangerous game. But Xantares has been able to evade Darchville at least. And this, even though it looks so good for Los Cagutos, could quickly fall apart. But this kill should help them endlessly. Hot Dog also kills Xantares. And we're back at 7 apiece.
Yeah, really good afterplant being taken as well by Los Cagutos here because they understand that the AWP is locked in towards CT. And they don't know where Xantares is, but he's always been that player to flank. And Hot Dog, that is a snappy adjustment to tie the game up. 7 rounds each, and Los Cagutos break a stride in Eternal Fire's momentum just for now as we head into the last round of play for their T side. And it is aggressive yet again. Flashbangs out for Calix means that Wicadia and Xantares find free.
It's a power duo. And this is what I mean, right? Now, Wicadia getting the 2 out of that iteration. Xantares, almost a bottom fragger in his team, and still Eternal Fire are competitive. This roster could be something else. Now one of that power duo goes down, and the secondary one in tandem. Los Cagutos still fighting for the final round of the half here.
Major's got all this info though. He's pushed through B apartments. He understands that, look, this is probably going to be an A finish. Woxic, you can see him repositioning now, going under Palace, and that's just so he can get a decent angle for when they come out of connector. This is really well done. He's even going to go in towards Palace. We'll confirm this info even further and goes, okay, has to be through middle at this stage, playing so passive because he doesn't want to give over a 1 versus 1. Now can hear the utility. Flashbangs raining in, bomb plant locked over. It's going to be on his contact that Major makes this flank.
Woxic. Creeping through, not seeing anybody. That is an annoying one. Mari caught off guard, looking down mid. That's a big kill out of Major. And Woxic knows the proximity where Dargeville has gone over to. 1 HP left over. Major is the one defusing though, and okay, they get away with it. 8-7. And Eternal Fire win the half.
Yeah, nicely done. And where Woxic was in Palace that entire time, he actually heard that rotation coming over towards round. We get to see some of these kills coming in to reflect how the first half went, and it's Eternal Fire building back into this round and this half, and even taking a slight lead. Now you head over to this T side, and you've got a deadly combination of players that are ready to just run it down. The Los Cagutos have been keeping pace, and everyone on the team is providing, which is really essential here to mount a good defense.
Eternal Fire. 5-man deep, B push. And they've got Calyx and Woxic staying behind, ready to throw the smokes, and on their throw, they're going to contact the play, but they're so far ahead of the smokes. Just finally, they're starting to unpop now, but Tomiko, he's just tapping away, and there's so many players to answer these calls. Oh my, Los Cagutos, they had everybody come to this party.
I mean, what a pistol. What a pistol round coming out of Tomiko. Yeah. Snappy shots, and Enzo says, anything you can do, I can do a little bit better. Finds 2 more kills of his own. And Eternal Fire, they barely step foot in towards the B bomb site. They get absolutely rolled.
No bomb plan even. Los Cagutos. Everything was insane in their response.
We are not live.
Are we not live?
It does not look like it. Xantares hasn't moved at all out of spawn.
Right. I thought you were talking about us. I thought you just discovered that we've been waffling to absolutely nobody for the past half an hour.
Okay, he's back. Okay, that's fine. No pause needed. And it is just an eco.
Very nice. Yeah, it's whatever, I guess. We've just got clocks. Gonna try and overwhelm, but Los Cagutos tapping away. And when it's just clocks, there's really not a whole lot that they can say in this argument.
Might be a pause now, potentially. But no. Xantares is okay. Here we go again. This second shot is gross. Onto Xantares.
Yeah. The amount of plays that they had there as well. Because they threw the Eternal Fire through the smokes and even went before those smokes bloomed, but everybody from Los Cagutos was there.
Big nade. Fantastic nade. Softens them up a little bit lower. Calyx also walking wounded, and Mari, he's having a field day. Even adjusts on towards Xantares at Palace. No way through. And somehow, for Woxic and Calyx, they've got to try and piece this one together, but the rotation's already here. The bomb in no man's land. Dargeville on the elevated angle. Will silence Woxic, and Calyx has been taking a lot of blows without actually seeing anyone.
It's a bleak outlook when the first gun round that you have ends with Calyx being 21 HP and going over towards B when he doesn't have a bomb. I guess you got to try something, but Mari, 3k in the round, converting it already, and there should be no way for this man to get the train back on the rails again. I don't know what it is today. It seems of a stellar start. Are unable to keep that going. Nice shot out of Calix.
It's like he's got a point to prove. He's just got that kill. It's like, yeah, this is what I could have done. About 100
Yeah, and
HP.
what?
Yeah. Has to save. Alright.
Dog behind a fence.
This money is going to be not in the best state of affairs here for Eternal Fire. Even worse for Calix, right? Because you don't get money for saving on the T side. So he's going to be left with just 600 and an AK. He's got to put it to pretty good effect here. Kind of lead the charge for the rest of his team, who are only going to really be on pistols.
Santaris, even with him being the lowest fragger in the team,
What a
still
sentence.
gets the AK.
What
Yeah.
a sentence.
That is absolutely insane. I mean, it also explains why they're losing, but Mary smokes himself off, peaked before it balloons, and oh, this is a kill that he should have gotten rid of Mary a long time ago. And Zantaris, he does get a kill over a mid, but good luck, and before his journey can even start, he's already got a flat tire and a deflated face.
When it talks about Wicadia stepping up, Mary. Yeah, again, he arrives for his team, and he's pretty incredible as well. Another young prospect coming out of Poland. Yeah, I mean, he's only 22 years old, so the world at his feet, really. And the fact he's going 21-9 is really elevating this Los Kagutos performance. Boxic having a bit of a peek. See if you can see anything in the window. Not to be the case.
Oh. Nice header that is, though. 39 HP left over. That, I don't think a nade can get more perfect than that. Not Woxic. Look down an apps, and this is, or apps, the bottom of connector, but Los Kagutos. Okay, finally there's somebody answering back. Major to get the first kill. Had Woxic been boosted up, he would have had at least a kill for free. Calix is actually on A.
Sure.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, there was 4 players out mid for Los Kagutos, so there were going to be gaps presented, but it's kind of wild to me that we're in a situation where you got 40 seconds left and everyone's rotating back through CT. Calix is going to get overwhelmed, especially with that flashbang. See you later. Hot Dog will deal with him. Bomb still not yet planted. Major, he might run through the smoke and go B, which is absolutely wild.
Okay. Now it's a race.
He's got no time to do this. He has to go back towards A.
He's going back. Oh, this is so weird, convoluted.
What?
Major, I don't know what he saw. Woxic, he needs to come through late, though. And to be fair, had he had his orb ready, Tamika would have been there. But I don't know what the hell we just witnessed.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've been praising Major's mid-round in before we jumped into this, but this was unreal. He gets the orb. Oh, he saw the foot. That's
Oh my.
really good awareness. Has to take a pause here, Eternal Fire. Have to just kind of get everyone just to relax, just a little bit. And this is a really rare off game for Zantares. As you mentioned, 1.44 rating in the last 3 months coming into this. Currently 9-18.
Yeah. He's apparently just a mere mortal. By far the worst performer of his team, because he's still getting put in those pivotal positions. And I say by far, that's also due to him having 4 extra deaths, and it's due to him being in those positions where there's so much expected of him, and if he's not hitting his shots, all of a sudden what you expect out of yourself and your teammate doesn't fully line up with what they're outputting. Devising a new game plan that doesn't center around Xantares. Sure, we talked about this Eternal Fire being more well-rounded than perhaps ever. It's way too early to accept. And of course, he's not fallen off the face of the earth, and it's going to be a bounce back at some point. Can it still be in this map, though?
They faked utility out mid, after faking some utility out B, but the final commitment for Eternal Fire will be the speed bomb site. They've got a couple of smokes to get them through. They've also got the flashbangs, and they're hoping they can just overwhelm Los Kagutos here with this final stand. Hot Dog, Tamiko, full blind, but not yet dealt with, and that means the crossfire can be established. Even got the AWP in tow as well. And once again, no access. These bouncers denying Eternal Fire entry into this B-bomb site. And with only one casualty, they take that all day long. 13-8 for Los Kagutos on Mirage.
I feel like Eternal Fire, yes, it's a pistol round. I feel like they're not doing enough to cause disarray. They're just throwing one man through, and the rest is all waiting in apartments, allowing those A1Ss to get the kill, get ready for the next aim duel, instead of trying to overwhelm them, run them down, make them whiff their spray a little bit, make them run for it. Xantares sprayed down again. But there's not been a lot of teams that have been dealing with Xantares as efficiently as Los Kagutos right now. Enzo whiffs a shot and abs. That's Palace. You've already gotten the opener. Calix, however, fights it back.
It's very interesting when you take a look at this veto and you take a look at the maps Eternal Fire play, because in essence you've got kind of 4 maps they play, and that's really it. You can kind of take it anywhere else. Mirage is one that they've only played twice with this roster. Overpass another one where they've only played twice, and Ancient, it just feels like they ban it every single time. So there are loopholes, there are weaknesses, and speaking of, Major, he's found a weakness over towards B. Tamiko dealt with, and somehow he's still staying alive. That is not very long lasting, as Mari, he will find him, and Enzo up close ends Calix's reign of terror. 14-8, and Los Kagutos are 2 steps away from winning out their map pick.
That's insane. And Eternal Fire look flat, yet to get around in this half.
That's true.
After they did so well on their CT side to fight it back, bring it into a position where, okay, nice. Eternal Fire are in the driver's seat. Like kind of what was expected. But on the CT side of Los Kagutos, they just not have left a gap anywhere. And when they have left it, they're entirely aware of it and are quickly shuffling to deny Eternal Fire any exploitation of that. You still expect more out of Eternal Fire.
I mean, where's the mid control been? We've seen a lot of executes just come out for Eternal Fire, right? It's layering utility, but not actually having enough presence over, which means that Los Kagutos can just even hold on to the majority of their util, despite like these early ones that are preset and need to be thrown to deny control. Wicadia and Major now trying to turn the tide a little bit, but Tamiko's got this one way, and he already deals with the first.
Bang. Iced out. Alex responds, but just like that, Los Kagutos, you take one of ours, we take your entire damn team in Eternal Fire. Strapped up in the back of a van. They're going to have to pull some Houdini type level shenanigans in order to pull this one back.
Well, look at the money. You'll be Galils, yep. Mac 10s, there might be one AK sprinkled in here or there, but this is not the Eternal Fire that I'm certainly used to seeing. This is a very flat T side. God, nades. The early utility damage out of the CT side has been fantastic, by the way. And it's something that I need to comment on because it feels like we've had 3 or 4 rounds where Eternal Fire, one of their players, has been at 50 HP or less.
It's just going to be so deflating for a team as well.
Mary's
Look at
push
Mary.
palace.
Oh my. That's going to be a whole lot of information, but at the same time, he's more... Wait, the bomb of Eternal Fire is still not even recovered. And Xantares does get the kill, but Mary just killed Major, and that cuts off all access from the bomb. As long as Mary finds it, which, well, he will not... did he see it? I don't think he did. He just walked past it. Eternal Fire, they are going to be paranoid the entire way through, right? Because they know that Mary has just gone into T-spawn.
He knows.
Surely.
Xantares holding a really good angle, though. And we'll find him. Finally a breakthrough for Eternal Fire, but has it come in a little bit too late? That's your issue. Interesting reaction as well at Los Cagutos. The fact they concede middle and they're like, okay, we need information elsewhere. And they do it instantaneously. It's not like a mid-round push where you just kind of wait and you gamble that there's not a player in that position. It is almost at an instant because they know that there are gaps on the outskirts of the map. So the bulk of the pressure is being applied straight through the guts. Oh.
Again. Here with the nade. It's been fantastic for Los Cagutos, but now they still need to close it out again in a favorable position. But Enzo cleared out. Katie almost makes it a duel, when instead of Calyx is to prop himself up in the 1v2 to extend the life of Eternal Fire. Gets the first. Wants to be ready for the second. The nade goes into window. Does he hear Darkfield though? Hot pursuit. No, he doesn't. Darkfield gets the kill from behind, and just like that, Eternal Fire get dominated on Mirage.
Yeah, the T side took a really long time to get going, and as a result, Los Cagutos really capitalized off the back of it. It's good utility and it's good pace setting coming out of this CT side. They had information everywhere, and it was just too much for Eternal Fire to handle. However, that is one of the maps they don't really play. We saw good maps out of Wicadia, but we saw Voxic and Xantares actually really slow to arrive, and that needs to change on Anubis. Otherwise, we might have a very shock result here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is already a shock if people are going to be tuning in, seeing 16-9 for Los Cagutos. It doesn't really matter that you don't play the map as much as Mirage has been in the pool the entire time. It still feels like it at least warrants a better performance out of you, but when you get your top dog at the bottom of the scoreboard, you're also grasping at straws. But that all might change on Anubis. Let's see whether Los Cagutos can pull off the impossible, or whether Eternal Fire are returning to their form. We'll see after a tiny little break.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
A really good CT side display from Los Kagutos sees them dominate Eternal Fire on Mirage 16-9, and now Eternal Fire, they gotta go to their home map. It's been Anubis, it's been one that they've been picking quite consistently. Los Kagutos a bit hit and miss on Anubis, but the individuals were popping off in quite a big way, which leads me to have a little bit of worry for Eternal Fire in the second map.
Exactly, I feel like this is kind of a sleeper pick for Los Kagutos. They don't really get it often, but to be fair, the teams that they've faced, Illuminar, Soul, both losses, but at least against Soul, a 14-16 one. That is very respectable. Soul, by no means are they a bad team on Anubis. I don't think this is going to be a smooth sailing for Eternal Fire as we might think, considering, even though they do have the better result, literally right around the same date, they've also played Soul on Anubis, and also ended up losing. Eternal Fire aren't out of the woods here by any means here at all. Los Kagutos might just be able to pull off a wonder and get the 2-0 upset.
Yeah, look, Anubis is, for Eternal Fire, going to start on the T side, which is good for them. We are slowly figuring out this meta of Anubis. However, I would say it is still T-sided. There's a lot of long-range engagements you can find the opening on if you're on the attack. It's a lot harder to try and navigate your way around these entry kills if you are on the CT side. What that has led to is a lot of aggressive fights taking shape, and that really plays into the Eternal Fire kind of strat book, and that's why this map is really good for them. Aggressive opening fights are the name of the game when it comes to this Turkish super team. So, Los Kagutos, look, I feel like there's trouble ahead, but at the same time, if they keep firing on all cylinders, if they're using their early utility to such good effect as they were doing on CT side Mirage, this game might not go the distance. We might be seeing 2-0, which would be an astonishing upset, but right now it's too early to call.
Yeah, we're going to have to get on Anubis, see what happens, and basically get a feeling. Those first 5 rounds, first 3 you can kind of scratch off, win the pistols, sure, you can live in that fantasy world if you want, but then the big dogs come around, aka the gun rounds, and Eternal Fire, they're going to have to find a way to motivate Xantares and get him comfortable again, because in Mirage, everywhere he went, there was just an artillery cannon waiting for him with utility, and if it wasn't utility, then it was a barrel somewhere above a smoke or with anything. They did so well at shutting him down. He wasn't as lethal as you usually expect him to be. And Again, for his doing an insanely bad rating, a 0.64, as opposed to his average 1.44 over the past 3 months.
Yeah, look, you need to get him online. Wikedi was showing good form. Voxic was kind of hit and miss. And when two of your 3 star players that you'd look to really drive the force forward for Eternal Fire go absent, that's where cracks start to show, and that's where you really start to see Los Cagutas come into their element. It looks like we are just about to go live here, which is really exciting because the wait is over and we can see what Eternal Fire have for us on their home turf of Anubis.
And finally, we can see what these teams have got in their locker. Los Cagutas starting on the CT side. Of course, their pick. Nah. Very pushed back 3-2 split. And Eternal Fire have gotten so much ground already. It's going to be an easy push to work that A site. Whether it's also going to be an easy breakthrough. Hot Dog doesn't immediately land his bullets, and the dualies are overwhelmed. And Taris runs further with his dualies. And Enzo is past tense, and just are the rest of Los Cagutos.
Yeah, look, very straightforward round. Just aggression coming out for Eternal Fire. They split onto A pretty decisively. Every single kill comes in their manner, and Glocks up close. Against the USPs, it's always going to be very problematic for Los Cagutos. They overwhelm, and they will succeed. Mirage just hoping for an opportunity for the kill on the way out, and doesn't even get that luxury, as that is a very messy fight to end round 1.
As soon as Eternal Fire got as much ground over the bridge as they did, the round was almost over, barring Hot Dog popping off with the dualies. But there was just so much pistols. So many pistols right in your face. Like, even the dualies don't manage to stop him. Enzo not blowing up with his teammate, so they're planning to get that up activated as soon as they can.
Should just be quite clean for Eternal Fire here, as long as they don't walk into this stack. But they're not, they're going B. Tomiko only player here. Nice shot onto Wikidia. That's going to ring alarm bells, and Calix, oh no, he doesn't find anything either. Now the guns can be picked up too. It starts to get a little bit more dramatic. Voxic's lining up mollies and smokes. They're playing lineups.
This is scary. There we go. Flash come through. But Los Cagutos just don't have time. This is such a weird round. Enzo is now on it. Finally. Took him a while. And he's sticking it. This is awkward. They're starting to knife him. And... what happened? Oh my god, I can't even talk, man.
There was no time. There was no time when he got on that bomb. It's still expensive, but at the end of the day, Major gets a lot of cash, and he even got a knife kill. So he can drop Voxic and AWP, like no problem whatsoever. That came right down to the wire, but Ninja not successfully gathered. Doesn't even actually bring out the AWP. Voxic's on a Galil. Because that was the force buy, so now you're on an eco. So you know that probably not the best idea to bring out your sniper right now. Especially against USPs that are going to get aggro. Speaking of a...
bang. Clean round.
Yeah, very clean. Exactly what you want out of Eternal Fire. No casualties. A strong start on the T side. Said that was probably going to be the case, and it is. But now Enzo is wielding this AWP, which is very powerful on the CT side. Double AWP is often quite commonplace here, due to those real long-range angles that we were discussing before we went live. Eternal Fire, they group B. This might just be a faster play coming out of them. That's a lot of info being gathered by Enzo, though.
If he does push further, Los Cagutos even have that flank going. Still the battle for ebooks. He's there. Flashes go over. Eternal Fire means the push is up, but also just like that, the push is off again. Los Cagutos. No way that you can think of a better response to a push than that. They actually are able to go A, though.
They are, but Woxic's bringing the bomb straight to Tomiko. But does win out the fight. Now you can kind of commit in towards A if you want, but Calix is hoping for a little bit more. Hoping to gather some more information. Darcherfield just walks into his death, and Woxic needs to do it all. Would be on for the ace if he does kill Hot Dog. And Mari is also incredibly low, but Hot Dog hits the headshot. Starts to get a little bit scary, but Los Cagutos, they do manage to pick up that round. That's all off the back of the information being gathered by Enzo pushing at A. It means that 3 players can be there, ready and waiting to receive that contact.
Los Cagutos, man. What a round for them. That was also one that they had a lot of information in. And they're going to be trying to get that same information. Enzo peeks out, gets pre-fired by Major. Los Cagutos. Stepping back. They don't necessarily need to gain all this ground. As long as they keep it Eternal Fire engaged. Enzo's got a lot of freedom with this orb.
Good find. Actually looking for even more is Voxic, but no. Spam through the door by Mari. Hot Dog under the pressure here, but the angle is perfect to deal with Major. And even the follow-up on Wicadia, Hot Dog. Incredible B anchoring coming through. And suddenly, it's thrown on the other foot. 2 versus 4 in favour of this CT side. And as they gather and congregate towards B, Eternal Fire, another rotation has come over to help out Hot Dog. Mari holding this line, a very powerful crossfire, and Eternal Fire need to break it.
Xantares does land a dink. Doesn't manage to get further than that, and even though Hot Dog is stepping, so Calix has got to be aware of his position. It shouldn't matter. He does get the kill on Hot Dog at least, but Los Cagutos putting an end to it. And an incredibly strong way to fire back. And we all know that this is the most T-sided map in the pool. And with the way that Los Cagutos are dealing with Eternal Fire right now, and especially the aggression from Enzo to get so much information early doors, this is still looking like a big challenge.
No bomb plants in a couple means that Tech 9s are all that Eternal Fire can bring to the table here. It's going to be another B execute. It's going to be another pop play. Just trying to overwhelm. It's good to see Voxic having a very good start to life here on Anubis, but would need a lot more from the rest of his team. And it could fall onto Wicadia, who doubles down with the Tech 9. Now AKs can be picked up, and it is simple as that for Eternal Fire.
Well, sometimes all you need is pace. This is a rough round for Los Cagutos. And Enzo might just be called off guard by Woxic, who can start wielding that orb immediately. Does at least dispatch that Darchfield trades himself out, so this is still competitive. But Enzo, he's on such a long wraparound. And in the meanwhile, Tomiko is in an open line of firing. If he gets peeked by Eternal Fire, nade as well for good measure, and that's actually enough to kill Wicadia. Now it's all up to Xantares, gets peeked by Tomiko. It's Enzo to put a stop to it, and he has a kit.
It's close.
That's enough time.
Oh, just. But how expensive does that get? How expensive does that get for Los Cagutos? That was just Tech 9s. And yet, whilst it is a recovered round, it comes right down to a 1 versus 1. Fortunately enough for Los Cagutos, Enzo is there to hit the shot. But my goodness me. That is a warning sign. And if the alarm bells aren't quite ringing yet for the CT side, it's going to need to.
No snoozing on this one.
Great nade. And another one. Oh.
Oof. That's something so commendable out of Los Cagutos on Mirage. Sure, but on Anubis as well. They seem up to the task here in Enzo. No trouble at all, but peeks out too wide for the secondary one.
This is smart.
Thought that somebody would be on the angle already.
This is so smart. The reposition here, getting Darcherville up close, even when you've just lost your AWP in the middle of the site, and Tamiko is out middle. So this kind of sells the position further, because say Xantares is to catch him, you're not expecting another player on A. Meanwhile, double set up in towards Dark, and Tamiko's actually made the journey over towards B, which is the right move. Xantares can be activated on this flank. All eyes will point to him in the next 20 seconds to see what he can achieve.
Los Cagutos. A team without an org. But they look like they've got analysts coming out of every crevice that they can search in. So picturesque, up to date with the movement, and Mari and Wikadia combined for the kill on Major. That just leaves Woxic now after a flurry of kills entered the feed. Los Cagutos get another round under their belt. An eternal fire grasping at straws.
Yeah, again, what's so impactful here on the CT side is the amount of info gathering that happens in the mid-round for Los Cagutos. Even when they lose Enzo, after he finds the opening pick on the A bomb site, Darchfield's not happy with just taking an advanced position over towards A. He pushes the issue further. That means that Tamiko can then rotate off of middle and come in towards B. So there's 3 defenders there. A fantastic nade to kick this round off as well. This has just looked exceptional for Los Cagutos as they look to stamp their way over towards 5 rounds here on the CT side, and it'll be 5 in a row as well.
Yeah, man. Los Cagutos, I don't know what they've done with their CT side to prep up for this one, but they put in so much work. And this is what I mean with that it seems like such a sleeper pick for Los Cagutos. They don't play it that often. But when they do, they're able to put in a good dent. And looking at this start of the game where Eternal Fire were able to win the pistol and the converting rounds after it and are getting shut out round after round now when it comes to the guns. The closest that they got was a quick run onto the site with pistols.
They still could net a bomb plant here, but I say that Major's actually got the bomb and going towards A, and Enzo is holding. Like, this shouldn't be, yeah, anything.
Bang. That's the bomb.
So cool, you've got B, but that doesn't actually matter at all.
Mari was coming through with a very quick flank as well. Hot dog at the spraying range. 2 in the drive-through. Send them to the next window. And they'll be at the pearly gates. Oh my. And it was a round where there were just Tech 9s, Mac 10s. It's good to show for Los Cagutos that we're now prepped up well against that as well. Throw whatever else you've got. The sink won't stick.
Mid is the gap right now for Los Cagutos. Middle is not being contested at all by them. It's always been a push out towards A, which now Woxic is holding for. Enzo, contact play. That's costly. Oh, there's a gap in that smoke.
So audacious, because Woxic's shot, right?
Okay, yeah, did he spot? No, he didn't.
My goodness. So everything is there for Los Cagutos. Turn the fire.
Great
That's
flash.
it, Jeffert. Yeah, that's nice. Darchville overwhelmed. Hot Dog now falls to the canvas as well. And just like that, it's been overwhelmed and it's a 2v3 instead.
You should know your gaps as well. Heaven and A main. It's being held down by the AWP. They're just looking for exits here. This is never going to be the full commitment for Los Cagutos. Haven't got enough money on some of these players, so you're better off saving. You're better off coming up with a buy in the next. Really nice out of Eternal Fire. What happens there is, even though they get overwhelmed just a little bit by the playing towards Dark and B main, where's your gap? It's middle. And Xantara, as he walks in, he cuts off all these rotations and just allows a pathway back into this round for Eternal Fire.
Clutch. This is insane out of Hot Dog to be challenging an AWP long range with an A1S at the edge of a smoke. I have to wonder as well, Darchville sitting up that aggressively with an AWP.
Yeah. But he has to do that to a certain extent because they don't know what's going on in middle because you've overcommitted too many resources towards B. So the issue you've got is if you're playing a little bit more passive on A at any moment, you just get shot in the back of the head. So by making a proactive play there, by standing your ground at the best case scenario is that maybe that you get a couple of kills before you fall. But you're right. By bringing that up, it's a key thing that needs to be addressed here. As we literally said at the start of this previous round, mid is the gap.
Yeah, let's see whether Los Cagutos are in a position. Mid has always been the gap. Pistol round, had his Eternal Fire just barreling down. Los Cagutos, they're leaving it as one. It's insanely tough to cover these sites and also try to cover mid, but to leave it open round after round after round makes it seem like Eternal Fire can just easily read into that. They're not doing it.
Oh, that smoke sucks.
Katie, I can't catch anyone on the edge of it, though.
Yeah, they're now waiting because they were hoping that there'd be a push in towards mid to kind of compensate from the fact that the CTs keep losing it. Instead, they're going to redirect and they're going to be contacting through as a unit to make sure there's adequate trade spacing when they take this space. Hot Dog Mary now creeping forward, trying to deal with Dark and Water. They'll confirm that's clear. And a third rotation's moved over towards A for the CT side.
Darchville, meanwhile, prepping up aggressively on the edge of the smoke. Meanwhile, all the action for Eternal Fire goes on here. And this is that awkward all the way through. Eternal Fire going and wrapping back B. Calyx is to swim with the fishes. And look at that push immediately out of there. Darchville wants to re-aggress, wants to help his team out. They've got control over Dark. They've got Tomiko in there as well. They haven't got Darchville anymore, but in the meanwhile, Mari is also finding kills. Tomiko with another one. And that just leaves the AWP who gets swung by Hot Dog. And just like that, Los Cagutos, an incredibly awkward and nervy round to navigate. They find their way onto victory.
Again, this is a key feature in this round is the fact that Darchville walks back A main and gets the kill onto Calyx, confirms that it's not going to be a mid to A split because the smoke was a little bit wonky that Eternal Fire could have even pushed through it if they wanted to over at camera. Instead, they try and work their way through B. But the reason why Hot Dog and Mary stay completely silent, don't reposition, don't rotate, is based off Darchville's information again out A.
Oh, that's what you expect out of him. That's where the Xantara's peak comes from. He's sweating. He's seeing dead. That's a nice one out of Enzo. Daz has gone off the angle, does manage to retreat. Enzo didn't want to get caught napping with the flash that was thrown out in front. Still 4-4. Gutos, they react so quickly to any information that's given to them, and as soon as that turns out into nothing, they spread thin again. The B hit is coming through for Eternal Fire. Right, Katie in a position where he can start planting the bomb. A brilliant shot out of Woxic to put an end to the life of Hot Dog. Calyx as well with the Deagle. Now he's able to pick the AK. Calyx, that's a huge frag. Basically confirms the round, and Enzo should probably just hightail it out.
It's interesting watching this, and I think the play style I'm going to compare this to the most is something like a 9, who have got their playstyle a lot from watching Heroic. And basically what it involves on the CT side is basically a lot of gamble stacks, a lot of over rotations to one bomb site based on the information you've gathered on the other. And it is having a lot of belief in your IGL and having a lot of confidence that the reads are correct. And yet again, you see this coming over here. It's so interesting because this time it's Darchville who's the A player that rotates towards B instantaneously. Big round to win if you're Eternal Fire. That really limits the economy because these rounds have been ever so close.
That's good goose house. This is a new way. I feel like there's about 7 different ways to boost yourself up around that pillar. That one being the most popular. Enzo smokes it off. It's dangerous. Not so scary as that flash hits. Again, the same gap. Hot Dog wants to exploit it, but this time he's only got an MP9 for the job. And up against all the rifles at the opposite end. He's turning it down.
Good smoke. In towards B main. That completely stops that push. Meanwhile, stack formed over towards A. They aren't hearing anything. Nothing's activated over towards B. Flashbang in towards middle. That's going to get you AWP a little bit more curious if you're Enzo. Start to creep forward, and again, they drop a smoke. Eternal Fire have to reset back. And with 40 seconds left, Los Kagutos think, okay, well, the B smoke's expired. Again, Darchville's got good space on A and has dropped a smoke. Let's lean B, and that is the right call.
Might as well. The flashes go through for Eternal Fire. That MP9 up close. It's a tiny pea shooter, but it's close enough. Xantares wants to go through, but he's being withheld. Enzo goes down, but there's still a Deagle on site. Tamika, what a fantastic shot. Wants to peek out again. The aggression stays up, but that actually brings in Woxic. And as soon as Mari goes around the corner, Calix is a walking dead man. And Los Kagutos another round. But they just do so well.
That's probably going to be a pause coming in now as well, because the thing is, Eternal Fire are probably thinking, what has happened in this round? Why have they seemingly come again to the bomb site where we're at? And it's because they're not throwing enough utility in the early game to force out these smokes, force out the mollies from Los Kagutos. So they're throwing them on timings. Notice how the flashbang came in towards mid from Voxic. Immediately, a smoke gets thrown back in the face. Eternal Fire have got no mid control, so they can't then go towards middle. At the same time, Darcho yet again walks A, sees nothing, drops a smoke with 30 seconds left. And you can tell that Eternal Fire are putting a lot of respect here on Los Kagutos, and as a result, they can afford to hold on to this U2 a little bit longer and trust that Eternal Fire aren't going to push through it, which is where that stack comes in, which is why they're able to have so many players here.
Hot Dog. His name might be unknown. Coming into it. Going out of it. Ringing through the hallways. 11-8 right now, and for a man that has never spent time on a official HLTV recorded team, he's doing damn well, man. It's absolutely fantastic. Xantares. So nervy and Darchville. What a clear out. Completely removes Eternal Fire's map presence. They've still got mid, but Eternal Fire don't want to move through. It's like there's a force field surrounding it. And okay, they've just enchanted it.
With a one-way here, and Enzo's going to walk through the smoke as well on the timing to make sure that they get themselves set back up. Yeah, again, look, they've completely vacated A to then deal with the mid presence. This is wild! Out of Los Kagutos, Enzo finds both.
Maybe the A hit hasn't come through quick enough. Major and Woxic They're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the hard place is titanium. And then it's trying to go through the rock. Hot dog. Okay. Well, now you know where he is. He's gone off, so you just overwhelm him. And Enzo, the secondary player to come through. So, however this goes, Los Caguts have won their CT side on a T-sided map.
They're just so dynamic. They're moving as a unit as well, trying to sweep and clear all of these angles. Like, it's actually wild. The level of Counter-Strike we're getting out of Los Cagutos. I'm seriously impressed.
Same. And a turn of fire. They're at the butt end of the joke.
When in doubt.
Fortunately for them. Pull it out. Here we go. That's what they're doing. Go with the MAC-10s, get up close and personal, whisper something into their ear before you send them off into the deep end. And just like that, a turn of fire. The way that they first got close to winning a proper round was with a rundown, and they go back to Old Trustee.
Whenever it's Tech 9s, they go for a B play. But they do it with such venom. It makes you think, if Eternal Fire had thrown pace at a number of these rounds, what the outcome difference might have been. Because they've been playing immaculately when the pressure is put on them, when their backs are against the wall, and they can just activate immediately. But when it's a slow default round, you allow Los Cagutos to gather all of this information, get these little clues across the map. That's why they've been struggling in the mid-round. I already would like to see Major just go here, okay, that worked fantastically. Let's go towards A this time, or we can go towards B again, but we do it fast. We do it with pace.
Yeah, don't give time for Los Cagutos to work their voodoo magic. If this is going to be a quick one, it's down mid. Could have been down B, but then it would have been a very deep push. Enzo whiffed the shot, but he doesn't fully get punished. Enzo now running back, strafing back and forth. Molly gets thrown, nade to follow it. Just in case anybody dares to try and go through. Trying to fire, they respect it.
It's so smart. They've caused so much disruption, and now there's limited information because the smokes were still up initially, that they can now reset. Tamiko left dealing with middle. A smoke being thrown in, that's going to attract Mari's attention. So Hot Dog is now isolated completely on B. He has to go toe-to-toe with Xantares. He's only got a FAMAS, and that's only going to end one way.
Skaguto's locked out of the sight. Oh, wow, yeah. That's a hell of a way to go. Xantares even deals with Mari, and this is all going downhill for Los Cagutos, who can be happy about this half. By the way, Darkfield gets 2, and he doesn't even know it. And of course, he's going to realize it at the top right, but the secondary kill was just an additional bonus. And with that, Los Cagutos right back into the round. Of course, one they're going to be having a crack at, considering it's the final one of the half. Darkfield tries to make as much noise to force somebody out, and he does, but it's Wycadia, and Woxic has got his lies on Enzo. And a turn of fire. Again, they stopped the bleeding at least.
Yeah, they have. They've done really well to build back in. And this is a really clever round crafted at the hands of Major. It's a lot of map control being taken to force all of these rotations away. So when they hit the bomb site, it's not overwhelming. It's not crowded out this time by Los Cagutos. You end the half 8-7. But a lot of praise has been put over to Los Cagutos because, look, this was a 3-0 start for Eternal Fire. They won the pistol. They did the job at converting the following rounds. But when the guns came into play, that's where Los Cagutos came into their element. 8 rounds on the CT side is fantastic here on Anubis.
Los Cagutos get this pistol down. Go. He hasn't slipped under the radar, but Major, he already went back, and now they want to hunt him down too. It's not even like Los Cagutos have fully committed to the site. They turn a fire now, backing down. But A is entirely widespread open.
Oh, wow. Nice adjustment from Major. And I feel like with that kill, you kind of know that it's going to end A. They're going to try and converge on towards Tomiko here, and he's missing everything. Thought about a fight back in for the T side in towards middle, try and collapse on these players, but no, instead, it's going to be a brawl out towards the glass. Bomb making its way over. Zantares actually kind of caught in a little bit of a bind, but he does adjust on towards Darcherville. And this should be, I was going to say the commitment, but no, we're going back again.
Uh-oh. Glock.
Nice shot.
Shot at away, Katie, and he forgets for a second that there could be a secondary player here. And that's the bomb, actually.
Oh, wow.
That is an annoying one. Tomiko, he's going to be able to grab that.
They're going to go away. There's no way.
Oh, my God.
What are you doing? What?
Oh, my God. You had the safety.
To be fair, that pistol nearly worked. It's the classic B, A, A, B, A, B. However,
That's not it.
yeah, I don't know. Like you recover the bomb there, and you know you've got a safe. Well, you don't know you've got a safe pathway, but you imagine there would be like peaks coming in. I think what's clever is the fact that Voxic doesn't actually commit to the window fight after they lose Wicadia. It's a bit of a rough smoke. So you don't have the confirmed info, basically, that two are mid, which is why they hesitate and why they go the other way.
Well, they look to give Eternal fire. Taste their own medicine. Smoke gets thrown, and everybody's called over now, but that's perhaps a little bit too late as Mari's flash only blinds Hot Dog and Wicadia and Zantares. They're just firing away. And Los Kagutos, well, they're going to have to look back at the way that Eternal Fire did it, because that was a whole lot better.
Yeah, that was, yeah. Unfortunate. In terms of the team flash, yeah, but the rest of it was just pretty bad. You're running through a smoke, there's limited trade space in, Eternal Fire are always going to clean you up there. So they got the pistol, and again, they got the conversion. So this is now 6 rounds of Counter-Strike that Eternal Fire have won for basically free. Major. Let's get caught off guard, and
oh, no.
Enzo's found Zantares. Hang on a second, maybe it's not 3 rounds for free. Nah, never mind. Counter kills them.
He's given the A1S to Tomiko at least. But Hot Dog. Yeah. Sure, Tomiko is able to get access. Actually has 100 HP as well. No armor. But a bomb plant, that's huge for Los Kagutos. Voxic. A molly and a nade doesn't throw either. Until the planting is already done. There Tomiko goes. Makes it as expensive as can be for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, fair play. It's a 1v3, you make it a 1v1 and you plant the bomb. Perfect as it goes for money. If Enzo wants an AWP, he can also have one. Did mention that it's pretty map dependent and side dependent, whether Los Kagutos want to bring that one out. That was expensive considering what was brought into that round for the T side. Has got it.
See, decided he was strong with it. Less freedom. For certain. On the T side. A nice nade. Now out of Eternal Fire. Los Kagutos. In a position where they had such an insane first half. Put the test to Eternal Fire. They're still beneath them. Enzo is going to be walking over the corpse of Calix. Nope, only gets the one. Both ways. Enzo. Now it's Zantares up against Mari. And Zantares falls flat. And the AWP of Major. I don't think there's going to be anything here for Eternal Fire that they want to attempt.
No, it won't be. And that round is a complete switch up. It's just literally primarily left on contact. You can see that the reaction molly was going to be pulled by Calix, but he shows a little bit too much shoulder, and that's enough for the AWP to strike. And there's only, I think, 1 trade blended in there. Actually, no, Voxic and Zantares do find 2 kills on the way through, but yet again, just the quantity of players just overwhelms Eternal Fire. And that's finally a bounce back. And on the T side for Los Kagutos, this is a much faster response than Eternal Fire managed to post on Mirage.
Terrorists win.
Nice shot as well.
So wide.
Yeah, one that Enzo has to make. But it does grant them so much access. Los Kagutos now within 1. And Eternal Fire struggling for money. And Xantares doesn't even have a weapon. They're dropping the Soul AK when he's underperforming, and now when he's at the top of his scoreboard, they don't give him one. That's opening at least. And a secondary one for Woxic as well. Now they're running at the hills. Major. They'll be too steep to climb.
Hang on, hang on. Hot Dog's just lined 2 up. Oh dear. But he is alone. Has to go and get the bomb as well. This could be an expensive round. It might not be a damaging one, but it could really disrupt economy. Depends how many kills Hot Dog finds, because he has full HP and he has a timing window in mid. Oh, if he goes down the stairs here, he can kill Calyx. And then he wins the race on towards A. This is weird.
Yeah, when you see Calyx as well, you know them. No, he doesn't go up the stairs.
Well, now they know.
Yeah. He's waited too long. It's easy for us to say, of course, looking at the minimap and have an X-ray on. Actually, Eternal Fire don't have anybody over. They don't think it's a feasible thing that he could have done. Walk over through mid. This is an odd one out of Eternal Fire. At the same time, they want to preserve their numbers. Bomb is going to go down. Woxic. That first peek is something that we need to see. Hot Dog jumping up and actually not spotted. But Woxic is just waiting anyway. Had he gone in, that would have been a huge mistake. But there's an ace needed for Hot Dog. And it feels like the bomb isn't even planted for him. Xantares, my goodness, insta-kills him as soon as he comes out. It's a valiant attempt, but it will go up in smoke.
Yeah, again, fair play to even be able to get a bomb plant in that situation. The reason why Woxic gets off the bomb there, by the way, is so they can grab the AWP. The secondary one, although that comes very close, because he doesn't have a kit. Everything's okay. Double AWP, a huge success story in this round, despite Hot Dog's heroics in getting a couple of kills on the bomb plant.
Tactical pause.
Oh,
And Eternal Fire.
They didn't get the AWP.
Ooh. There are 2 laying about. I guess still somewhat costly. Still Los Kagutos. Currently, there's not a whole lot to show for their brilliant CT side performance. And just as Eternal Fire, where they're running their heads against the wall over and over again, hoping that will work out. The wall won't budge.
This is a change-up. Have not seen Los Kagutos go in towards B on a gun round, and look at all of this utility. Major full blind, and he still wins out the fight anyway. And meanwhile, on the bomb site, Wicadia does his mission. And now we've got a little bit of evacuation going on, except they come right back in. This is an interesting mid-round for the T side. One that ends in catastrophic failure.
Yeah. I feel like Los Kagutos are just not exactly on the same page, and then also with the counter utility thrown by Eternal Fire, to have two players disconnected from the push with the molly that they threw, everything goes up in smoke. Los Cagutos. They've somehow got enough money to buy up again. I'll keep the ball rolling at least. But thus far, they're awfully close to a ball. They're getting kicked about.
Mid being taken this time around. Mary lining up a smoke as well. It's going to land in towards B. Trying to give him control towards Dark. There's a massive gap in it though. Great spam as well. Zantares, Calix, pepper down the smoke, and Enzo. First evicted in this round. And Wicadia, hi. He's just pushed B.
Easy does it, Tomoko. This is just not a sharp dart fill, however. And Tomoko, they both combine. 2 kills. Brings it back into a 3-on-3. Be a huge round for Los Cagutas. At least they have got the money now. With the bomb plant coming through. Tomoko. What's he got? Towers gets a kill, continues to spray, but Tomoko plants a bullet, walks it up close. How much has he got with the orb? Tomoko. It's a testy game. That's a big one out of Mari. Removes the pressure somewhat from Tomoko. And then steps around the corner and walks it on the diet of bullets.
Just trying
Los Cagutos.
I'm just trying to look at this because you've got the kill in towards mid, and then suddenly the gap presented itself in towards Dark, and Wicadia gets caught on the retreat, which enables that bomb plant to come down, and from there, Eternal Fire just look all out of sorts. And their money's gone. Los Cagutos are a golden ticket to get in their 11th.
Oh my. This feels like a very weird Anubis, though. And that round as well, 5v3 for Eternal Fire. They end up losing it. With 2 players still left alive for Los Cagutos, sure. Hanging on by the skin of their teeth, but... Centaurus, Deagle. Instead, he gets popped. Bang. Another one. Los Cagutos. In a position where it's almost impossible to lose this round. Wicadia stuck out onto the site, and that Deagle's now also down. And that indeed has removed all venom from this round.
There's gonna be one round in the next couple where Los Cagutos are just gonna smash it A, because if you think about the layering that they're doing right now on their T side, it's dark control, mid control, reset into late round B, and there will be a decision made, a call being put to the table where they're like, okay, Eternal Fire are going to have to adjust to this now. They're either going to start by pushing A and getting early info, or they're going to start adjusting towards mid and dark with an extra player. And that's going to be the gap.
It's good for Los Cagutos as well to run that round without any casualties. Eternal Fire delve deep into their pockets, 2 orbs brought out, and then it best work out. At least the quick A pop is not going to be this time around, or the quick B pop for that matter. I would like to see that. A switch up of the tempo. Perhaps when you have a bit weaker weaponry.
I like this out of Calix. He's got so aggressive, he's got through this smoke. He knows that they're not here. And this gives the mileage for Eternal Fire to actually stack 3 players on towards B. But they're only getting that again because the information being gathered out A. Wicadia drops the molly. Gonna force them back as well. But B looks like the finish. And you're going into this stacked site, and that flashbang's also missed, thrown by Mari. So Acadia can just fight forward.
Oh my. There was still a smoke at the other end. And the dark take was horrendous. Then it landed a bullet or two, but one of them was through the wall, and Enzo now walking into the scope of Woxic. It's when Eternal Fire have those double orbs that everything seems to run picturesque. Not necessarily due to the double orbs, but just Los Kagutos not managing to get anything going. Hot Dog sure he had a thing for a second with the Galil. And 2 AKs facing him. That story also quickly ends.
Finally starting to see it as well, right? The fact that we've got output from Voxic, Xantares, and Wakadia. Everyone's arriving on this map, which is what is propelling them further forwards. Information's now been gathered, though, by the T side. They understand that, look, there are 2 AWPs on this server.
This utility game has been lethal for Los Kagutos. Eternal Fire manages so well. Denying access points. Breaking up pushes with mollies. Los Kagutos also feels like they're tripping over their own shoelaces sometimes when it comes to the flashing department. So spread out.
Oh, they're through.
Wakadia. Okay. This is awkward, and Wakadia just presses W and gets control of Darks, and Towers is pressed up mid already in Eternal Fire. They didn't even allow Los Kagutos anywhere close to the site.
Yeah, again, the mid-rounding is just falling a little bit flat here. Los Kagutos feels like they're a little bit stuck in their ways. And we talked about the reactions for Eternal Fire dealing with this B play. And it's been, in the previous round, 3 players out towards B. In this round, it's 2 players that start middle. And these are the exact reactions that you and I both called a few rounds ago. And yet Los Kagutos seemingly a little bit unaware.
Los Kagutos looked like they'd done their homework and their entire classes on the CT side and on the T side. They don't want to budge. They don't want to make a different opportunity for themselves. And whichever one they try ends with demise. I see this one out of Mari, but then up against Major whiffs his shot. That opens up the site. 3v2. Just like that, Los Kagutos have to bank on their individualistic capabilities. And they're even dabbling with the idea of just going A.
No, they shouldn't. I'm glad they didn't.
Bomb has been planted.
Getting too cute. Still, Darchville so far disconnected from this play. As soon as he's going to be coming through. That's a nice shot, Mari. Gets straight it though. Still 1-on-2. Hot dog, why are you pressing this? You just need to play defense. Now you've just left Darchville, who's on 10 HP, mind you, who can't really go for this. The nade at least evades him. Woxic, he's not going to have time anyway, right? Surely not. He's still defusing. Darchville's running. Woxic doesn't have it, but I don't like the push from Hot Dog at all there.
No. Darchville was way too far away to be going for that play if you're Hot Dog. You got to talk about Mari. Mari literally wins this round just by getting these 2 kills.
3.
Even gets the 3rd. Yeah, you're right. Just completely swings on them. Last thing the Eternal Fire expect. And the money's weird. Woxic's got an AWP. A hero AWP in this round, and that is it.
Well, let's have it. Let's see what it can do. Can it put on the cape? It's going to fall flat. So he's going to back down over towards A. That's actually what triggers Los Cagutas to go up mid. But this is dangerous. Los Cagutas, they are pretty heavily committed. 2 players at least to that A front. As soon as that smoke fades, that's where they're fully committed. And Tomiko, he's coming up from behind, and all of a sudden, Eternal Fire, they realise what the hell is going on. There's a lot of firing back and forth, and Taris carries 2 down into the grave with them, and there Wuxie comes with the orb. Now it's just the Mac 10 that tries to run him down, and Eternal Fire, with just an orb, they get onto their 15.
That hurts my brain watching that play from Los Cagutas. They smoked mid on the A side to try and commit in towards A on the fade, but I don't know. Seems a little bit convoluted. And look at what it's left them with. Double up again out for Eternal Fire, and they've got to try and run down just pistols mainly. No AK in play for Los Cagutas, and I feel like this might be their last stand.
We could be going on to that 3rd and final map. Mari, even though Darkful was already snuggling up close, then Ada's first dibs. Los Cagutas, another quick B hit. I say another. A quick B hit flash to come through though, and that dispatches of 1 prong.
That's the bomb.
This is entirely falling apart here. Los Cagutas, the round almost lost before it began. Unless Tomiko and Hot Dog can pull up the amazing, and Hot Dog, he's down to 6 HP.
Yeah, I don't know how you get the bomb here. You don't,
Neither.
really.
Right.
This one is done. 16-12, potentially in the matter of moments, unless Tomiko can just hit some headshots. Even got this flank being activated as well. Calyx is there. Voxic deals with Hot Dog, and now all that's left is Tomiko, and he gets 1 tapped out the server by Xantares, who drops a dirty 30 to push Eternal Fire and Los Cagutas to Vertigo.
Fantastic performance out of Eternal Fire on their CTN. T had some desires left, but Los Cagutas, man, I think they're going to have to work on their T side. That looks like they weren't really ready for any opening that they got, and as soon as Eternal Fire started showing some counter aggression, they also roll a fantastic first look. And Anubis will go into the pocket of Eternal Fire, which means Vertigo is going to be up next. That's that 3rd map. We want to get that underway as soon as possible, so we're going to cut it to a short little break again, and we'll be right back with the final map.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back in, everyone, and after a Eternal Fire resurgence, it forces us to a decider here. We got Vertigo coming up, and I'll be honest, before Anubis was brought in, it was Eternal Fire that would pick Vertigo every single damn opportunity they got. So they're going to be feeling strong on this one. Los Kagutos, when it comes to Vertigo, they're a little bit hit and miss. I know they do like playing the map. I know they're about 50-50 on it. So, depending on what version of Los Kagutos we're going to get is what's really going to sell this for me when it comes to a decider map. But the fact we've got here, I think is good news for Eternal Fire.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Especially with the way that the CTN was looking for them. Or how strong Eternal Fire CTN was looking on Anubis. Los Kagutos just could not break through. They're going to have to get rejuvenated, get back into the swing of it. But overall, on the side of Los Kagutos, they quite like playing this map as well. They played it the same amount of times as Eternal Fire in the last 3 months, and with that amount of player break in there as well, there is 6 times being played for Los Kagutos. It's weird though, because they lose against Saw, but then they also lose against FTW. Now, FTW are a strong Vertigo team. I feel like that is a speck on the radar that Los Kagutos would want to erase with a victory over Eternal Fire. But even though both these teams are strong on this map, they've got some results in there that are a bit wonky. But I don't think there's any way that Eternal Fire aren't the favourites coming into Vertigo.
Yeah, look, they definitely are. And the fact that you have got Xantares, Wicadia, and Voxic online, especially towards the tail end of Anubis, that means that all things are going to point in the right direction, in my opinion, when it comes to Vertigo. And I think it's going to be very interesting just kind of looking at this and reflecting on kind of how it's all going to pan out. I'm very interested to see just kind of how it looks. I've kind of got my reservations about this for Los Kagutos. What I will say though is, look, this map isn't really defined by AWPin, and that's where it's going to fall favor to the Los Kagutos side, who are very flexible when it comes to that. Voxic is going to have an AK in certain situations, and I feel like when it comes to that head-to-head between him and Enzo on the AK, Enzo will normally come out on top.
Turn of Fire. And they've had a little bit of a break, especially after Mirage. It showed that it was enough for them to get the engine started again. This Turkish engine. Don't know any car manufacturers from Turkey, I'm sorry everyone, but whichever one that is. But we're starting the night very soon, and that means we should be approximately a minute 30 out from start. We've gone over a lot, but ultimately, how much of a contest do you expect here out of Los Kagutas? We've been saying that Eternal Fire are the favourite, but really how much so?
Yeah, look, this is going to go the distance. It's going to go quite close, I think. I think it actually just hinges a lot on the knife round verdict. I feel like if Los Kagutas start on the CT side, that's where we're going to get a closer game. If Eternal Fire start on the defense, I think it's got a potential to really snowball out of control against this Los Kagutas side. And I guess, look, we can have a think about some matches we can talk about tomorrow as well, just for a couple of minutes. Because obviously, look, this is the opening day here in round 1. We're concluding here with our final map. Take a look at tomorrow. There's some banging games coming up. 9 Pandas Eyeballers to kick off the day is going to be highly contested. 9 Pandas really rising through the scene. I think they're a very good team. Ecstatic versus Ents Academy. Again, that's going to be a really hard game for Ents Academy, but they've been growing from strength to strength. Sampi with Matties is exceptional. I think he outputs a lot for that team that elevates them to the next level against Espionage. That, I'll be honest, I haven't really been impressed with the Espionage roster since seeing them. That's the X-Tricked guys with Lucky. So that'd be interesting to watch. 17 CST and Orcs Arc Red. Orcs recently qualified for Pro League Season 18, and Arc Red, again, a team that have kind of exploded onto the scene of Tier 2 and are trying to take it by storm.
That's why I love Tier 2, man. It's teams like Arcred who all of a sudden pop through. Teams like 9 Pandas to a certain extent even, right? Who all of a sudden show up against those teams that have been around for way longer. But here we go. Enough talking about everything outside of this matchup. We go. 50 stories high. Or 50 odd, rather. Los Kagutos versus Eternal Fire in the pistol round. Los Kagutos losing the knife round, and thus being stuck on T-side for the first half.
Oh, come on, we can do it. There we go. Boost will come up. Calyx up close and actually finds the opening kill, and Wicadia steps in as well. It's a flurry of kills in the feed for Eternal Fire, and Los Kagutas barely step on the site.
Yeah, they didn't even get past the initial boxes. They technically didn't even get onto the plantable bit of the site. They got manhandled like a flag in the wind. Los Kagutos are forced up, and they saw how they got destroyed with the pistols the previous time around. Didn't feel like trying to run that again, even with the upgrade at once and up against rifles. Gotta keep an eye on ramp as well. Not particularly this specific kill, but the way that Zentaris plays ramp, it's spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, the molly will just displace him, but he doesn't care at all. 4 kills in the round, quite an easy cleanup for Zantares, as we get to kind of just see a little bit of a highlight reel of him collecting kills. 2-0. That was your eco. Don't really care about it, because now we've got the gun round.
This is what we're all waiting for. The tone setter. Not too much ramp presence, honestly. Usually there's an entire war going on there when it comes to YouTube, but they've been able to get up close without throwing anything. Hot dog first kill. Oh, the legs showing for Wycadia. It's a nice flash out of Major, but Wycadia started moving too early. Zantaras gets a kill and immediately games back into the site. Major now comes through as well, just like that from a 5v3. Oh my god, Tomiko gets 2 and is back into a 2-on-1.
Yeah, we'll address that in a minute. Galax thrown into this 1 versus 2. Hasn't got a kit, but has got an incendiary and a smoke. But this gets really difficult to try and navigate. Molly would need to go in towards sandbags. Alright.
Okay.
Hasn't got a kit. There were plenty just scattered across the bomb, so it doesn't matter. Tomiko hits the headshot. And what I was going to say, before that round got out of control for Eternal Fire, is that this is the difficulties that Los Cogutas are going to have to try and deal with. The moving pieces. Antares gets 1, moves. As soon as contact gets taken, Major steps in at short, and suddenly you start to think that's going to be an Eternal Fire round, but no, they go for a mid-round boost, which doesn't make a lot of sense because they've been under pressure the entire time towards ramp. And it really just is a decision that costs them the entire round. Hello.
Nice timing. And then Towers also flushed down. And now Los Cogutas are going to make sure that every single stone is turned around. And just like that. Los Cogutas, they don't take any lethal damage, at least not just yet. And they can plant the bomb easily on A.
Yeah, again, just a pistol round that doesn't really net anything. It's good to see the SMG get involved with the kills. That just helps things a little bit for the money and the stabilization of that. Calyx hoping to get an AK, but he's missed his mark. An opportunity, and Mario will punish him. We're all level here to kick things off, and a really good response early for Los Cogutas is exactly what the Doctor ordered, because we saw how dominant the pistol and the follow-up conversion round was, so there was a potential for Eternal Fire just to run away with the game. So it's good to see that Los Cogutas are bouncing back immediately here.
Some early good signs. But the early good signs for Los Cogutas on the Anubis were there as well. And everything fluttered into the distance. Yet again, fantastic util usage. Major stands up to the task, though. The Mac-10 won't be allowed to run him down. Boxic also has Overwatch and caretaker of Major. Keep him secure. Hot Dog goes down and all this. He's now floundering. Los Cogutas, they will be able to get that bomb down. But to try and hold on to the site seems like an impossible task when there's 5 players on the opposite side eager to go in, circling you like a shark in the water. But there you go. It's sort of fire. Do it cleanly as well.
Yeah, and what we're going to watch out for here and what we're going to see out of Eternal Fire is there's a lot of variations that they will throw in on this CT side, right? There's going to be a lot of aggression taking shape all over the map. And then the mid-round decision-making as well is going to be based on a lot of reactions. If you're Los Cogutas, all you do here is you play the game a lot slower. And you anticipate this early aggression that's going to come in. It's staple to Eternal Fire. It's not going to be so much down towards A ramp. Arcadia does like to get a little bit aggressive now and then, but it's typically middle. It's typically over towards B. Those are your openings. Because if you find those kills of players overextending themselves, well, that's going to help a lot. However, in this round, Arcadia does overextend, but he immediately finds the opener.
Gets the ult in his hands as well. Mitigates the damage that he took. It gives him a chance in a duel at least, instead of having to land that instant dink. And Wuxit goes to playing Arcadia's position. Ooh! Drop down into the pit with the Lions. Just tipples on out there. Santara, that is aggressive. Gets punished as well. That's crazy.
That timing's off. I feel like he wanted to go with the flash, but it came in way too late. And a fantastic molly, that's going to upset Woxic a lot. And they can hear him. And they've killed him as well. Enzo will spam him down. 4v3, AWP is still in play because Arcadia swapped it over at the start of the round. And there are nades that can disrupt this bomb plant. In fact, plenty of them. Look at this. And somehow, someway, Enzo gets out alive.
Calyx, kill Hold Dog. He's not getting out of there. Tomiko, he's re-aggressing even though the bomb is planted and he actually gets a free look. Doesn't manage to convert that instantly. Tomiko goes back out for another one. And with his team so low, everybody's low on the server. 12-7, 13-2. Player down, player down. Darkfill. The final player and his major instead. My goodness, what was that?
What a shot out of Major. Has the calm and the composure just to get off the bomb. And he even forces the issue to hit a headshot. Incredible stuff coming out of Major here. This swing is disgusting.
Those computers, man. Managed to get close, but their aggression needs to be toned down sometimes. Tomiko aggressing in a 3v2. And the strength really was lying in having two players at ramp and having that 2-to-1 split going for you. Either way, onto new pastures. Whether they're going to be greener, at least not for Enzo. Red gets spilled all around him.
Keep your eye on B here, because look, they've made good advances here and are actually ahead of this smoke. Tomiko can potentially be set up here. Flashbang really good. And Calyx has been spotted. But are you ready for Major? Potentially, because that incendiary's flown in up high. So Tomiko adjusts down low. 4-on-3 advantage with Los Cagutas. And they've overrun this bomb site. Zantares actually gets overwhelmed off the back of the swing. Tomiko does his job. Not sure they're aware that Mari is up close as well. And Wicadia meets an untimely demise. And Woxic has to save this orb. Really well played by Los Cagutas on B.
And the aggression, there's something to be said about it as well. Tomiko, 3 kills in the round, bringing them the victory. Opening up the site. And Woxic, he is going to be able to get away with the orb rather easily. Mari, unlike that, he 100% makes sure that there's no ninja defuse, even though everybody's sitting on the stairs and there shouldn't be a way, even with the smoke. It's just about making sure that the 99% turn into 100. Do that extra bit of homework. Fantastic shot there by Tomiko.
Money depleting at a rapid rate for Eternal Fire as Oscar Gutos keep pressing on the accelerator. And there's easier ways for the T side to earn money than the defense. So the closer this game gets and the back and forth we go, the more it favors the T side. Just to the lack of funding as we extend through this first half. Calyx overwhelmed by the mollies, has to try and fall back here. And Wicadia spots nothing on his jiggles down ramp. He might even push because he's only got an SMG.
Calyx, yep. As soon as that dink was heard, Mara knew there was time to spray through. Mara's been able to find himself a very deep position, but Major gets the kill from behind. That is respondent to 2 from Los Cagutas' zone. Eternal Fire looks out of the sight. MP9 orb. Woxic setting up a flash at least. They're going to have an MP9 run in, and since that venture didn't work out, are now going to run away with the orb. In the meanwhile, Los Cagutas are setting up for that, as you've got Enzo all the way on ramp.
Yeah, this is really good. He just needs to find this kill. I think he will as well. I don't think Woxic's ready for this. The timing. In fact, it's just the back of his heel that's spotted. Do you want the up? No. And there we go. Statement made very clear. Or being denied for Eternal Fire means that there's literally no money here for them. Has to be another one of these pistol rounds, and Los Kagutos can take the lead for the first time in the game.
It's all about trying to minimize damage in a round like this. Eternal Fire, they don't even have the Eagles, so no argument, no case to be made here. Sure, it's ran weirdly often, a couple of times rather. Can't fully discount Eternal Fire out of this round, but Los Kagutos got somebody watching mid. Eternal Fire are gonna start their crawl. And Los Kagutos best be weapon ready, and Darkfield wasn't. He pays the price of Mari instead of reverting and going back. He wants to be at the front lines. They're gonna pick up a bomb here and run away, but Xantares, if he's able to pick up an AK that's laying about on ramp, maybe he can make something work here. Haven't found the AK, no time to switch to it though.
Yeah, nicely done by Mari. Starts to get a little bit claustrophobic, but he's able to make it work. And then, yeah, you've got the setting of Tomiko down low. You've also got a player walking through elevator to deny this weaponry, so nothing can be saved over. Xantara is the most dangerous when he's got the one tap in him, but he literally can't have that now. So he's got the M4.
It's a good nade. Or not.
It looked good.
Yeah. Look like it was going to land right in between. Disappointing ones and Taras, that's not going to be great either. And just random spray from Waikiki also doesn't really connect. Just like that. Los Kagutos. What was lacking on their Anubis T side is coming through with enough capacity here.
Oh, no way. Yeah, this one is, you pretty much just chalk it up to a Los Kagutos round again. Now you're playing a mini game if you're Eternal Fire. Can we hold on to these weapons? What I'm most impressed with is the fact that Los Kagutos have recognized that B is actually the weaker bomb site. Calix is having a really tough time holding with this amount of pressure being applied. And they just go, okay, well, we'll just keep doing this over and over again. But we'll throw so many different variations of pressure. Hang on. No, okay, it's fine. NT, Major. There's so many different variations that Los Kagutos have been throwing that Eternal Fire can't have an extra player over towards B at all times. Here in this round, you've got Hot Dog pushing, dealing with Xantares. Darchville's the second player down A ramp as well, and Calix is yet again stuck in no man's land. He's played so many different positions as well. Played back quad, played white, played off the double box. He's just been caught out each and every round.
His T-side is crazy for Los Kagutos. Eternal Fire not able to fully get the ball rolling. They're not going to be able to in this round either, as they've just got the 1A1S to try and work with. And surrounded with upgraded pistols, some submachine guns coming through. Overall, if Los Kagutos can do it against fully armored, stacked up opponents, well, would this be enough to hold them back? It shouldn't be, at least.
I like this, you know, the economy is a little bit low. So you're going to contact, you're not going to default out this time. You're going to move as a unit, make sure that the trades are almost instantaneous. Now, Voxic is here with an A1S. You have got two players in towards Gap. If you navigate that successfully, you'll be fine. And actually, they're taking the fight to you, which frees up Woxic to have this swing, although both players will now fall in towards short. Major's here as well, and that is another piece you're not expecting. This round could potentially turn on its head.
Oh, Major tries to get back, and Hotdog and Dodgeville are going to catch him out. Mary, high up. They want to force out the utility. Now they go for the real plan. Mary looks away from the flash. Calyx in the middle of the smoke. Cleared out by Mary. And Woxic. The last factor, the last piece, and they push him back for a little bit, but actually wins the duo against Hotdog. Mary. They're aggressing again. No way, right? Los Gagutos. They're going to catch the drop. Woxic taps the bomb. Mary spots him. And then it's over. Mary gets the kill going. Turn of Fire for a round where they were just throwing everything at the wall and see what sticks. They've done pretty well, so they're going to be able to buy back up and maybe crush Los Gagutos to away their economy that way.
Yeah, it's what's impressive though is Los Gagutos knowing that this round was limited weaponry, and despite losing players to aggressive tendencies, they're still holding for further instances of it, which is why Calyx gets removed through the smoke as well. Mary playing anti-flash is a nice key detail to get that round back on track. That nade, yeah, again, looks like it's going to do the damage, but it bounces a little bit prematurely. Tamiko showing us one of his own. Calyx is a little bit further back than that.
There we go. Mary boosted up now, and Major caught with his pants down.
Wow.
Calyx's pants pulled down, and just like that, Mary is embarrassing everybody over on B. That's a quick round. It's a three-man push. That shouldn't work out. Two players lurking.
Look at the hunt.
Oh yeah. Dogs are barking. And Zentaris, he's biting. And now all of a sudden you've lost a fair few players already. Wycadia swings the spray. Doesn't continue, but Wycadia is going to peek out again. Los Gagutos, they've got so much money here though. Zentaris playing at the edge. Gagutos. One man still left of the original push, and everybody going down. Hotdog, of course, securing the site, making sure that there's no ninja defuse.
It's as simple as just setting Mary up B. Said B was the weakness a few rounds ago. Los Gagutos deviate away from it from a couple, and then they reset right back into it and hit Eternal Fire where it hurts. They've won out this first half, and now they're looking for even more damage and have gained another pause out of Eternal Fire as they look to bounce back here, but the decision is to potentially reinvest around these weapons. It'll be a little bit difficult to manage.
Return of Fire, it's so problematic that you're returning with an MP9, a 5.7. The money just not in a good spot right now at all, and neither is the round count. Return of Fire just struggling at every step. Major creeping up. Tomiko, surely check this. Okay, he leaves it till the very last second, but he does, and this is another very simple walk-up B. Zentaris is there with the A1S. He's going to have to be the one to deny them access. Does well and even gets a lot of damage done, but the bullets on the A1S run thin. And just like that, Los Gagutos are again in a position where they should win the round.
You know that one player is low, though, which is why Eternal Fire are considering going for this. And in actual fact, Enzo is really far away for this retake attempt. They've got kits. There is a smoke that can be presented, but you have to get past the frontal force of this defense, and then waiting behind, Enzo has actually closed the gap. Smoke needs to land on the bomb. Sharpish, that's a great shot out of Voxic, but not quite another one. Mercadia starts to go for it. In actual fact, Enzo can't even hit the denial. Eternal Fire, it's a 2 versus 3, and they're able to make that one work.
My goodness. They make it so damn close, though. You open it up. Los Kagutas, they had basically everything there. Not really the HP on Tomoko. But Enzo on the back creep. Couldn't find the bomb. All the bullets dissipating into thin air, it seems like, for him. Eternal Fire, that's a round that they had to win. They can yet again salvage the half. It's always been a comeback in this best of 3. There hasn't been a lot of trading back and forth when it comes to rounds. It's always a streak of dominancy.
A is really under threat here. And this is way faster up a ramp than Eternal Fire could ever have been predicted. Voxic needs to hit another shot, but no, it's Hot Dog. And he's been so influential about opening up some of these bomb sites. Digits can be punched in. Incendiary is way too late to the party. And if you're Eternal Fire, you actually do consider the save here, even though it is a 4 versus 3. And yeah, they're backing up. There is simply no money left for them in the final round of play. If they go all in and they lose, it's certainly 10-5.
Yeah, rough one. Eternal Fire finding a singular string of success. Considering Enzo is the only one on the hunt. Might be able to get the 1, but after that, just get traded away. Even getting the 1, this is now an annoying situation for Eternal Fire. But double digit for Los Gutos is a possibility. One that can shape this game so much. And put Los Gutos a good foot towards the victory.
Calix this time though fights even further forward than he has done before. We'll find that opening kill. Xantara is brought down to a sliver. Living on a prayer down a ramp, and he's still fighting. This is insanity. But it could work out. Playing just a little bit of the one-way. Calix going to get naded. Oh, no, he's not. Unfortunate.
Molly on Calix forces him back. Staying down to the line of fire. Enzo can't fly. It's nice movement, but also pushback received. Major does well. Eternal Fire. 3 players intact and very healthily so. Calix main, one who's down low. Tomoko very much the same. 6 feet deep. Major provides another grave. And that just leaves Hot Dog fighting it out in a 1-on-4 at half's end. He goes down to Woxic already. 6-9 still. Los Kakutas did well.
Yeah, much better round coming out of Eternal Fire here. The fact that they just fight for the space towards B stairs this time around. And they're like, okay, we understand that you want to go for this B play. So instead, we're just going to keep flashing and pushing the issue. And that's something that Los Kakutas weren't ready for, because it's something that Eternal Fire wait until round 15 to pull out of the hat. 9-6 still gives them an opportunity for a way back into this game. But Los Kakutas have laid down a good foundation on our final map.
Los Kakutas. Team coming through the play-ins as well. Mari. Oh. Instantly decapitated by Xantaris. Enzo creeping up. The Xantaris with the dualies are always scary, but that's quickly neutralized. Enzo makes Xantaris a sitting duck. Lays him flat quickly thereafter. The dualies coming back to aid his team and actually gets the 1. Calix is panicking. He's jumping. Woxic, he's got the dualies, but Tomoko, he gets very aggressive. And Woxic will cut his head off for it.
This is actually a really good play by Darcherville. They've dropped the bomb on the site, and the last thing you'd expect is for him to walk down. But no, instead, he goes the other way. He just clears out the bottom of ramp. And now there's a new angle for approach. 1 minute left. You have to start to consider this now for your Eternal Fire. In actual fact, they try and move their way forward towards B, and through the elevators they go. And they know exactly where Darcherville is.
And they're running like the wind. Even tagged him up a little bit. Woxic on the end. Welcome to the Wild Wild West, partner. You won't survive a day here. Woxic puts his words into effect as well. That could have gone so horrifically wrong if Darcherville literally just picks to go right instead of left.
Wild pistol, but it's one that ends in success. That's both pistols now being won by Eternal Fire on Vertigo. No force, just a grenade, full USPs, and look at all the MAC-10s ready to farm up the cash. Major, Wicadia, Voxic, all licking their lips at this prospect. Another one of these funky stacks. Do love to see it.
Why not?
Unfortunately, Eternal Fire are in mid.
Yeah, it looks like they're all just flying in. If you look at the minimap. And back reaping. This is going to be a very easy ramp for Eternal Fire. And like the success that Los Cagutos had on B, I'm going to go there too. Now for Los Cagutos, it's trying to do whatever damage you can find. Good luck. Happy hunting.
Here we go. MAC-10 on Woxic. He's going to be that player to get the money. Oh my goodness me, nearly a knife. It's not. It's okay. Everything's fine for Eternal Fire. As they will kill everyone and only lose Wicadia in the process.
I feel like Tomoko, they ran out of bullets, his opponent did. So had he just gotten the pistol out, would have been able to kill. But to be fair, forcing Eternal Fire to keep onto the MAC-10 increases your chances in this round. They're still going to have the AK come next round, but well, you'll deal with that when you get there. You've at least gotten yourself in double digits, but that's all. Oh, that's aggressive, and he was fully blinded as well. That was just purely a Hail Mary. He's down in the gutter.
It's a good re-smoke, but the issue you've got is Eternal Fire already past the issue. Wicadia shows them what's up. Xantares with another, but hang on a second, they're just fighting forward here, Los Cagutos. He was put out Woxic towards the gap. But he's just delaying, he's just making all of this noise. So the rotations can come through towards B. Calix is already in spawn. The 2 versus 2 that looks pretty damn good for Eternal Fire.
Bonus buy as well. Be huge. Major and Calix. Got it all to do. Mary. My goodness that he checks that. And it's mainly due to Eternal Fire going as slow as they did. Major. Oh my god, he's got a freebie, but it isn't as free as he would like it to be. The molly as well to go through. Then the nade. Mary stands up to the task. He doesn't actually have a kit, but he should still have time enough. Does he?
It's close. No. Oh, what?
Oh my god.
That's milliseconds. That is milliseconds in that defuse.
Jesus.
Nice try, Major.
Yeah, had he gotten the first kill cleaner, like this kill where Tomiko is actually able to bring him down to 44.
That's wild.
I was going to say that is what won him the round, or that is what lost him the round, but it got finished with a dink anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered.
That's so wild.
Yeah, that's insane. But this HUD is playing with us, man. Tell you that much. Where are these nades going? I see so many times where the nade heads straight for the juggler, and then nothing happens. just get played fart noises in my earphones.
Look at this angle. You have to go so wide to clear this. Oh, Mary being spammed, but actually the bullets just miss him. Evading everything. Hot Dog needs to fall back. Ricadia. That's actually dispatch of him, and Mary only goes 1 for 1. This is a problem. An Eternal Fire, they can pump the brakes here. This is something they'd love to do.
Oh.
Because you get this reaction. Goodbye. Now it's B.
There's still somebody there, though. Darkfield. He's got nothing to try and offer up except bullets. It does fill Major's face with it. Well, then, as he's caught out into the open, he'll go down kicking and screaming. Look at Enzo. He's got to arrive late. He won't be able to stop the bomb plant, or... Well, technically is. It could just rotate over A, but... Calix rotated over just yet. Enzo just trying to get lucky, but Zantares is there as the bodyguard.
What?
Bodyguard removed, and Enzo, he can still try and hunt. He can at least make this uncomfortable for Calix. Calix peaks, though. Had a little bit of time to play around with an Eternal Fire back to winning ways.
What a wild way to end that round. How many seconds did Calix have there? It felt like a lot less than he really did have. Okay, like 10. Alright. Wild. Comes right down to the wire. No money now for Los Kagutas. Eternal Fire. Red carpet has been well and truly rolled out to try and equalize this scoreline.
Usually those trading is of back and forth.
Well, Eternal Fire didn't see this stack, so we're going to go for it again.
Yes. Have they got the nade again as well? No, this time they don't. Enzo hasn't got one. It's, again, not going to matter. Even if Eternal Fire go ahead with this push.
Oh, Major.
Yeah, he's got Eco Heaven up in front of him.
Go around the corner. Go around the corner, Major. Oh.
Catch him. Bang. He knows. Like he needs to get ready for a whole lot of CTs about to push him, but they actually don't. They're just waiting. They're boosting up. They'll try whatever, right? Not likely to work out anyway.
10 rounds each. As close can be. Did say it was going to potentially go back and forth, and it really is delivering. What a series this has been. Los Kagutas are stamping down their authority here, and they're demanding respect from each and every one of you watching at home. They are a force to be reckoned with here in Pinnacle Cup 5.
I'm forced to respect the Los Kagutas. That again seems like it has switched. Los Kagutas is a whole lot less lethal than they were, only being able to get it one thus far. Eternal Fire have matched that with 4. Scout coming through this time around though for Woxic. It's an economical option, but not one that you look forward to. There's a nade connecting. Eternal Fire filled with shrapnel.
Oh. Hot Dog, I was going to say needs to be careful, but actually they're employing a boost. Not there, Major. Up here! Oh,
wow.
Good trade.
Brilliant. Panic one tap. I wish my panic one taps looked like that. Eternal Fire. Centaur's also being low. This is a scary one. A crack A. Boost over, and oh my. Calix now down as well, and that just leaves Centaurus under a quarter of his HP. Still wins the duo against Dartfield, no problems. Obviously doesn't have time to collect bomb and plant it. Enzo and Zantares both equally low. And Enzo scurries away.
They might kill him after time.
Yeah, this is so smart.
No, I can't. What a recovery. Look at this round. Look at how it plays out. Because, look, you get dealt with this boost here. Hot Dog spams Voxic through the smoke. At the same time, gets his other teammate boosted up and over to deal with Calyx. What a fantastic round from Hot Dog.
Eternal Fire. Due to running that round economically, they've got enough money to buy back up again. And with economically, I mean not dropping the scout for an AK. They still have got a very strong one coming through here. And Tomiko getting overwhelmed just like that. They're zapping onto the site, trying to get quick access. Money thrown in return. And that's going to wreak some havoc on the Eternal Fire side. And if you thought everybody died already because the X-ray faded, no. But it was only a promise of what was going to happen. Los Kagutos 3 straight. Blue fills the kill feed.
Zantares, that's a good kill in towards middle. Just trying to create as much space as possible for Voxic. However, Hot Dog has walked over. But only just for a moment, a fleeting glance. Voxic can now progress even further. Can't go beyond the bomb site because he does have the importance of the round resting on his back. We'll now plant a lock it in. 3 versus 2 retake about to come forward. There is a kit on Mari, but there isn't really any disruptive utility for Los Kagutos. Literally just smokes.
Get rid of angles. They left this time relatively late. Especially with how much work you have to do to fully clear him out. Voxic, he's just sitting in his spot, and this is exactly how you're supposed to be playing this. Maori is on the defuse, though, and that's going to activate. That's good enough. Los Kagutos, they've won their 12th round, and they're not even interested in trying to get the weapon away from Voxic.
You can hear it's a Galil. Who cares?
Yeah.
You know it's just going to be that soul rifle being brought in. What a fantastic, I guess, pre-retake of the bomb site, because the bomb wasn't even down on B. They just got the control back, and are even taking a pause to discuss how do we make sure we win this round, and how do we make sure that we don't throw away the opportunity. 12-10. Arcadia having a slow game. That's a little bit of a difference to what we saw on Anubis.
Eternal Fire. All the praising that we were doing at the start seems to be misdirected. We should have given it to Los Kagutos, or at least right now, they're the ones in the lead. We definitely should have given more credit to this best of 3, but this comes to a surprise to many that Los Kagutos are performing this well, sticking it in there, bringing it to a 3rd map, and currently being better than Eternal Fire on that 3rd map, who have bought into the round. Oh, what a nade as well for Calyx. He's only the setup for the utility, but it's still a hurtful one. It's personal. Oh wow, he's quickly overwhelmed though. Eternal Fire again, as soon as they return to the pacey play, it'll work out lovely.
Oh. Hang on, Enzo's just gone around the corner. Does deal with Zantares, but Arcadia's there for the quick trade. There is a flank on. But that's going to come in really late. Hot Dog needs to do everything in his power to keep distraction. But he hasn't really done enough. Mari needs to flip to his corner, but doesn't, and walks straight into Voxic. Eternal Fire, they're going to reply here. Unless Hot Dog comes up with heroics, he hasn't got defuse kit. He hasn't really got anything to flush them away. 12-11, we go back and forth.
Where did Hot Dog come from? Oh. That's what Calyx is going to be asking as well. This is his first time on a team. It's nuts how well he's been doing. Typical case of fragging power now being converted into a team and bang, slotting in just like that. Los Kagutas, that was a very costly round because it means that they can buy back up, but it ain't much of one.
This is just insane how back and forth these rounds go. Look at the pace change now coming out of Los Kagutas. They just run down ramp and they've killed absolutely everyone. Still a player on B, but no, Mari. He gets rid of Major. And Owls that's left is Calyx. And he's been spotted out too and dealt with. Los Kagutas say, you know what? You want a pacey play? Here's one for you.
It takes two to tango, and Eternal Fire and Los Kagutas are fully engaged in one right now, dancing back and forth. Round here, round there. But Los Kagutas, that is a huge victory. Eternal Fire. I've got basically one player that can buy up comfortably. He will. But that only connects them with the rest. This is... So he gives the AK to Xantares now, who then is forced to buy up armor, basically. Otherwise, well, you're not going to be happy either way. And they're actually fully investing. Meaning if this goes wrong for Eternal Fire, Los Kagutas are on 15, basically.
Oh my goodness me. What an end to this game.
To the series.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Eternal Fire, what are you going to bring to the table here? Molly gets thrown in your face so you can't go fast B, but that's not what they're angling for. They're pushing the envelope towards A. Flashbang being lined up as well for Calyx. Aggression for Major, but that nets nothing. That's all a little bit of a distraction because what they really want is mid control.
Turn of Fire, they've gotten it. Enzo didn't think they'd be there that quickly, but now you're into the mold. Your Darkfield, however, doesn't get anything at all. And it's a 2v3 Eternal Fire. They like to respond in con, and they're currently doing so.
That wasn't Xantares that got that headshot. I thought it was, but it was Voxic. Doesn't matter. Still collects things. Marion Hot Dog, the issue you've got is that there's no money. There is zero money. So you have to save. What a round from Eternal Fire. You layer the flashes out from ladder, so you've got a head start on this players in towards mid. The idea of the round is to catch these rotations coming through from B to A. Instead, one player peeks elevator and gets absolutely decimated. And then from there, Eternal Fire run riot. What a round.
Fantastic. But Los Kagutas, certainly issues in their camp. That's the second time they're overran by a quick Tech 9 AK push. Xantares, spectacular. But still, Los Kagutas, they have to be doing better than that. 2 rounds afloat. And they've got enough money to buy, but now everybody's got all the chips pushed to the center. Lost bonuses are no more.
What a finish. And Eternal Fire are just going A, and they are creeping their way up the ramp. No flashbang here at all for the CT side, but Mari mows down 2. Instant trade. An even conversion towards A, and now Arcadia's already walking up gap. But they pause. They hold their breath. As Los Kagutas evacuate all the space on B. And they reset back A. And they've come just in time. Or have they? Because keep your eye on the minimap. Eternal Fire, they're out of there.
But this is so awkward. Los Kagutas. They are now starting to rotate everybody back towards B. The perfect decision, and they've got a fair bit of utility as well. Eternal Fire still have 45 seconds. They could make another rotation back, but they just don't have the utility to facilitate that. Enough flashes to get at least control of the angles. Xantares does it without one, though. Wants the element of surprise, and everybody's going to be kicking loose now. The utility being thrown back and forth. There the nade goes. Boy, Katie, he's planting. He's sticking it out, but he's at the edge. He's trying to evacuate, but as soon as Darkfield appears on the other side, he knows that it's lights out, and Enzo will defuse the bomb for Los Cagutas. Maybe, just maybe, the bomb plan is enough for Eternal Fire.
What a retake. And that's all facilitated by players rotating over towards A and then pushing further to gather some information. Eternal Fire, they just leave it too late. They had the right play. They made the correct decision, but they went too slow up those stairs. And Los Cagutas could have had all the right pieces in the right place, and that's exactly what happened. Mac 10, Skill Hills, Feel the Feed, Eternal Fire. They go all in. And for Los Cagutas, it's always been the round afterwards. After they've done the hard work, the conversion of the easier of the two has always been a struggle. And this time, they read into this ladder flash. But Calix is still holding for it.
Eternal Fire putting the scraps together and trying to make it work. Mari peeks out, free kill, and Moikadi was looking elsewhere. And the evacuation as well won't be too troubled. An Eternal Fire. Even after this, what is their loss bonus looking like? Woxic, still below 50 HP. Tomoko immediately reaggresses, so ballsy. And just like that, Los Cagutos place themselves on 15, ready to finish this one because Eternal Fire, they don't have money.
The thing is, the difference here in this round compared to the last, where it spiraled out of control, is there's re-aggression on re-aggression from Los Cagutos, and they completely close up this trade spacing and make it possible. And their reward is the easiest way to close out this series and have a shock victory over Eternal Fire here. Xantares and Voxic, 25 and 24 kills. Xantares already laid to rest early. This could be the beginning of the end as Eternal Fire gather in middle for one last stand.
Nobody there to meet them, but a lot of people waiting for him. Dartfield on a pushback angle. There's utility flying down his end. That will land in his backyard. Now they push. Dartfield on the other side gets the first kill collected. They were going to want to push through the smoke, but they have to restrain themselves from doing so. Tomoko, he's a more juicy target, but he's also one that fights back a lot. And he goes down by the hands of Woxic, but that's only after taking 2 kills. And they just overwhelm Los Cagutos. They've upset Eternal Fire in a massive way, 2-1. And they close it out in Vertigo to get 1-0 in that Swiss stage.
Very impressive, and Los Cagutos have now put themselves firmly on the map here in the Swiss stage of the Pinnacle Cup. What a performance from them. Everything was so dynamic, and it felt really fluid. Communication at time for Eternal Fire was a little bit off the mark, and as a result, Los Cagutos punished these errors and are able to take the series in a 2-1 fashion. It was dominance on Mirage. It was a fight back from Eternal Fire on Anubis, but CT side on Vertigo proved too strong for the Turkish super team to handle, and they dropped 0-1 in this Swiss stage bracket.
And it's one that you are not going to be happy about at all. And these are the matchup that we have got going on tomorrow. Are you here tomorrow as well, Brandon?
Yeah, with you for the last
Hello.
2 games.
Let's go. Sampi versus Espionage, Orc versus Arcrid. Those are the ones that we're going to be covering. But if you're early and like the action, 9 Pandas and Eyeballers will be ready for you as well. We're going to head out. We're going to all go to sleep. But we'll see you back tomorrow.
Oh, Esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, And surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10 GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.